sources were all saying the same exact thing, and they would start with one and then pull another one in, then another one, then another one, and before you got like 20 news stations on the screen all saying what I'm talking about. And then going to your second point about him not being a president again. Well, he may not be the president, but I do see a window of opportunity for the next president to bring him on as a contractor. They brought on Elon Musk. It would not surprise me if that or something like that happened. So he will continue.
But you bring counter with it. So, first of all, you have the media landscape is not only changed with people moving more online. So a lot of those orchestrated shit, people are just aren't going to watch it. But even if you look at the people, and of course the Democrats are pissed, and to be fair, that was the power grab. But when the Ellisons bought, what was it, CBS News, or it's NBC, I forget. But of course, this huge conglomerate, and then they, of course, now they purchase TikTok, all of this other shit. Okay, so now you can't count on those people.
Why can't you count on them? Because they won't let you talk shit about Jews on TikTok all day?
No, we're talking shit about Republicans. We're talking about the news.
I have one question. I'm a foreign guy. I don't know much about that. But when we get...
Wait, hold on a minute. So what were you, I was trying to follow you.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that, like, even the ownership of the media has largely changed. And then you have the really big example, that was X. When Elon Musk bought X, or Twitter, and changed it to X, that changed everything. No longer this depth grip on information. Now, a lot of you can say...
Yeah, around the COVID-19 vaccine. And that's censorship. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was the Pepe Show. Sorry, you're not a moderator, so I just thought I'd talk a little bit. Sorry for interrupting you, Dr. BP.
Okay, don't do what I'm talking. Just goddamn, dude. But when it comes to holy shit.
Twitter, X, that was the last point you made. There's no grip on information.
Yeah, you were talking about how he thinks Elon and the right to go. Yes, and so
Got you again, Dr. BB.
Leading up to the election, and that was some crazy shit with the Hunter laptop stuff. It was like you couldn't even share it in private DMs and just weird stuff. And then all of a sudden, here we have X. Then even when it comes to, even Zuckerberg was saying like, yeah, dude, I mean, we were getting a ton of pressure to just like cooperate, as far as the Democrats go in terms of censorship and all of that stuff. And I think that was a really rough era that nobody really wants to repeat. And of course, a lot of the Democrats way overreached with their propagandistic bullshit. And I would warn the right too, though, that like all of this Iran shit. I mean, you guys, I know a lot of you MAGA people are going to be like, oh, well, we can make justifications for it. That's fine. But overall, this is incredibly unpopular in our country.
I would warn my if anyone listens to Pepe.
He's pulling this shit. Okay, inflation's gone back up. Gas prices have gone back up. For what? And I'm going to tell you what I think is going to happen, and I don't know what's going to happen. He's not going to overthrow the IRGC. It's not going to happen. I don't even think there are people then.
Roasting Dr. Pee-Pee, one roast at a time.
Sign of the open night, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie, the thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open, open, open. I am aware. The serpent
Kitover. Don't. This is what he does.
I lost my dad. I can't lose my sister. I don't care if I lose myself. You're wrong about it. He's not a monster. He wants to be better. Maybe I can help. In all the darkness, I can find love. Your purpose is not what you
That's the one guy. You're gonna need to find more voters. That's the guy. You're gonna find more voters taking one photo with the same guy all the time.
shadows whisper truth as the baseline drums. Now will this fire unchained, untamed? No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill your will. On voice, it's alive. Deliver from the lust of the thrill.
Pull out the bomb, Trevor. If you don't, I'll shoot today.
All right. What you said, Joe, is harm her.
No, fuck it, dude. You're paranoid. We got time off.
They just like us. And I've been right here.
Shoot you, Trevor, if you don't do what I say.
I can say something else.
Give me a little confidence. I'll go. Let's look at this logic. You gotta decide, Johnny. You should have the others. I should have the gun. So I'm good.
All right.
Pull out the bomb, Trevor, if you don't.
No bars, just voice, feel
I'm gonna do the same.
I wear pop-up ears because no shadows chase, no voices call. The air is still, it wraps me tight. No fear, no sin, no way to live. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of silence fills my veins.
Oh, this is fucking killer. It's the Pepe Show. I'm sorry, Pepe. Yeah, Coachella, huh? You're gonna need to find more voters. This is true. You're gonna need more. You never be mayor, Bozo.
like hatred piled. This body aches, a cage of stone. Rest whispers soft, the only throne. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. Body cries, its constant cling. But out and out it truly seeks. Awaits, it sets us free.
Material.
Pain walks close, a shadowed friend. Each step we take, it will attend. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. A higher peak, a sky so blue.
I was supposed to follow the same guy trying to find some new voters. He's got his names on that.
Our company has come back on the cold hard ground, which is why we make the move. It's happened with an extra visitation on the road to road, not 2 miles away, memory serves. We marched to make the first strike in the name of His Grace. I assure you, my nephew will not grudge me a night comfort. As soon as you're around, we will rendezvous with you for a sight. If the wine is good, perhaps the rock first lady. Call? I'm sure he's nice. Higher than your dad. They know we're abroad, they'll be hunting. We must move under the trees in my cover of dark starting tonight. No fucking ends. So wait, our company has come back yonder. On the cold hard ground.
Dragon.
Which is why we make the move. It's happened with an excellent reputation on the road to road, not 2 miles away, memory serves.
Hello, I can take a picture of any book. You have to find your
Let us live, let us breathe, free as air. No hate, no chains, no despair. Among the shadows, we shine so bright. We carry peace into the night. Happily then, we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no regret. Happily then, let light be among the broken.
The hood is fucked. The hood is cooked. You can't get touch some orders. Oh, nobody gonna win. Fucking 1,600 petition signers. Who were they? Who were they, man? Oh, Congressman Noli. You can't get 10 supporters to attend the town hall. Noli gonna win. 1,600 petition signers? Who were they, Darren? Congressman Noli. The hood is cooked. The hood's gonna lose. The hood's gonna lose. He's a rainbow murderer. That's so smart. Can't get 10 support. 1,600 petitions. Who were they, Darren? So much for business. So much for business.
mystical union of fairy and fawn. A dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. The vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, the spring's tender glow. A force.
You're gonna need more voters. Dozens of scheming scams, frauds to steal taxpayer dollars and monitor Johnson's gang of cronies and racers. Vote John, liberate Chicago. Daddy didn't.
Dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, walk and love.
says, instead of doing that period,
You see the yellow kids still finally so cute. I love truffles. Do you guys like them or no? Some people hate them.
No, I like truffles. Truffles are very abstract. It depends on where you put them into. I know people have put it into
Yeah, I was
everything.
gonna say, what do you do? No, it's bad on. I mean, I've had truffles on sushi, which is like the grossest thing ever. Yeah. Like some like ridiculous stupid expensive.
Truffles are really good on Italian food. They're shit that's
Yes, pasta with truffles. I put on eggs.
Have you ever tried making a stir fry, like a Chinese stir fry with truffle? No. I want to try that, honestly.
Actually,
That could actually work because they put a lot of abstract flavors in there. It's going to taste a little weird, but it should be interesting.
unless I go to umami flavor, depending on what you eat it with. I don't know. I think truffles kind of taste good with miso, like the miso flavor a little bit.
I love miso.
Oh my god, I love miso. There's this like recipe that was
It's
like
gonna taste awful.
I love to make pasta sauce, and there was this recipe that was like, I don't know the right word, like viral a couple of years ago, and it was anchovy pasta sauce, and so it was like tomato paste, onions, and then they put anchovies in it. And I don't hate anchovies, but a lot of people do, and so I started making it where I would substitute miso paste for the anchovies. And oh man, I love miso paste so much. It's like the best thing to cook with.
Hello.
Jules is right. Jules is right about this.
What? What?
Right up at the top. Some guy going, asking how he's eating his meat sounds kind of gay. I don't know, man. You saying that sounds gay.
That's actually really funny.
I want like some serious beef, you know?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
You know, sometimes I look at two ends of the spectrum I detest. It is the fake nutritionists that make bad arguments to meat, and the fucking vegans. And to them I say two things. I say, on the meat end of the spectrum, there's some people who, even though they're supposedly carnivores, cherry pick a lot. And on the vegan end of the side, I have to say the ideology with which they respond to this stuff is insane, because for someone who's apparently a vegan, you do be having a lot of beef with people, bro. Like, insane. I will say, whenever you're trying to figure out the truth, the worst thing you can do is go to a fucking centrist guy, right? Or centrist book, or centrist religion. That's the worst thing you can fucking do. Mm-hmm. The guy will be like, oh, well, both sides have good points, whatever. Nah, here's what I do. Find the most side of both, right? I find the most extreme side of anything I'm looking up, and I look and I read both of them, and then I fucking compare where are like the differences, why is this the case, bullshit, right? And then I figure out what I think is the truth, based on reading the fucking extremes. I don't read some dickhead who's like, oh, well, both sides have good points, and, meat is good, and a balanced diet of, seed oils, and fucking, I don't know, soy, and whatever other fucking bullshit. But this applies to anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of a good way to be, is to just understand.
Here's a rule of thumb.
Like you said, the extreme.
Here's a rule of thumb. A centrist stands for nothing. A radical centrist stands for everything that works. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Yeah, exactly.
Have any of you guys ever been like plant-based or anything like that, even for a period of time? Not even for like a fast or anything?
I would not even watch.
And
Plant-based.
like plant-based or like done a fast,
No.
like just been
I've done a fast, but I haven't done the plant-based one.
a water fast or like
A
a.
water fast.
How long did you go?
The longest was 10 days. Damn. Okay.
Wow. What did you get out of it?
I lost a ton of weight.
Was that the only reason you did it, or was it for like anything else?
No, it was to lose weight.
any benefits in fasting after 3 days? You got pretty much all the benefits in 3 days. After that, it's not really useful.
I had like a situation like this for myself for like about average 2-3 days quite frequently. Because what my parents would do to punish me was just withhold food, so I'd have access to his water. So I've already done that many times in my life. I can tell you, fasting's a little overhyped. I'm not gonna lie to you. It sucks. It sucks ass, man. Personal experience.
I think it's like you kind of get like a high from it.
As somebody who's gone through that multiple times, absolute bullshit.
I mean, it's just kind of like because the body's like a little bit freaking out, and so it's not like a good thing. But I think you're.
I wake up in the morning and I feel like I'm gonna die in 10 minutes. It's not what I'm looking forward to, honestly. Like.
Yeah, I think you eat very, very well though.
Yeah, I eat very well now. There's a difference, right?
Well, for people who eat badly, it's like a break from like chemicals and processed food, and so then they like feel better because of that. But for somebody that eats well, it's like, you're just depriving yourself of nutrients. And I think, though, that most people don't eat well. So, they feel just like a break from like their body, like having to like combat inflammation and that sort of thing.
I guess. I think, like, in many cases, fasting is kind of overhyped. I'm like,
In yoga, like the, like philosophy and ideals behind it, there's the idea that every month for one day you're not supposed to like plan it, but your body will kind of tell you that there's one day that you're not supposed to eat, and like it gives your digestive system and your nervous system kind of a reset. And it's supposed to just be like, you don't feel hungry, like you wake up and you just don't eat, and you just have one day a month where you just take a break. But it's just, I don't know, it's not supposed to be like a planned thing, but
fuck plant-based
I've
diets.
learned to never listen to women about anything health-related.
I mean, it's not women's thing. It's male yogis who decided it, but it's not. I don't know. I don't necessarily.
Every time I hear some woman say she's on her healing journey, it's always like the worst shit ever.
I mean, yeah, I kind of think that that's probably pretty accurate, because I think people kind of torture themselves to feel like they're getting better. But
Look, man, the examples where people torture themselves to feel better is the one where they go, hey, let's do the heroin chic. It's like, that's retarded. Who the fuck wants this? I've met a single fucking guy who goes, yes, I absolutely want this person who's completely malnourished on the verge of death. No guy wants this shit. Like, by the end of that process, you look like a fucking dude.
Did you see the surgery? Did you see the surgery where women are removing their collarbones?
yeah, what the fuck is going on about that? Why would people not want to have permanent collarbones? Isn't it kind of like good looking to have these collarbones?
It is. The thing is, like, these people just do random fucking shit
One
and then
guy,
blame it on
not
someone.
a single guy in human history has said, she's hot, but she has collarbones, so I'm not interested.
I mean, I've always been in the headspace that like people find collarbones like attractive, and then have you seen like I don't know, it's like, I think it's like a Chinese thing where it's like, if you have like prominent enough collarbones that you can put water and put a fish in your collarbone. Like, do you know what I'm talking about? It's like an attractiveness test. I think it's kind of funny. But so, I don't know.
What's the size of the fish?
It's like a little tiny fish. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I can actually do that. Although I'd have to put the shoulder forward a little bit, then I'd have a pond's thing and you can put a little fish in it.
No, I can definitely do it.
That reminds me of Surf's Up. There's like one scene in Surf's Up where the guy's like, "What's up with your hair, dude? Looks like you can fit a whole fish in there."
Okay, wait, look, I just heard it. Do you see that?
Yeah, the collarbone shit is just insanity. Like, nobody's ever asked this. I don't know anybody who's ever said this. Who's like, yeah, guys, we need to remove people's collarbones. Like, the fuck? Like, I genuinely do not understand where this is coming from. Like, somebody has to explain that to me. Because I don't know.
Yeah, you get a bunch of women that are like, oh, men will fuck anything that walks. And then in the same breath, they'll tell you that men impose unrealistic standards on women.
Yeah, I can do this thing. I can do this. Yeah.
Do what?
Huh? The fish thing, I can do that.
What fish thing?
Like one, maybe.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
You have to like kind of lean forward, basically like she's doing also. It's ridiculous, man.
I don't know. I think this is some stupid shit.
It is some stupid shit. It is like traditional Chinese medicine. There's a good saying about this, and it is that if Chinese medicine would work, then it would just be called medicine.
I don't know. Sometimes the Chinese.
Sometimes I will say it works, but a lot of the shit that you see is obviously bullshit. It's like, okay, here's a video of some fucking guy taking a bunch of urine, curing that shit outside for fucking 3 months, taking that shit out and then washing out the fucking salts for the next 3 months after that. This is not medicine. That's condensed piss. There's no medicine here, bro.
I think Storman would love that.
Yes, you would. Yes, you would. Yeah. First guy gets the access to the dimensional portal that leads to this dimension. It says.
Have you guys done cupping or acupuncture?
No. Is that
Okay, would you ever try it?
No.
It technically works like for in the sense that it's like it's like there's no way to know if it's like a placebo or not.
So basically, it's bullshit.
Well, it's like anything where it's like you can technically study it and see that it has the intended result, but how do you know if it actually works? You can't really know that because there's no science behind it in the sense of like there's no actual way to prove if there's a it's like correlation is not equal causation. It's one of those things.
Right. 99% of the time that phrase is used by someone, they're a faggot.
What, correlation, causation?
Yes.
I mean, I think we've already established that I'm a gay man at this point.
Yes. I hate when people say that phrase because whenever someone says that phrase, I can almost guarantee they're retarded.
Well, I mean, I think it's a little bit less retarded than pretending that things are actually causing each other.
Well, I mean,
No, the level is something more.
Well, yes, it's true that sometimes correlation doesn't equal causation, but it's like sometimes though, like it's sort of the most obvious shit ever. Like it's on the level of being killed does not necessarily correlate to being dead. It's that fucking retarded. Whenever someone says this shit, it's always the most retarded thing I've ever heard. No actually intelligent person says these things anymore because they realize every single intelligent person has realized that every single time someone says this shit, they're retarded.
Yeah, but again, I think it's a little bit less retarded than just being like, oh, like acupuncture works because someone's headache went away because they did it. I don't know. I understand where you're coming from, but I think it's context. It's important. Like everything. Okay, I'm seeing if I can
Wait,
take
no,
order.
sometimes science is mega gay, right?
I mean, science is ridiculous.
We get that sometimes science is mega gay because, like, you have these fucking science-based lifters that kind of make fun of how other people fucking train all their life. And then you get that these fucking people are like 10 times smaller than the guy that just fucking does whatever the fuck he wants and goes based on bro knowledge. And he's like the fucking number one fucking bodybuilder in the world or some shit. It's always like this, right? Like you get some dickheads who fucking go science-based. And it's like they have the most bullshit advice ever because the entire field of fucking science has been run
psychology. It's like
It's psychology.
ridiculous.
It's psychology.
It's ridiculous.
Psychology is complete bullshit.
Yeah, I think that's
The only field of psychology, the only field of psychology that is actually legitimate is the field of psychology where they manipulate you to spending more money. Everything else is bullshit.
Yeah.
Everything else in psychology is bullshit. The only part of psychology that is actually legitimate is when they get you to spend money.
And yes, when you told Trevor about her past, just basically stuck in the street.
All right, everybody, let's we're gonna get to go to Discord. Thank you for coming again next week. Make sure to join the Discord server. Link is up at the top. Subscribe to the Advanced Movies thing so you can basically get one of these spaces every single day on Discord. Yeah, see you all there.
Bye. Happy weekend.
Talking about. What are you doing here, Scottsdale? I don't really give that much information away. I already given you way too much, to be fair.
You didn't say anything. I said everything. Hey, shut up.
Hey, it's an Arizona boy, so don't fuck with them. So are you Persian?
Yes, I am 100% Persian.
So are you Baha'i?
Fuck no.
No, it's
I
not.
said fuck no.
If you know how like
They're like Mormons. I grew up with Mormons. I'm not Mormon or Bali.
so like okay, so you know like with a lot of the we'll just talk about Middle Eastern people here. You know how in Scottsdale East you have, I'd say the dominant ones are tended. You have like Chaldeans, Assyrians. You have Persians.
Where do you know that they're dominant?
No, I just say in numbers. That there's
Yeah, numbers. There's a lot of Arabs in Arizona. Yes. And there's a lot of, because this is a refugee place. Arizona is like
yeah,
a
so
location.
yeah, it's all Russians here, and that's why I was bringing up the Persians. Is that
They have
we have the
refugee
Persians here
camps
or
in
behind?
Arizona? They're refugee camps.
I was telling this earlier, I hired some girl came to me, Nina, you're opening a restaurant, like these guys are buying, doing an organization, and I'm Persian. I'm like,
What
okay,
kind of
I'm gonna
refugee? What
look
kind
up
of
Persian
refugee?
people.
What kind of refugee?
No, they don't have kids.
Somali?
So let me finish.
No,
So let me finish. So I hired
Oh,
like,
Mexican.
people, and then they all fucked me over.
Political asylum. What's the Bahia get political asylum because
My restaurant was in DC Ranch. You know DC Ranch?
Yeah.
Iran.
Yeah.
Shut up one second.
Well,
Are you?
there are Africans seeking asylum from Uganda because they can't be gay over there, so.
I'm not talking about other people. I'm
Hold on. We're not talking about the niggas. We're talking about Iran. We're talking
Oh,
about.
I thought you were talking about African immigrants. Some of those African
No. We're talking about Iran.
They're only coming over here because they can't be gay over there.
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. So
No,
don't talk bullshit when you don't know. Please relax.
Because uneducated people like you thinking about that the country.
You just make yourself look stupid, sweetie. And we're talking about.
But in the religion, not just about being gay or anything. Baha'i are being killed by all the Muslims, so they don't believe in Baha'i religion existed. So they were.
Yeah, they can't be gay over there either.
No, they can't.
That's fine.
They'll fucking kill them.
Okay, guys. We don't need to do the. We were having a different conversation, and we do not need to go to the I don't know, pity Olympics, which group has it worse? This is fucking retarded.
And kind of retarded, but it's not pity Olympics. It's the truth. Because a lot of people. Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the world. And I behold path. The souls are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of God. On all sides, and to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of man pervades. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being. The splashdown again. The actual starship itself, so that's pretty cool. Because of the annihilation. An end to loneliness has to into my loneliness comes
From the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold, the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flumes, the abiding vision of heaven on all sides, and to the eye, to the ear. The perfume and pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth. So that the tongue breaks forth into weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sands aflame with the inmost self of him. Myself flung down the precipice of being. Even to the abyss, annihilation, and then to loneliness, as to
So you're taking dry aged beef and you're wrapping it in beef tallow and you're going to dry age it again.
My God, how I
This
love
covered
thee.
with, I think, that oxidized. And the beef tallow also gives it flavor.
And the type
We're going to
of a beast I hunt thee
and
through
then
the
we're going to dip it in the tallow fat. And then
Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle, at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee.
150 days dry aged
Thou
beef.
art
And
my
then
lover,
wrap
I see thee, as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss. There is none other.
Alright, we have on 150 days dry aged.
Art thou not Pan?
It's half a liter.
I am his speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat, and the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst.
The splashdown again. Yeah, the splash.
My God, how I love thee, with a vehemence
cute. It's so cute. These dog boys are pointless. Give them guns. These dog boys are pointless. Give them guns.
Thy blood thirst, oh my God, thou art a little white rabbit. Kiss me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning keen and lift up little flag of sheep. There is a tongue in the flame. I see the tried and walking over the sea. A freedom's hand before its head. Beyond two wrongs they spear the wicked. I will spear thee. O thou little grey God, unless thou be wed. From the grave to the grave, that which is beyond the cold of the sea. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Wast thou afraid of those who the pillar of lightning from the lightning A phoenix hath it for its head. Below her two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grave to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the sounds of offering.
Friday was the final day of prayer.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Wast thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning follows, from the pearls black specks and nothing. Like a storm, what on God afloat in the air. My God, my God. nature shall die. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Lord, thou open eye, forever weeping. I come to say, I'm calling on Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself. But the incestuous Horus given. You don't need to call me up. So may I be. No need to lament. Oh, you left out a bunch of stuff. And thought is evil. You're gonna have to grease the something from there's a kid back to the rock. And if you find me and select this group, I'm sure that you select out the chat. And I don't play. Oh, don't go. Something like what they expect. I don't know if you're familiar with one thing, but I assure you it's not the Horus men. And to be quite enough, Mr. Miller, they may rise and kickbacks and milk their tails. Now, how you do business, they are not part of the legitimate business world. Do I make myself clear? Sorry, just trying to help. Now, notwithstanding Mr. Miller's the next question perhaps is, where are you? How about fantasy, my Mr. Lawrence? Oh, you left out a bunch of stuff. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix over its head, below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, oh thou little grey god, unless thou beware. From the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of my God. But I love
Everybody's so sensitive.
waste thou afraid. I based all on one on none, floating ether. Oh my God, my God. Oh, thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be. Therefore, and thought is evil. Fall into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. Find your sleep, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest, heavy jaws come soft, gaze easy but close eyes. just thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix it. Just let 'em pass by. Breathing through the nose slow, like it's sipping time. Hold that beat for feel the rhythm draw. Breathe out through the mouth, on like a quiet tide. Empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the now count with me.
You could lose the hood.
2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let it go. Shoulders mountain down.
Brand's mission now. My mission is to liberate Chicago from frogs, liars, thieves, so aces to like Brandon. Oh, how am I going?
If it comes all down to it, friend, name it softly and breathe again. Till the fire out, pour the ash, let every exhale. Burn what you can. Breathing through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat for feel the rhythm draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath.
These are sex records.
Gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes when all is gone. Is yours on demand.
The video of you grabbing the female sex workers had been forcing your tongue down your throat. You are calm, no one will vote for you.
Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bobby in a house coat on. sesame grace, all our stories and every taste. I got really good, everything made alright. Feels like sitting at the table, every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Comes a crowded plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good meal from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good meal. Hey, feels like sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Just take one more bite, pass one more plate.
It's the Nellies, baby. It's the Nellies, baby.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10 up, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby.
Did you think it took Avery of 6 and 6 workers?
Strike the master chord, try to play the song. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Oh no, 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 no. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby.
It's a combination of things. That's why I believe it.
Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10
You love
seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10,
it.
9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go.
It's Brandon's mission now. My mission is to liberate Chicago from frauds, liars, thieves, and racists like Brandon. Jimmy Pritchard is a fraud. They're all frauds.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas.
So Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day.
Stop the taxes and fraud. Wires fraud.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Like plastic cord, all the things for Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold it for seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh, 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 oh. Strike the master chord, drop the famous chord. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11 to not 9. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho. Let it go, go, go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby.
Oh.
Strike the master chord, draw the famous sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take
You're a
the
teabag,
deepest
baby.
breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10.
Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, sprinkle us a coin on the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas.
Strike the master chord of a flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, my little Santa baby, Santa baby, my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, you're the flaming sword. Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go.
The magician, his breast bearer, stands before an altar on which are his burring bell. And two of the cakes of light.
In the sight of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries,
Herald goes in thy mark into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his voice to the altar singing with light and music in to the sun, save me from evil and from good.
"Like I one crown of all the 10, even now hear me mine and
He puts the first cake on the fire of the throne.
underneath his feet proclaim these generations of my
He
name,
makes a resurrect by ages
and strikes 11 times upon the bell.
buried even makes upon his breast the prophesied. Behold his bleeding breast of
Yes, with the sacramental sign.
He was the second cake to the womb. Now there's the blood, the wafer soul, and up and down the high priest is moved. He is the second cake to spread. I eat the soul, I swear, as I inflame myself with his prayer.
There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the Lord who what the wilt.
He strikes 11 times upon the bell.
And cries unrepentant prayer.
On the answer in with the world.
With my crown go forth
And with thanksgiving to my pleasure on the earth. Among the legions of the living.
and going forth.
The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burning bells.
Terrible, and to the cakes are light.
In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries.
Hail, rod that goes in thy bark into the caverns of the dark.
He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. He musician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which shine his burning bell, thurible, two of the cakes of light. In a sign of the enterer, he reaches west across the altar and cries, Hey, that goest in thy bow into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. So the altar see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 333, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abra-dabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name, and undefiled thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood, bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. Get thy one crown of all that. Even now and here be my name. He puts the first stick on the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes the lads and live religious and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burden he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I stanch the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, the soul I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grave, there is no guilt. This is the Lord. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell and cries, Abra-dabra. I entered in with woe, with mirth. I now go forth and with thanksgiving to do my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. He goeth forth. perfumes are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me, only the distant flute, the abiding vision of man on all sides, and to the eye, to the ear. Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness, and I behold them. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me, only the distant flute, the abiding vision of man on all.
My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God, let the word be accomplished. throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst. Oh my God. As a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring, she lies upon the moss. There is none other but she. Art thou not pale? I am his, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Tempered steel. I will be with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God.
Thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be there. the lightning fall pearls from the girl's black specs on. I based all on one on our floating ether. Oh my God, my God. Find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a easy blows high. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathing through the nose slowly, sipping down all that beat core, feel the rhythm draw. Breathe out through the mouth, on like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let it go. Shoulders mountain. Till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the if fear comes on. Every exhale. Till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you're ready. Rise but know the song is yours on demand. Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bobby in a house coat humming, grinning, the paperback crinkling, steam on her glasses. You eat something, you grow with passion. I got everything bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, praise, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes it counter crowded, plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, prayer, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. Relief for everything, it still tastes great. Oh, yeah. I got a really good everything bagel from the middle. Pussy prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good hey, it's like sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every goodbye. Feeling Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the monster chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and over dance Strike the master chord, drive the soul. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 11, 10 at 9. Oh no, 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 no. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Strike the master code, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Santa, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 11, 10 at 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold.
deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11 to not 9. Let it go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby. Oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flame sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord. Sword, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold
Seconds 10, not 11, 10, 9. Let go, 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 go.
The magician, his brass bearer stands before in bell, the rubble, and two of the kings of light.
In the sign of the enter, he reaches west across the altar and cries,
Hail, Raleigh, ghost in thy bar. And the silence, it takes the bell and fire in his hands. He's to the altar singing, stand with light and music in my hand. To the sun, save me from evil and from good.
Like I one crown of all the 10. Even now, and hear me mine and men.
He was the first king on the fire of the throne.
Underneath his feet proclaim these generations of thy
He
name.
makes a resident ages and strikes 11 times upon the bell. Behold his bleeding breast of
Don't stop.
He was the second king to the womb. Now there's the blood, the way for souls. And up and high priest in both. He is the second king. Spread I eat the soul, I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer.
There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the Lord who what the cries unprotected ground. With mine, I'll go forth and with thanksgiving to do my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living.
The magician for an altar on which are his burning bells. In the sign of the answerer, he reaches west across the altar and cries.
Hail, ride that goes in my bark into the caverns of the dark.
He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. He's still the Save me from evil and from good. That I will crown all the day. Even now and hear me mine. And then he puts the first kick on the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake. Proclaim these adorations of thy name. Behold, this bleeding breast of mine. Yes, with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake. The wafer soaks it up in the high priest and knows. Eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear. As I inflame myself with bread. There is no bread. There is the magician, his breast bare, shot his burning bell, variable, two of the cakes of light. In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries, Hail, that goest in the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. Music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 333, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the abracadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood, bring me through midnight to save me from evil and from good, and thy one crown of all the 10. Even now and hear me mine. You cake on the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes the massive liberal legends and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burden he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, cast with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I stench the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this soul I as I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the Lord. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell and cries. dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river, they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold paths. Those are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of path. On all sides, and to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss. Annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to into my loneliness comes the sound of flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above. Perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. Perfume, Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on it of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss. Annihilation and to loneliness, as to
My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee. Touched by the spring, she lies upon the moss. There is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am his, speak not, oh my God, let the work be silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into little white appetite of a beast. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle, at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. You rise upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not here? I am his, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be a fence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I this body and soul? I will thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God.
Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. A little white rabbit in the purple night. I am greater than the whole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God.
Lightning came and licked up the little
Come near the flame. I see a trident walking over the sea.
a phoenix hath a far to bronze. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold.
From the gold to beyond the gold, feel my hand. I love thee.
Why haste thou, whisper so ambiguous things?
Waste thou afraid,
Oh, ghost one.
oh colored lightning from a lightning fulcrum.
From
With the spell of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit in the purple night. I am
the
breathing.
fox and the whole.
Kiss me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and
Little flag
she
There is a tall beautiful way.
I see them trying and walking over
Freedom's hand before its head.
Lead on to wrongs, they spear the wicked.
I will spear thee.
Oh, thou little gray God,
Unless thou beware.
from the great to the which is beyond the cold of the sea.
But I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously?
Waste thou afraid of both fools the
Killer of lightning, from the lightning A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little gray God. Unless thou beware from the gray to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wast thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing.
My face all on one, afloat in the air.
My God, my God.
O thou great hooded Son of glory,
Cut off these eyelids.
nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear.
She hideth me from my destruction.
O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis my mother, nor Osiris myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon.
So may I be.
Their thought
And thought is It is enough. Fall not into death, O my soul.
think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh, my God.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. snakes have it for its head. Below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, oh thou little grey god, unless thou beware. From the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of all fear. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid? I'll go to the one, a horn one, a pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of night. I based all on one. Ether, oh my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die. Mine eyelids with fear, she hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, the weeping one. Not Isis, my Iris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought, and thought is evil. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted and find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm toy. Jaws come slow, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise. You don't have to fix them, just let him pass by. Deep down, hold that beat, feel the rhythm, joy. Breathe out through the mouth, on like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the mountain downward, heart of the mountain in your chest, right? Steady. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath. If fear comes all about to it, friend, name it softly and breathe again. Feel the fire out, pour the ash, let every exhale. Burn what you can, hold breathe in through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold the beat for four, feel the rhythm drop wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you're ready. Open your eyes when know this calm is yours on demand. Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bobby in a house coat humming, grinning, the paperback crinkling, steam on her glasses. You eat something, you grow it fast. I got a wrinkle, everything bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, praise, sesame grace, words and every taste. I got really good, everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, testing tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile. baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master code, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for the seconds 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Strike the master chord. Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Oh, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. All the way, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flame sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa Mr. Claus, drop a pin and sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 let go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go.
The magician, his brass bearer, stands before an altar on which are his burring bell. The rubble and two of the king's light.
In the sight of the enter, he reaches once across the altar and cries,
Hail, Raleigh, goes in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives the puts the second cake through the womb, that's the blood. He strikes 11 times upon your bed. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burning bells. In the sign of the emperor, he reaches the altar and cries. He gives the sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. He still the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. Bring me through midnight to the sun, save me from evil and from blood, that I won't cry all the day. He puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible. I burn the excess cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes the massive liberal edges and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. The burning makes upon his breast the prophesy. Behold, this bleeding breast of mine, yes, with the side. Eats the second cake, this bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burning bell, variable, and two of the cakes of light. In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries. Hail, that goes twisting that bar into the caverns of the. He gives a sign of silence, takes the in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 333, and places the fire in the thoroughbred. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abracadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name, and undefiled thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood, bring me through midnight to the sun. Even now and here be mine. He puts the first cake on the fire of the thoroughbred. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes the massive pledges and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burden he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, cast with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I stanch the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake, this bread as I inflame myself with. There is no grave, no guilt. This is the Lord. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell and cries, Abracadabra, entered in with woe, with mirth. I now go forth and with thanksgiving to do my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. He goeth into the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what will I do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of God. On all to the eye, to the ear, the taste of him, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being into the abyss, annihilation, an uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold them, the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth. And pleasure, interior sense of flame, with the most self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, and then to loneliness, as to all my God, how I love thee, with a vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am his, speak not, oh my God, let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat, and the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. My God, how I love thee. With a vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am his, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence.
of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I would thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God.
The spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. A little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the fox and the hole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God.
Lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep.
There is a tongue and a flame. I see a trident walking, no
A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold.
from the goal to that which is beyond the goal. Feel my hand, I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things?
Is thou afraid?
Oh, gold-hoofed one.
Walk lightning from a lightning falcon.
From
With the spell of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater
the fox and the hole.
Kiss me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up
Little flock
the sheep.
there is a tongue in the flame.
I see the trident walking over the sea.
Phoenix hath before its head.
Below two prongs they spear the wicked.
I will spear thee.
O thou little grey God,
Unless thou beware
from the grey to wicked, I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grave to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wast thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing.
My face all on one,
What on not?
I float in the air.
My God, my God.
O thou great hooded son of glory,
Cut off these eyelids.
nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear.
She hideth me from my destruction.
O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis my mother, nor Osiris myself,
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon.
so may I be.
Their thought
And thought is it is enough. Fall not into death, O my soul.
think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh, my God.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix has for its head, thou art to cross.
They spear the wicked.
I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of all fear. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously?
Waste thou afraid,
Oh, goat-hoofed one.
O horned one, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks on nothing. I based all on one, one on all, afloat in the ether. Oh my God, my God, oh thou great son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh Find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest, heavy jaws, tongue slow, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathing through the nose, slowly sipping down. Hold that beat, feel the rhythm draw. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the now count with me. Two, three, four. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let it go. Shoulders bolting downward. Heart out and turn in your chest. Right. Steady, simple. Guiding you back to center. Breathing through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat, feel the rhythm drop. Why breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the if fear comes on, go to it, friend. Name it softly and breathe again. Feel the fire, pour the ash, let every exhale. Learn what you can. Breathing through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. morning, doorbell ringing, Bobby in a house coat humming, grinning, the paper bag crinkling, steam on her glasses. You eat something, you grow it passion. I got a record, everything bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, praise, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Crowded, asking tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a little from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh, yeah. I got a really good everything bagel from the headset of my cradle. Pussy prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every good bite. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the monster chord, draw the fatal sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the monster chord, try to play the song. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Oh no, 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 no. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah. Baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa 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 baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master cool, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Oh, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, at 11, 10 at night. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Let it go, 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh, 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 oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go, go, go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby.
master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, I know Santa. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Deepest hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. My little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go.
A magician, his brass bearer stands before an altar on which are his burring bell. And two of the king.
In the sign of the altar, he reaches west across the altar and cries,
Hail, the ghost in thy bark, into the caverns of the dark. magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his in the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries. Hail, rod that goes in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times on the bell till you die 3 times. Holy the name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. That thou will crown all the day. Even now and here be mine. Amen. He puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake. Proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes the massive little let Jesus strikes it 11 times upon the bell. The burning the makes of his breast, the prophesy. Behold this bleeding breast of mine. Yes, with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I snatch the bun. The wafer soaks it up in the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake, this bread I eat, this oath I swear. As I inflame myself with prayer. There is no rain, there is no guilt. This is the law, do the will. He strikes 11 times on the bell and cries, arise, arise. With woe, with mirth I now go forth and with thanksgiving. So I pleasure on the earth among the leaves. Eyes of the living. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which shine his burning bell, thurible, and 2 of the cakes of light. In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries. Hail, rock that goes in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 3, 3, 3, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abracadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. evil and from good. And that one crown of all the 10. Even now and here behind him. He puts the first cake on the fire of the thermal. I turn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them massively religious and strikes again. 11 times upon the bell. With the burden he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, cast with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I stanch the blood of the wafer soaked, and the high priest invoked. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this soul I swear. As I inflame myself with prayer, there is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the Lord. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell and cries, Abraham, entered in with woe, with mirth, I now go forth and with thanksgiving to do my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. He goeth, he goeth into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of God. On all sides, and to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of Pan pervading. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense aflame with the impulse self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss. Annihilation, an end to loneliness, has to into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume center of pain and pleasure, the six interior sense of flame, with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, and then to loneliness, as to all
My God, how I love thee, with a vehement appetite of a beast I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God, let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat, and the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my My God, how I love thee. With a vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God.
tried and walking over the sea.
A phoenix hath a for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold.
From the gold to that which is beyond the gold.
My head,
Above me,
why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things?
wast thou afraid?
Oh, confused one.
From a lightning
From
with the spell of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit in the burning night. I am
the
breathing.
fox and the hole.
Kiss me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning keen and licked up
Blue flag.
no sheet.
There is a talking flame.
I see the trident walking over the sea.
A phoenix hath before its head.
Below two prongs they spear the wicked.
I will spear thee.
O thou little grey god,
Unless thou beware
from the grey to the gold, that which is beyond the gold.
But I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously?
Wast thou afraid of those who the
Killer of lightning, from the lightning fall. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love thee.
Hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wast thou
nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, forever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought, and thought is evil. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee, oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. Phoenix hath it for its head, below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, oh thou little grey god, unless thou beware. From the gray to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of all fear. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste thou free, oh goat one, oh horn one, oh pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall curls, from the girl's black specks on me. I based all on one on our floating ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, little weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought is evil. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. Find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest heavy, jaws come soft, gaze easy but close high.
just joking. But you ain't me. Tell you what, you guys fight it out. One who remains on his feet. Go to it, boys.
All the time you're complaining, you could be instead hustling.
That's what I like about you guys. You guys are such a gentleman. It's such a pleasure to be your cousins. It's so cool to hear you laughing to each other. Does the same to people. We grow, we smile, we ask for more. I got a good meal from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, prayers, sesame prayers, all our stories and every case. I got really good at making people. Hey, you're something to the table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Just take one more bite, pass one more plate.
We heard to eat the baby. But yeah, I want everybody to look up the Satan abortion clinics named after Satan, and look up the UK hospitals, a hospital that was powered up by aborted fetuses. Look it up.
He's right. He's right. He's right.
He's right. He's right.
He's not right, Andrew.
No, he is, brother. 2014, 2 hospitals were found guilty, or found doing, I guess I shouldn't say guilty, it might be completely fine, incinerating waste from fetuses to, waste to energy.
I looked up the same thing, by the way.
I haven't done the same thing yet, but the waste to energy is true. He is correct. They are doing that. They did it in the UK. Two hospitals were in fact doing it. They
What's the source of that, Andrew? Like what source?
yeah. So here, and there's actually a video.
There's a day and age of AI, Andrew. I wouldn't try to.
No, I got you. It's
I was being so good. I got way more information on this stuff.
Let me tell you about the same thing.
Let me look at the source. It's SatanIsBehindAbortion.com. No, it's AlexJones.com. No, wait.
No. It's this stuff is true. Oh my God, it's true, but it's true not the way he's saying. The Church of Satan opened abortion clinics for women. Remember in Texas they had that whole thing. Yeah, so it's. I believe it's not. Right, it's not like a satanic thing. It's like
No, it's abortion clinics named after Satan. I'm not being.
No, that's just okay.
Why you can ask Deepak again. Hold on, Ben. When you get a chance, brother, I don't know when you're gonna get to take a break. It sounds like you're a trucker or whatnot, which is good because that means you can hang with us. But when you get a chance, when you pull over or do whatever, if you're picking up a lot lizard, if you get a chance, if you can look that up and like provide the names of these abortion clinics. Oh, actually, there are several abortion clinics. It looks like. Yeah. So he didn't say, guys. Just to be clear, he's not saying that the normal. These are normal clinics being started by the government or something. These are clinics being started by people.
In England, they would be supported by the government because it's a national healthcare system. So that would be part of the claim.
By the government, wouldn't they?
Yeah. So
Dude,
let him find that. Deepak, I have a question. I've asked it 2 times.
Sorry.
I want to ask it a 3rd time. Where is analogous saying like abortion to tie-in ovaries or a vasectomy? How is that analogous?
Analogous in what context? I mean, obviously it's analogous in the sense that they're both medical procedures.
Well, no. Yeah, they're both medical procedures, right? But one out of the 3 eliminates a life form. The other 2 are established to not create a life form. So how is it analogous in the way that you said it?
In what way? Maybe I did, but I don't remember comparing abortion to.
You actually did. That's the reason I spoke up the first time.
Unless it was in the context of saying that they're all like medical procedures that entail like some non-zero amount of risk, just like any medical procedure would, right? Just like a tonsillectomy does.
No, actually, I brought up where is like the statistical risk of having an abortion for the past 50 years, right? I brought that up.
No,
I mean, what is the death rate? What is the death rate of women who have abortions in the last 50 years? Is it statistically dangerous? Is it statistically dangerous versus, and that was the original conversation that I brought up to you when you were talking about like abortions being like, a procedure.
I don't have a number offhand, but I just think it's a reasonable inference that it's going to be non-zero because it's a medical procedure.
Yeah, dude, of course it's non-zero. And then you even, this is a direct quote for anybody who wants to check the replays. He had to cite a drunk doctor. He had to say that, let's say there's a drunk doctor that performs it. That's how extreme his position has to be.
Shut up.
No, dude, that's how extreme your position has to be.
No, that's what you think.
Okay. You're so deep, dude. Like,
Yeah,
you're deep talk, right? You're so deep. You're in too deep, as the movie says. But what I'm saying is, like, if you're making an analogy in any form about, like, even from a procedural, like, life of saving the mother, right? If you're making that as your premise, and then you're talking about tubes tied or vasectomies, which is like, skipping various. Hold on a second. If you're talking about tubes being tied or vasectomy. Oh my gosh, dude, this guy is ridiculous at this point.
So look, you're just like droning on.
Just saying, like a surgery, right? Let's just start at your base level of a surgery, and it could have like implications, and it could be like negative towards the participant, the patient, right? In all three of these circumstances, only two of those are to negate life. The third is that it's already life already existing and taking away life. But just so you know, statistically, all those surgeries have the same fatality rates, right? Like they all have. So then it's not the same argument.
The fuck, look. Why do you think I brought up this whole thing in the first place? Like, what was the context? Do you remember?
Yeah, the context is just so everybody knows, the context is you support the concept of abortion, that you'll make claims that your false analogy to not being conceptualized, right? Like not being the point of conception. Yes, that's the reason those surgeries exist, is to not have conception.
That wasn't the context. The context was in the middle of a discussion with Andrew about this. Like, he read out that whole, like, sort of whatever, right? That, like, little preamble thing on the website of, like, shout your abortion, right? And I was saying the only part of that I disagree with, I think at least, the only part that I disagree with is where it says that abortions.
No, didn't you led to vasectomies?
What?
Then you led to vasectomies. Vasectomies are to stop the concept.
If I did lead to vasectomy, it was only because I was saying that an abortion is just a medical procedure like a vasectomy, right? That carries some non-zero amount of risk. So that is
but the difference, real quick, just so you know why they're not analogous, right? Is that a vasectomy is a surgery so that you don't conceive and that you don't have to have an abortion. No, it's that you don't have to have an abortion.
Analogy. I could have just replaced vasectomy with tonsillectomy.
Do you understand you understand that a vasectomy is so that you don't have to have an abortion?
Explain it to him. I mean,
Why Deepak doesn't understand how babies work, and I've been trying to explain this to him. He doesn't understand.
Andrew, do you understand the point that I'm making? Does anybody?
Why? I had a very good funded white school, so I understand the birds and the bees. I know how vasectomies work. I understand what it means to be pregnant. Deepak has the order all backwards. He doesn't even know what's going on. He thinks reading comic books gets you pregnant. It's very weird.
The thought doesn't bring them?
Yeah, you said one of your brothers gave you the wrong information, Deepak. That's not how that works. Exactly. But I'll just say why, yes, I think Deepak, just to be clear, why Deepak understands the distinction between a vasectomy and, an abortion. I think he gets the distinction. He does. I think we're good.
But he didn't equate it the same, did he?
I don't remember him equating.
I'm not saying that they're exactly the same procedure, no. That's not what I'm saying.
No,
I'm not saying that, but he's like,
but the reasons of having them are different, correct?
yeah.
Okay. So?
Oh, yeah, okay.
This is why they both stop babies.
Yeah, no, I agree. But the difference is one of them stops before conception. The other one is that for conception, a life has already formed.
I agree.
But is it a burden for you to constantly remember that you have to breathe every minute?
What? This crap is ridiculous at this point. Do I have to remember to breathe?
Trying to explain, maybe you should use smaller words or something. The point of the analogy, right? The point of the analogy is just to say that an abortion, like any other medical procedure, like tonsillectomy, for example, right, carries a non-zero risk to the patient. And for that reason, even if no other, for that reason alone, it should be rare. Right?
You're complaining, dude. Here's the thing. You're saying a non-zero, and I agree with that, right? But if we look statistically, all three of them, right, tubes tied, fucking vasectomies, and abortions, are not like a life-threatening operation. They're not. Getting your tonsils taken away is not, statistically, a life-threatening. Now, we could agree there's a 0.0001%, but that doesn't elevate your argument.
Deepak never argued if it was life-threatening or not. He said it was just a risk. If you was listening to me, he said there's no risk.
I agree with that. It's a risk.
Yeah, but
it's a risk.
But the argument was life-threatening risk, though.
No, the difference is
that was your argument.
Yeah.
No.
Are you saying that risk is so negligible that it's not worth considering at all?
No. The risk is already after conceiving versus two others, but the risk is that you don't conceive.
Yeah,
but you're trying to conflate those two. You understand?
There's a
risk that you put a condom on and that you have an allergic reaction. That's just a fact. There's a risk that can happen, right? Would you agree that there's a risk of that?
I don't know.
Whether it's a 0.001%, there's a risk that a male, puts a condom on and that they have allergic reaction, or the woman has allergic reaction, correct?
Yes.
Now, is that point of doing that condom to possibly not have a child?
Go ahead. And Christian, do not leave, by the way. And Universe, I'm proud of you for not being crazy. Go ahead, Deepak.
What was the question?
Is there a percentage chance that a condom could cause an allergic reaction either for the male or the female?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And what is the purpose of that condom? To not have a child, Deepak?
Very good. So yes. So a condom is something that's necessary, right? So there is a reason, right? So it is true. So for example, analogy would be you shouldn't be just putting on condoms for no reason, right? If you're not planning to have sex, right? Don't just put a condom on and walk around, right?
Dude, even your your school system disagrees with that. No. Even your school system says that's not true. They say that you should test condoms on yourself to make sure that they fit.
I mean, if that's true, then it's a necessary thing, right? It's something that you need to do.
And now it's like, nobody is telling you to do that. Hey, if you tell me to do that, it's a necessary risk. Like, dude, I'm just showing, like, you haven't thought this out.
Okay, and I'm the one who hasn't thought this out.
No, obviously you haven't. Dude, I'm just,
I'm
dude, I
making
use your own
equating
words
vasectomy
right there.
to abortions, and I'm the one who hasn't thought this out.
Dude, I use your own words there. Right? Like, you try to say, oh, if anybody uses a condom, because the original conversation that it could cause an allergic reaction, right? Firstly, that would be the male putting on the condom. You wouldn't know any female have an allergic reaction until the condom is inside them or rubbing their skin. So then, therefore, the school system actually teaches children to put on condoms to make sure that they fit them before they have sex. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't get it, dude. Why didn't you just admit that one of your thought experiments was incorrect? Just do that.
Whatever, you're right.
Why? I think so. Somebody asked if you could. There's a request from a longtime patron that you dial down the volume just a little bit, and then secondly, someone said that they wished your dad would have used a condom, which I think was a little bit harsh. But,
yeah, secular. I get it, secular.
He means that in love, though. He means that in love. So secular. I just thought it was kind of I mean, it was mean, but it was actually kind of funny. But only because
It's just a common joke. That's like, oh, your mom should have swallowed. Yeah, it's just a common joke, dude. It's like,
you're good.
It's like Tony type comedy, dude. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, Tony's off the chain. Okay. Spirit and by the way, Ben, I think there's only 3 satanic temples. If you find more, by all means. But I actually didn't know about that. I didn't know about the burning of fetuses to heat the place either. Both of those are true. Pretty fascinating. Spirit, and then testosterone stopping men from crying or making them less, susceptible to crying. That was interesting as well. You got some.
Apparently is true.
Yeah, no. Ben's dropped some stuff, and I know you don't like the other stuff he said.
That's true. Ben has been dropping some crazy stuff, but it's all checked out so far.
Yeah, it really has. No, really, dude. I found him in one of these rooms, and I was like, dude, this guy's cool. I want him to come hang out. So I'm glad you came over, Ben. I'm glad you're here. Spirit, do you want to weigh in, brother? And by the way, Universe, you can come in too here in a second because you've actually been good, which is surprising. You guys realize that's the John Kitover. That's the real man that comes in with 58 different accounts and streams us live on 30 different YouTube channels and has that real annoying voice that he does. That's
you streamed on YouTube?
Bro, I came in, I looked at a video on YouTube, and it was him with no shirt on in his basement with a big Israeli flag behind him. And he had like Snoop Dogg filters on his head, and then in like actual dog filters, and then like Snoop Dogg, I don't know, weird. And then and he was listening to us on his phone. He had his phone sitting there on his desk. He's listening to us. There's like 2 people watching. It was weird. I don't know. I don't know. It's creepy. And
actually subscribe.
My wife doesn't mind his stream.
Somebody subscribe.
Bro, yeah, just subscribe. Because listen, Nathan actually asked him one day, hey, we don't record our rooms. Can you help us find a replay? And he had the replay of the room or something.
Maybe this is what Sasha needs then, right? The long fabled, thing that she's looking for.
The long fabled.
I don't know how many people have told me on this app, like, you're not supposed to record.
More than anything.
Abe?
Well, no, the Roger one.
The Roger one. I thought you were going to say something about something concerning. Okay. Yes. The Roger one. Oh, yeah. Man, that was so rough. I wish that would have. You guys must have taken it on last time.
My bad. Was the one before that, right?
Dude, that one's still there. I need to go back and find that.
Oh, I'm confused. I thought you said she didn't have a copy of that.
No. I don't know if she has a copy of that. We don't have this most recent one. That one, I just have to go back and
It wasn't
watch.
solo.
Huh?
I mean, the last one wasn't solo, whatever.
No, it wasn't very good. No, no, the first one was really, they really got into it. It was less hostile. It was more substantive. They actually went down all the different counters to psychophysical harmony, and Sasha did good on it. But nonetheless, or all the different counters, I should say all the counters, but whatever counters that, Roger was bringing to the table, that him and Avi and others brought forward. Anyway, Simon, good to have you, brother. Spirit, you want to weigh in, bro? Feminism, abortion. By the way, anybody in the audience, we don't bite, you can come up here. Sigma, you should come up. MJ, you should definitely come up. Abu, come up here and spit some Islam at us, brother. We love you.
This baby guy never
40 days. 40 days position about abortion, just so everybody knows. 40 days.
Wait, what'd you say? Why?
Yeah, look it up. 40 days is the concept of Islam because it takes 40 days for the spirit to enter the baby.
of the womb, right? Isn't that also like a concept in at least, I don't know, I thought Christians also used to.
If you want it, I'll provide it. I don't want to look it up. If I have to, I will. But
He's correct. The only thing I'd say it's still wrong. Like we say, it's still immoral to, let's say, abort your baby, let's say, after 1 month. And the reason why is generally having
40 days is not 1 month.
I know. I'm saying even though we don't consider it murder, like you wouldn't call it murder because there's, like you said, there's no spirit. We still believe it's wrong to, just promote abortions at any time.
Yeah.
That's not true.
I just want to say, Abu Assalamu alaikum. I also wanted to say Islam is going to do really well because of this policy. For the most part, this helps them, the longevity of Islam, by having such a high, birth rate, and them not aborting. Because I don't know how prevalent abortion is, even in the most liberal Muslim countries. I don't know. I haven't looked into that, but I think that helps you guys as far as longevity goes, and just kind of conversion real well.
I'm pretty sure Saudi Arabia created a law about the 40-day abortion. I'm pretty sure they created a law about that.
Yeah, what do they do if they get an abortion at 6 months, Abu, like a secret abortion or something?
There's no Islamic state. It would just be illegal. I don't know what it depends on which Muslim country. They'll just make it illegal, and if you get caught, it depends on the law of the country. Well, I don't know,
what if there is an Islamic state?
If there isn't, then you've just done a sin, right?
Yeah. What do you think of Saudi Arabia? I think Saudi Arabia, I just wanted to ask you about this real quick. I guess it's in 2024, and y'all might find this interesting. I think it's in 2024, I could be wrong. They've had a massive uptick in beheadings and stuff like that for drug trafficking or for drug dealers and stuff like that.
Okay. Can you put a source down?
Yeah. Let me see.
There's 24 people, if I'm not mistaken. They executed them in the public square.
Are you not familiar? Well, let's just assume that it is happening.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but are those just late-term abortions?
We're talking about drug trafficking right now, but
I think the state, if they want to really clamp down on crime and show people a strong hand, it does have its benefits for the general public, right? So I'll give example, you get school shootings in America. So people are worried about the kids. That's not something anyone worries about in Saudi Arabia. No one sits there thinking. So maybe most people don't even think about it in America, the average person doesn't. But let's say it was even more common than it was. More people would be worried. In Saudi Arabia, I remember I lived there, by the way. I used to leave. I've seen people leave their car doors open. I've seen people be very they leave their house and their doors open and they walk out for.
You said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks. So why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
would be, and it's suffering, they would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot.
Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international law. With the New York Times, sold for the New York Times.
Are you circulation way down at the New York Times? What's going on today?
Threat to long power plants and bridges on Mount
I hope they don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators, and because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran. We're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick from a policy standpoint, from any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people. If you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen. You no longer have credibility in the New York Times. Because the New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election, and I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election. The New York Times has no credibility. The credibility they have is it used to be all the news that's fit to print. The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes, and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news. And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake.
You said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing?
I don't care what.
Carry out these sentences in prisons.
Don't care what.
Never, and I mean never say, sorry to bother you.
Let me try it. The only consequence is failure. By the way, not trying is failing.
Why does no manage?
I ain't sorry if I do not find somebody wrong.
I can't move Some people don't see how much you do for them. Nike is looking for people to test. This is really heavy.
This was 10 years, I think 10 years ago, right?
What did you think of that? What did you think of that, Abu?
But the way I see it is, I always wonder, well, as long as due process, my only concern is, was due process done? Were they 100% sure they were guilty? If they were, then I don't really have a problem with it, because I know I feel safe in Saudi. I know I feel much safer in Saudi than I do. I couldn't stay there, first of all. I couldn't stay there. I'd love to live there. So just before you say, oh, why do you stay there? I'd love to live there, but citizenship there isn't as simple as like in a Western country. So if I had a choice and citizenship was easier, I would live in Saudi Arabia. But I'm living in a country that is like a Western country where I feel, at least when it comes to crime, a bit less safe. Like your phone can get stolen any minute. You can't walk around with cash. These sort of things. Someone might steal it. Like I'd be worried about kids getting into drugs. It's just these concerns don't really exist in Saudi as much.
Yeah. Let me read this. The last 2 years have seen a record-breaking increase in the number of executions carried out by the Saudi state. 2025 record. Saudi Arabia executed at least 356 people in 2025, the highest number ever recorded. And in 2024, this followed a previous record of 345 executions in 2024. The primary offenses, the majority, nearly 70% of those executed in 2025 were
If you're a small content creator,
the smart previous moratorium of a previous moratorium on such executions. The execution process. The condemned person is typically brought to a public square or courtyard near a prison. They are blindfolded and made to kneel. An executioner uses a traditional longsword, often called a sword.
I said that even about the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Andrew, this is my point, man. If I was in charge of Saudi Arabia and it was like a very safe, crime-free country, and some thinker wanted to come in and bring in crime, I might be very like, I'm going to stop that a bit.
So your presupposition is that Saudi Arabia is a very safe, crime
it's not completely crime-free. It's not completely crime-free. It's not completely crime-free, but you will feel.
That was your presupposition.
Well, I just said it's safer.
Yeah, it probably is. It really probably is.
The thing is, some people don't like. I met many Western
I
people.
don't know. They allowed women to drive about 10 years ago. I don't know how to say it.
What I'm saying is, I met many Westerners who lived in Saudi Arabia, non-Muslim Westerners, right? And some of them didn't like it because they were like, I can't find alcohol. I can't find there's no way to have fun. And some people really loved it. They just loved the idea of just feeling like secure, feeling safe, just doing their own family things, going to the mall. They just like that very simple lifestyle. So it just all depends on do you want to live in a country that has a bit of restrict your freedom a bit when it comes to I want to drink alcohol, I want to go clubbing, or do you want to live in a country that's prioritized safety and things like this? It's up to you. At least there's an option.
That's a false analogy, right? Like Saudi Arabia has taken away every freedom to individual. Like, let's just look at women, right? Women are not allowed to leave unless they can prove that their husband or their guardian, their mahram, as Eric says, said that they're allowed to leave.
That's not practice. That's not practice in the actual country. Like who's
I agree. It's not practical in the sense that Saudi Arabia has millions of people. So how are they going to prove it individual by individual? But if you start a law that is not practical and you can't disprove it, then you're going to start your statistics off of that law.
Look, I knew many Western women, nurses especially, they're Western, actually non-Western too, like many Filipino nurses, even maids would come in, who liked living there. I mean, they were even you could argue they would be the least type of people who would like it, because they had even less freedoms since they were working as a maid, and they don't allow that.
Let's just do this. Anybody who wants to, look up when Saudi Arabia banned slavery. Right?
I don't know what you bring up.
I'm just showing the concept of human rights, right? And you're trying to say essentially Saudi Arabia does promote human rights and is so safe.
I'm not saying it promotes human rights.
But you're saying that you're comparing the concept of Saudi Arabia, which denies human rights, to countries that do have human rights, and that says there's laws that women or individuals can make their own lives free. Let's just say that, right? They can do what they choose.
No, that's not. Literally, I said they can't do it. You have less freedoms in Saudi Arabia. I'm admitting that. I don't know where you're understanding my point. I'm admitting there are less freedoms. I've met people who don't like the fact that there are less freedoms there. And I've met people who absolutely fine with it. It doesn't bother me, women and men. It doesn't bother them that they're lesbians. They like the fact that they're in a place where they feel safe. Maybe they came from a place in America where they.
Yeah. We live in America and we still feel safe, right? People do feel safe.
For example, I know women in this country, I'm in the UK, who don't go out at night. They don't feel safe. They won't walk out by themselves. While inside,
Can they do that in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, and they feel safe.
Real quick, can they do that without like permission?
Yeah, most Western women can. Yeah, I don't know about.
No. In Saudi Arabia, can they do that without permission?
They can. Yes, they can.
Oh my gosh, this guy's a liar.
Show me the legal law. I don't know.
You have to have a mom.
Is why. Like, I don't know what your point is. Like, I'm following discussion. Are you saying that, like, country doesn't have to do their own law or something like that?
No, so there is even a concept that a woman who doesn't cover up inside of Islam, right? She doesn't cover her hair.
I understand.
He doesn't want to hear it.
Go ahead.
No, dude, you're so confident. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry for cutting you off. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, when you bring up like Saudi Arabia, women can walk around even at nighttime and they feel so confident that nothing's gonna happen to them because of the laws and the punishments that would be applied to them. You're talking about, like, there's also laws that they're not allowed to leave without certain restrictions. One of them being a Imam saying that they can leave. Going back to Muhammad saying that
I'm arresting you.
To go outside
on suspicion.
This is the moment a 30-year-old was visit her parents. And then you also have, and that cannot be denied. And that's part of Saudi Arabia's rulings inside of their kingship. Nobody can deny that. And then you also have the concept of, like, if a woman is not covered up in Saudi Arabia, if something happens to her, then what? If she's not covered up, right? Like, you're bringing up false analogies about the West concept of freedom and how safety works versus your concept. Like, you believe that this protects women, that their hair is covered up, even their face is covered up possibly, or that they're given permission to go for X reason or Y reason from their guardian. That's not the concept of the West, but you're trying to fight those.
Wait a second. Who said that the concept of the West apply on any other country? And again, I ask you a question. Are you saying that? Are you
trying to conflate those two?
Okay, are you saying that countries aren't allowed to have their own restriction and they own?
No, I completely do. I'm a relativist on this. I believe that any country wants to rule any way they want to. That's okay with me. I don't give a fuck, right?
Okay, so you agree? Like, okay.
No, I'm just pointing out that it's not a relative. Like, it's relative in the sense that, hey, one country does X and another country does Y. But it's not relevant to a conversation to say that X country rules X way and Y country rules Y way, and then therefore that country is being so right? The people who travel to that country, they are treated differently, and they couldn't be executed. They're like, here's the thing. Think of this, right? If a non-Muslim travels to Mecca, what's the punishment? What's the punishment if a non-Muslim? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca?
Okay, are you saying that punishment of that country doesn't suit you? Are you saying that?
Oh my gosh, dude. First, we start off with
okay, I'm asking yes or no. I'm asking yes.
The Islamic position and inside of the conversation that we're holding is not about shooting. It's about public execution from being beheaded through swords.
Okay, are you saying? Okay, are you saying you don't like the punishment of certain country?
Dude, I don't care how they punish people.
So why you bringing that up? Like we agree, then we disagree. Like for example, you saying that I support the
No, I'm just saying like dude, you can make comparisons and then we can critique those comparisons.
Okay, that's a good okay, that's a good point. I can agree to that. Like that's a good point. Like you allowing your own rules to become. Wait a second. We have to have criteria to decide which is better. So in this time,
I never made a comparison about which is better.
Are you gonna cut me off every time?
No, Muhammad. I just want you to understand. I never said some way is better or some way is worse. I never did
certain type of, punishment.
Because it seems like what Abu is trying to say is that Islam in Saudi Arabia is safer and better for X reason. Now, we don't have evidence for that. But we do have evidence for
Okay. Can I stop you on that? Because what we're talking about is something to secure the human life in that country. And if you did a comparison between a country that is more freedom and a country that have less freedom, you will notice that if those rules abide by, the result of it is a country is more safer. By the data alone, not my opinion, not your opinion. This is what the data said.
That's also not fair because Saudi Arabia is a more harmonious, right? Like you can't go out. You can't go out there and start speaking about Jesus. You can't start saying like Islam is false.
That doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. No.
Are you accepting? Wait a second. You arguing the point like you going back. You already said every country have their own law. I accepted that relatively.
Right.
Okay. Wait a second.
You can't compare the two.
Wait a second. After they have their own law, you come and say, I don't agree with that law. I'm not saying if you agree with that. Okay, what do you say?
What I'm saying is that you can compare a country that says, hey, if women leave without their mahram, we can persecute them. As opposed to a country that says a woman has a right to leave without mahrams. Dude, I'm just showing, dude, real quick. You can't talk about like being free when you're talking about like a country that if you go out into the streets and you say that Muhammad is a pedophile, you'll be executed, as opposed to a country where you can do that and you're
there is no actual freedom.
No, dude, do you not understand that?
I'm just pointing something that there is no actual freedom.
Dude, what you're trying to compare is a country where a king can say execute that motherfucker in the public square versus a country that says no, they have to hold a trial and they have to be convicted by their peers. There's a complete fucking difference, my guy.
Okay, I understand. So you already said, like you negating your initial statement. You say that you support relative ruling. Now you say, I don't support relative ruling. Shut up for 1 second. Man, let me finish. At least I'll let you finish. First initial statement, you said I support XY for certain country. Now you say I don't support XY for certain country because this is my preference or this is what I think right. You contradicting yourself.
Negative.
Do you see that?
Negative. I'm just showing you that it's not a fair comparison. But you're saying that like there is a country, right, hypothetically, that says, hey, if you defame X person, then you're allowed to be publicly executed, and that's
Okay,
a
that's the
concept.
rules.
That's a concept of freedom, right? You can do it privately, but you can't do it publicly. And then there's another country where you can do it publicly, and you can't be like ostracized to the point where you will be publicly executed.
I understand that,
negating-
by the way. You don't have to.
I'm not
You don't
negating.
have to
I'm
repeat
not
it.
negating that a country is allowed to do that. What I'm saying is that they're not comparable in the concept of like open ideas or freedom or justice, right?Ey're just not.
Are you saying
They're
more
not.
freedom? Okay. Now you're shifting the conversation to another thing. You're saying this country have more. Okay, you're saying this country have more freedom. This country have less freedom.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Now we have a discussion about other thing. Is more freedom better than less freedom?
I would say more freedom.
Okay. If you have the freedom to kill each other, is that better than having the freedom not to kill each other?
This is ridiculous, guy.
I'm asking you a simple question.
No. When you talk about freedoms, you're talking about laws, right? Laws are established.
No, I'm speaking about freedom.
Just so you know, laws are to protect freedoms, at least in the
I know.
West.
I know. I'm asking you a question.
That's not the
I
concept
know.
of laws.
I'm asking you a direct question. You said more freedom is better than less freedom. I'm giving you a situation. Is more freedom, like for example, the ability you are free to kill anyone, is it better than the freedom? Okay. I'm asking you a simple question. Yes or no?
But you're not talking like anarchism is like the ideal system of like quote unquote freedom, right? You don't fuck with me, I don't fuck with you. But if you do fuck with me,
No. I'm saying that you is in that category. You will say.
You could just insert fuck with kill. In my
Okay.
analogy.
Are you saying that society is better than the other system?
No, the difference is, firstly, I've never said any society is better than any other society. What I'm pointing out
I'm
to you
just
is
giving it.
what
Okay, can you answer the question?
what I'm pointing out to you is that they're not comparable at certain stances. Like, if there's a society that says that, hey, you can kill anybody that you want, it's not comparable to a society that says if you kill somebody, you're not allowed to do that. I'm not
Yeah, you saying.
I'm not making a moral framework. You want to make this a moral framework. I'm not doing that.
Not a moral framework.
In any country, right, any group of people, let's say a tribe. If the tribe comes around and they say, hey, we are no longer going to accept anybody of this tribe killing another person for disbelieving or for saying that the majority of the tribe's beliefs are wrong. We're not going to ostracize them, and we're not going to kill them, right? That's not the same thing as saying that there's a different tribe just like 20 clicks away. I'm not saying that either one is right or wrong. What I'm saying is that one of them has a different form of justice, right? And it's not comparable to the other one as far as freedom.
Okay.
If you say,
I just want to say your don't forget that. So please, what you were going to say. Why you're being unfair. First of all, you kind of just are bulldozing quite a bit. It's a little unfair. I've been listening, but it's been rough, dude. You've been pretty unfair to Muhammad. But the other thing is you did say more justice is better. You did say that. And then he asked you, do you think one society? But you said I already said no society is better than the other. But he did say more justice is better than not. So you did say that.
So how is that contradictory?
You can't say one society. You can't say neither society is better than the other and saying more justice is better than the other.
Both societies have their form of justice.
Yeah, but you
Now, when I say, like, my basis is off of, like, let's say freedom, right? An individual say that that individual that has more freedom inside of the justice system, that's like comparatively better. I'm not saying it's like, I'll say there's no harm. Because I think we would all agree that a person who establishes and says their opinion could like progress society more than a person who's being repressed.
Well, let me say this real quick.
Potentially.
Hold on, why progress better? You know, in fact, we would all agree with saying something like progress or better. Those two terms have some kind of standard in mind. It doesn't make any sense to say that unless you're comparing it to a standard. Otherwise, you're going to change. Doesn't matter whether you go progressive, or whatever, unless by progressive you mean there's a goal or there's something better mark, right? There's some metric to compare a worse society to a better society to. It doesn't matter about agreement. It doesn't matter if everybody on the planet agrees, unless you're saying there's some actual standard.
Well, that's the standard would be the progression.
It's progression.
It could be anything from economical, it could be scientific, it could be philosophical, it could be any numerous.
What I'm saying is, why isn't it's progression? Unless you're talking about there's a mark that you're trying to go towards. If you're just saying progression, it's just all horizontal. It doesn't matter which direction it goes. It doesn't matter if you enslave women, if you kill animals, if you eat them, if you don't eat them, you know, if you chop people's hands off or not, unless you're going to say it's better to do something than something else, it doesn't matter. All of it's the same. But if you're saying there's a standard that you're comparing it to, then that would make sense. You could say it's getting better. If you think freedom and liberation, you might say, if you think that's a better thing, then you have a standard of that, and you're saying that's a better thing. Otherwise, it's all just change. There's no distinction.
Okay, maybe I didn't explain my position well enough.
Okay.
I mean, looking at in your mind, though, you have a lot of
Any group of people that want to live a certain way and govern themselves a certain way, I support them.
Okay, so
That doesn't make it.
okay, so if a group of people want to rape, pillage, do everything, and kill their own babies and eat them and do everything, you're going to support that. You just said that.
That's their society, dog.
Right. So you.
I don't have to agree with it.
Well,
Right? I don't.
What does it mean? Well, what does it mean?
So I don't agree with Sharia. Right?
What does it mean to support it, though?
Like, I don't think that I have to intervene with it.
Wait, so you're not okay? So let me get this straight. If there's an island of 1,000 people and they're raping each other constantly and eating their children, okay? You're
It's
telling
not
me.
my position that we have to intervene with that.
I'm not saying that your position that you have to. Are you? If you have the ability.
No, I'm not going to do that.
That's wild, bro. So why do you?
I'm not going to intervene with it. Like, at what point intervention becomes.
Why do I make the distinction between countries and your neighbor? So if your neighbor here in the United States was like eating his pig or raping his pig or doing whatever he's doing, why would you intervene there? Because it seems like you're for laws in the United States.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's the conversation is like outside the United States, I don't care what other people do. Like that's their thing. Like,
So
if a group of people in some other place outside the United States have these weird, killing, eating, cannibalistic family member concept,
whatever. Yeah.
that's their fucking thing.
Okay,
It's
so
not my thing.
So just to be clear, so are you against all intervention into other countries?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I've stated this before to you that I'm an isolationist.
No,
Absolutely.
It's to some degree, I can respect that to some degree, but I do think it becomes a problem when you have people doing massive human rights
Yeah,
violations.
but that's the issue, right? At some point, that becomes where, hey, we have to step in. And I don't think that we should ever have to step
Well, no, I
in.
know you're saying that, but I think that's fine. We don't have to have that discussion right now.
I think I'm being consistent.
No, that's fine. You're being consistent. The only thing that's not consistent is you use terms like better and aggressive and stuff like that because
That's my flaw of terminology. I
that's
guess
okay.
you could say.
That's all right. That's all right. Okay, well then you're fine. It's all good. I do want to give some other people, if we can, provide some chance to come in. I appreciate you, brother. I know
Yeah, I'll
Chance-
mute up.
You're good, brother. Yeah, I appreciate you, buddy. Tia and Muhammad, appreciate you guys. Simon, obviously Muhammad. Go ahead.
I think you didn't say what your viewers, if you ask me, what do you think, like, would you prefer the state to be maybe not as harsh as Saudi Arabia, but at least harsh enough to be so far?
Yeah, to be quite frank with you, I'm very sympathetic to these kinds of laws that you guys are doing because I think there's something about getting everybody involved. So, two things. Here in the United States, capital punishment is typically a private affair. Okay, it's done on a private closed circuit TV or direct visual and they're in a building. There's like the family members that were of the victims, maybe of the of also of the the criminal or the one that's on death row, with the dad, and then some state officials and stuff. But when you private, you keep it away from the society at large, then they don't experience the gruesomeness of what's happening there. They don't associate the crime with the punishment. But what you guys are doing, and what I think that happened in the Old Testament, is that when somebody did a crime, they would bring everybody. You bring your aunt, grandma, you set up the lawn chairs, and you all get some rocks, and you toss them at them until they lay down and they don't get back up. So when they did that, I think it had a massive deterrent effect. I think I think it is insanely strong deterrent to get people involved. Yes, because I bet you can't keep hold on real quick. I just want to say that
Well, I was checking. You agree with the fact that it's public, and you agree with the fact that it's very harsh.
and public, yes, because here's the thing. I can almost bet you, your bottom dollar, that whatever it is that these folks were doing that caused the people to pick up and throw rocks at them, there probably wasn't much of that going on afterward. You probably had a lot of deterrent. And so I am a strong supporter of the idea that if you are going to do capital punishment, that it should be something like that. So yeah, I'm actually, I mean, as intense as that is when you said the bodies are strung up in Saudi Arabia and the hanging there for people to see or whatever, as intense as that is for people in the West, we're killing people too over here. We just brought back the firing squad in Idaho, all kinds of stuff like that, but it's not done where people see it. And so people aren't getting the deterrent effect that is present there that I think God instituted when he gave the death penalty. But anyway, go ahead, Kia. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was in criminal law courses for a while. I thought I was going to be an attorney. My life didn't turn out that way, but nevertheless, I remember being statistically in a class. My professor asked, why isn't the death penalty really effective for Americans? And I answered, because it's not across the board, it's not unilateral, it's unique. And it's not an eye for an eye. If you kill someone, you get the death penalty. You don't even know where that should be. You can spend life in prison. And most often people think that that's what they are going to face is life in prison, not death. If capital punishment were across the board was more standardized, then we don't need to see I just don't think we need to see the gruesomeness of death. I just think we need to understand where that line really is that we have to cross before we are, put on death row. It's so fragmented. Lots of states don't accept it, and so it's a dotted line for us Americans. It as much so as the way that we perceive meat. We tend to treat meat as it doesn't. We cut it up in such a way that it distracts us from the actual animal, right?
Right. Well, that's because people don't see the process, and that's why I'm a little confused as to why you're saying to keep the process. The uniformity uniformity of it between the states, I agree, could lead to some confusion, but I would probably argue that most people know by the state they're living in, unless they're crossing state lines to do crimes, which does happen, but that's not going to be the predominant amount of crime that's caused. It's going to be caused in your own state. People who live in their own state are going to know if the death penalty is available there. So I'm not exactly sure.
I've been in Georgia, I've been in California, those are my two spots, and I have zero idea I don't have idea what the divorce laws are. Is a separate, it's a split between husband and wife. I don't, and most
Yeah, that's fine. I got you there. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, that is fair. So from state to state, we don't know what we're into. We're not, we're not diligent in understanding law. When law changes, most of us don't know unless it shows up on the news and we happen to catch it and then try to apply it to our practices throughout life. But besides that, we're ignorant to the law. It's not consistent across the board. There's a lot of bias in it from the top down, and we can't make decisions. So, but if you're in another country, like I don't know, some Islamic countries, there's some strong rules about if you cross this line, regardless of circumstances, if something happened to you.
Yeah.
That's different in the United States, and I think this is something that we should be comparing it to. And before I get off, I just want to say another thing. You guys were talking about, talked a lot about women, a lot. Talking about women. And I just think, the whole time I heard y'all talk, I just thought about all these women who walk around with no shirt on, with titties hanging, and the men respect that the titties are for the babies, and they are safe. Why, in certain other countries, women have to almost disappear for men not to want to suck on their titties?
Okay, appreciate that last one. But just the uniformity that you laid out there, of the uniformity of carrying out these penalties. I mean, I'm a fan of state rights and state ability to kind of determine their own laws. That's good. Kind of helps keep a separation of powers and stuff like that. I think that's a good thing, right? Have a state seat from the nation, whatever. I think that's good. So that's one thing. So I don't think necessarily uniformity. But insofar as we think that death penalty should be ubiquitous in the United States, the thing, it's all this whole thing about the PSA and let people know, hey, we do it here. Not only do we do it here, it's in your states, it's in the town square. Meet us there at 3 o'clock, bring your aunt, bring all your children, let's have a good day. Let's make a day of it, right? Okay? It's going to be a beautiful day. No, but the point is it would be known. People wouldn't be wondering about where it is or which state they carry it out and how they carry it out. You just know because they do it in public. So to solve that, I do think having people involved is much better than privatizing it. I think making it a private matter is the same thing you just talked about with the meat industry. People have no idea how grotesque these factory farms are. No idea. They have no idea what these animals are going through and the way that it is just gross. For me, it's gross. It is immoral. A lot of them are immoral, but it is actually gross. It's gross. And if you look at it, it blew me out watching Dominion. I was done on YouTube for free. Pull it up if you want to watch it. But anyway, Dominion. Lead on that, but whatever.
We saw that play out in Europe.
So what? No, finish. So what? I'm asking you a question. So what?
I haven't even got to my point.
Well, you said we saw it play out. What?
Can I finish?
Well, you interrupted me, so I'm gonna.
Well, but I heard many points that you made, and you kind of, I think we're going back. So what in the middle of half a sentence is like, wow.
Well, because I feel like you're going to deviate here, so I'm just trying to figure out what you're saying.
Okay, well, did you hear me out?
Okay, well, can you answer me about what? Can you tell me what you saw?
I don't know what you're saying, because I haven't even finished what I was saying.
No, when you said we saw that play out in Europe, saw what
so
play out?
That.
Why didn't you say what played out in Europe?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Like, why didn't you say
that's finishing a sentence.
You have a pronoun in a sentence. You can't refer to the rest of the fucking pronoun. If I said I got it from the kitchen, you say what was it? I got the lemonade. It's very easy to do that. Like, why are you like? Do you not know what your sentence was going to be about, and that's why you're unable to answer the question? Or do you want to do something weird socially right now desire to communicate what your pronoun was referring to.
So Andrew, we saw the chaos in the Dark Ages. We saw the chaos in the Dark Ages, and I don't know how many centuries before that. And it only created more.
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about, crazy man? Hey, for fuck's sakes. Sam, did you say it? Did you say it, Sam? Did you say it? What? What did you mean? Did you say it? I'm gonna run it. I'll tell you what it is. What are you talking about? Jesus fucking Christ. She also had this weird thing where she was like, and then all the girls, their titties is out, and then we just kind of like, we just kind of breeze by that, like that was weird. She was making, and all them with their titties out. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you for that, Abu.
Yeah, coming from the guy who completely doesn't believe in respecting women, but whatever.
I think the most
You believe in enslaving them and having them as sex slaves, but this guy's like, don't disrespect women.
So you're gonna compare like this? You're just gonna say something false.
That's true. You believe in dude, we can look it up. We can look up what your belief says about having sex slaves. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, we're talking with because he doesn't let the conversation.
Yeah, you don't like that. You don't like the truth. Right?
Just say,
Muhammad's pretty chill, brother. I think you're getting a little that was to Abu, and then Muhammad spoke while you were gone.
Andrew, the Quran explicitly allows you to have sex slaves. It's just right there.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. But
The point I was asking is, Chai when he says something, he started talking about her in a very derogatory way about women. So I said, don't do that. Chai, you can confirm that's true, right? Let me just check. There you go. It's a woman, she confirmed it. Their responsibility, whatever Islam, it's like she felt that they were being very disrespectful.
If you don't believe in respect of women in Islam, what are you talking about?
This is the
You believe that you can rape them and have their fucking children as slaves. Fuck out of here, bro.
right in front of a woman's face. And when you call them out,
A woman's face? You don't believe in a woman's face. Hey, Abu, why didn't you ask her if her muha, if her guardian allowed her to be on here? Why didn't you ask her if her guardian allowed her to be on here?
Andrew, he wants to say something. He's nasty.
Sorry, I'm gonna remove. That was have a good night, brother. Removing you and remove. Okay, go ahead. What'd you say? Sorry.
No, I'm saying he wants to say something really nasty about women. I said, why do you ask this to her? But I wouldn't do that. Muslims don't be nasty like this. And I think most religious people.
You just own woman's property.
I think most religious people don't do this. But what we're seeing is that
You just own property, my God.
disgusting and nasty directly to a woman's face. And when they get called out, what about Islam? You can't be
No, dude, you're like making a false pretense.
Well, why you don't care about it? You said whatever country wants to act however they want. If Abu,
No, I'm talking, this is a religious belief, not a country.
well, no. But these religious.
Those are separations.
No, but wait a second. The religious belief is what's in the country, right? The country.
No, but if you start with just a religious belief before it becomes a country, then I think you can criticize that.
Well, what I'm kind of baffled about is if he comes from, say, another country, let's say he's indigenous to another country and has that religious belief, and he's talking to you, say you don't know where he's at, you're just talking to him on here, and you're like, you're bad because you guys subjugate women and all this stuff. It's like kind of weird because you don't really think that any country's worse than another.
No, I'm not saying anything bad about anything. I'm just saying, what I'm saying is don't misrepresent what your belief system says. Your belief system says that you can.
It sounds a little more than that. It sounds like
Well, hey, you can interpret it as that. But my position is,
okay.
My position is, dude, 100%, Abu, 100% your position is, according to Allah's perfect words, if they're not fucking Muslim and you battle them, therefore sex slaves. They can become slaves, and you can fucking have. They have no. The women. No. I'm just telling you. According to your position, anyone who's not a Muslim woman does not have the same.
Okay, whatever. Why? I'm just not going to go down the whole rabbit hole of explaining this. What I'm trying to say.
Yeah, of course you won't go down the rabbit hole.
Sister wanted to speak. I think Andrew and Hal were having a conversation, and then someone came in and started being very derogatory and nasty to them, and then and they probably claim to be feminists, like atheist, feminist, liberal, all this stuff. They just goes to show how these people don't have standards, and then they love to talk about Islam. Okay, fair enough, talk about it. I don't really care.
You think that if you're
One second. It can just be shown. It can just be shown in the Vedas and the Mahabharata. You know, when you read the Vedas, you can see it just very clearly. You know.
Why wouldn't you just apologize? Like,
It can just be seen in the Mahabharata, the Vedas, various new texts.
I don't
Are you gonna ask me what? Are you gonna ask me what is shown? Are you gonna participate with me? Let me finish.
I don't know what you're saying.
When Q was like, it's just we saw him play out in Europe, and the ladies it didn't go well. And I'm like, well, what are you talking about? But no, my phone died, and I didn't hear what you said. You said something about it played out in Europe, and I don't know if were you talking about the death penalty? Is that what you were talking about?
I'm talking about the spectacle of the death penalty. I was talking about here we go. I'm talking about all the people who showed up after the witches were burning, the gladiator wars, all that thirst for blood is a result of watching executions and making it, commonplace. And that
I was just be clear. Yeah, I was adding a little bit of a flourish there. I don't think people should be taking it as a joke or lightly at all. I think it should be traumatizing, and I think people should be affected by it, and it should diminish their desire to want to do it.
What I'm trying to say is being traumatized by it was not what we saw happen in Europe. They started to fetishize over it to the point where they were making gladiator wars and
that's clearly not the case.
Coliseums. Can I finish, Andrew? You let me finish their at least let other people get out two sentences. You won't let me finish a thought.
It's very disjointed.
This is a man-centric. Coliseums. So these public executions didn't end in deterrence. It ended up being a fetishization of torture, which those coliseums were designed for. They wanted more blood. The public wanted more blood. And so I guess when you say that America needs more public executions, all I think about is that only would create more thirst for blood.
Okay, cool. Let me respond. You said that's how it played out. We saw it. It didn't go well. What about all the countries around the world that do capital punishment? They don't have coliseums, and they don't do these betting on it. You go, yeah. What about that? You have something to say about that, Kia?
I don't know these countries.
Okay, you ever heard of Saudi Arabia?
I have heard something.
Yeah, they don't do that. They don't have big old celebrations and do fights and gamble on who it is that's going to kill them.
Well, I guess you got to know your people. Okay, they have other laws. Other laws on top of that, the Americans don't have.
Kia, I don't know what you're saying right now. You just tried to say that public executions lead to people celebrating and doing coliseums and doing all of this kind of, crazy blood battles and stuff like that as executions. It doesn't do that. It's just not how it works.
We're talking about two different things, Andrew.
No, we're not. Public executions.
I just want to say this. When you brought it
doesn't matter. You said that's what it leads
Saudi Arabia has a different set of moral standards. And on top of that, I just want to finish so you can hear what how I want to respond to you. They have done a lot of protectionism, layers and layers and layers of protectionism to contain their population and the innate and the instincts of their population in a way that Europe hasn't done that. Nor has America done that. America kind of are in bed together with this freedom for all, and freedom for all, no matter how wild the human instinct goes, how savage the human instinct goes, we're allowed to goddamn do that. Saudi Arabia and other countries in the world are trying to contain it with layers and layers of dumb shit that Americans are like, it's not democratic, they need to be more free, they need to be more free. Well, the fact that they're containing it like that is because they don't want it to become more savage, like we saw during Europe.
Well, that's not what you said at first.
I'm saying it, but you can't hear it all.
That's not what you said at first. That's not what you said.
I digress.
Okay, so let me respond. You said it played out that way in Europe. We don't want to do that because it's going to happen again. You're trying to now equate the U.S. to Europe and say that's what will happen. Obviously, any kind of gambling or weird stuff that could be coming out as a result of that could be mitigated in whatever ways Saudi Arabia is instituted or whatever it uses to subdue the people where they don't do those things. Make it illegal to do certain things like that. Okay? Can't gather, can't do coliseums, can't do things like that. Okay? So whatever protections need to be put in place for that kind of spectacle, that kind of bloodlust, that kind of weird stuff, it can be put in check. All right? You just have to make it seem like
it wasn't during Jim Crow, and Jim Crow was not in Europe. It was in America.
It wasn't during Jim Crow.
I'm talking about the spectacle that I'm talking about that happened in Europe also happened in the United States.
Yeah.
During Jim Crow, where you had this spectacle where you allowed your friends, your children, your neighbors, all stuff to gather around and watch somebody get hung, and it only created more thirst. I don't know why it is American.
Yes, when you dehumanize people.
But it still happened in America and Europe. So I'm not concerned.
No,
all right, go ahead.
So they're taking people and calling them less than human, and then they are thinking they're polluting their race, and then they're stringing them up and killing them for trying to read and raping them and doing all those things. That's horrific. Yes, I said we're not talking about
why a person you're talking about the public.
Yeah, you're not understanding. The point is that in Saudi Arabia, they don't look at the people like that. They're looking at them as other citizens who have broke the law. And the people who have broke the law, and they carry out a uniform punishment. That's the idea. Okay? I'm not saying it's perfect or whatever. The point is that it's quite different than a group of people who are different skin color, who think that the other skin color is subhuman. And we can subdue and rape and do whatever we want to them. You understand? Those are different, right?
That's not relevant. That's relevant. That's not relevant. It is people going around because there's something on top of that. Let me just finish. And I know you know history as much as I do, and black people or slaves were not the only ones hung. White people were hung.
Black people have white slaves.
So then the argument you just gave is null and void.
The predominant
spectacle. And so Americans, when white people were hung, came together and invited their friends and neighbors and families off. Did you just say that? Yes, they did. Yeah. Yep.
The predominant, what you're just trying to say is null and void because you take a very small contingent of people, which is blacks owning slaves, which by the way is the same problem. Where you have blacks owning slaves. Blacks owning other whites. That's fine. But listen. The predominant oppression. Hold on. The predominant oppression was going to be towards black people. It wasn't towards whites. No, that is the point. No. That is the point. Because you're trying to say, hold on, my friend.
No, that's not
you're trying to say.
A lot of white people were hung.
You're gonna wait.
I'm not gonna wait.
You're trying to say that white people would gather around and watch other white people and go, what? While they're hanging up. Yeah, I'm sure that happened. People do that stuff anyway. There's degenerates in all countries who do that to a subset of the people. I get that. That isn't the point. I'm saying the predominant, overwhelming oppression was towards black people. And the people that did it were white people, primarily. And they subjugated them and did horrific things to them. That's much different than having a country who has uniform laws where citizens view each other as equals. Completely different. So you're just trying to do comparisons that are apples and oranges. You first started with Europe, trying to do this slippery slope argument that is not correct because there are countries all around the world that practice capital punishment and they don't deviate or degenerate into things. That's not true. They try to antebellum South or whatever, Jim Crow, etc. That's not the case. You're wrong. That's a subhuman view of other humans, and that's going to make it where you can treat them like having a barbecue. You bring your friends over and you have a party because they're not human. They're subhuman. They're less than. Yeah, makes sense. You agree. Anyway, welcome, Sugar. Good to have you.
Hey, good,
Andrew, I've got
What's up, Greg?
a funny story about that.
Sorry, lay it on us. If it's too much, I might have to kick you, buddy, but go ahead.
It's nothing explicit or anything. Anyway, I was reading that there was one occasion when there was a female philosophy prodigy in Hegel's time who was invited to some kind of event with the prominent philosophers of the day. And of course, Hegel was there. And Hegel shows up and sees her and goes like, she shouldn't be here. He was like, she should not be here. Like, he wouldn't even address her. I thought that was pretty base.
Yeah, I think Nani and many people here think that's a very good, way to treat the opposite sex.
Yeah, I thought that was fucking base. Andrew, I'll send you something actually really base that Hegel wrote about Floyd's. I'll put it in it's in DMs because I can't send an image in the chat.
All right, well, appreciate it. Welcome, Sugar. One of my favorite pink-haired liberals. How are you, my brother? Sugar is poison. Are you there, buddy? You can't speak. It's all good. Justin, welcome back. Did you drop off your passengers?
Yeah. Okay.
Justin, what's the thing you've had in your car? People making babies. What's the craziest thing?
That's it. I mean, other than that, the lady refused to leave my car. That drove into my driveway and trying to get her jumped. But she was a crazy lady that was trying to not pay somehow, and she was trying to report me, and she was just yelling and would not like leave.
What did you do?
I just sat there cool. I started recording, and I was being calm and cool, and she just yelling and wouldn't leave, but I think 3 cops was passing by, so she assumed that they were actually coming. So she eventually left.
Have you ever had anybody say, "Let me out of the car" because of your conversations? They're like, "We can't handle this. Let us out of the car."
Justin, you there?
No, we might have lost him. When you come
Oh,
back,
yeah, you remember the conversation that Bill and I had with Venus about these are the things Venus now has about the more and more confessed skeptical points.
Nice. Very good. Justin, you back?
Oh, Justin is back. Okay, here you go, Justin.
Yeah, no, I'm curious. Justin, are you back?
Hey, Josh.
Hey.
Yeah.
Justin, did you ever have somebody let you
I
out?
have to go.
What's that? Oh, you have to go. Okay. Yeah, so welcome back, Christian. I keep saying don't leave, and then you do, which is really wild. I don't know why you do that. I guess because you're a rogue. Is that why? You're a rogue. You don't care. You're like, I'm not going to listen to anybody.
Oh, I mean, you're scary. What do you expect from us?
Coptic, yes, I'm happy to hear that. By the way, thank you very much for this, for the Ethan Hughes debate with Dustin Crummett, I guess, or Brian Cutter, Dustin Crummett, I guess, on the Fatima Miracle. That's super cool. Appreciate you sharing that.
Ethan, you
YouTube. It's on. This is epic stuff you guys do, by the way. But it's on YouTube with. It is on Matthew Alstein's YouTube channel, I think. Yeah, and Ethan's like the goat, and Adelstein is really sharp as well. He hosts it, and then so Ethan's debating with Dustin Crummett, I think, on whether the Fatima miracle is a legit miracle or not. And as you all know, or don't, if you don't know, you should know. Ethan is brilliant, and the other guy's sharp too. So I've only got it a little bit of the way through it, but it looks promising. Looks like it's going to be pretty substantive. So.
Oh, I'm searching on YouTube.
So put it. It's kind of weird the way that it's like Nutter, or no, put in Crummett, Crummett Muse Fatima debate. Crummett Muse Fatima debate. I think you got to go to Matthew Alstein's stream. It should be. Yeah. If you can't find it, contact message me on Discord, and I'll send you the.
All right.
I'll send you the link, brother. Nadia, all right, you bet. Nadia, are you there? I can't. I don't know if you're.
I'm listening on and off, yeah.
Okay. Well, if you get a chance, I'd definitely review your way in on feminism. I imagine you're going to say, you probably say it's good. And abortion, where your kick is and where your cutoff is. Maybe that's, if you feel like that at some point.
Andrew, did someone hit you in the jaw with like a shovel or something? It looks like your whole jaw.
No, that's just from me grinding my teeth. You know, but it's all good. But you made that point before, Greg. I appreciate it. But Christian, what do you think of feminism and abortion?
Well, you see, this is gonna get messy, Andrew.
Yeah, abortions get messy.
I've heard. I've never had.
Yeah, you should. You should. No.
I'll start off with feminism. Feminism is one of those things, but I mean, like anything. I mean, they always say have things in moderation. I've always been like pretty neutral in the stance of feminism. I think it's a good movement when it's meant in the spirit of what it stands for. But there's, I mean, now out of any time ever, there's like extremist feminists now, where there's like an extremist movement almost. It's like totally like going away from the message that it was sending before, like back in the 2000s and the 90s, like when the modern feminist movement started. But now, I mean, it totally lost its message from there, and now it's just turning to something I can't even recognize anymore. So with that, it's like, how can I really like support something that it's not even supporting itself? It's kind of turned into one of those things. I've always been a supporter of it, but now it's just like I don't even know what it is anymore. So that's kind of my thoughts on feminism. I mean,
Nice. No, I appreciate it. Okay, what about on murdering your babies? I mean, abortion.
Well, Andrew, I am, like any Protestant, pro-choice.
You mean pro-life? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
We can have this debate, man.
I can't do it. I don't know. I got to get my energy. It is my topic. But I'm disappointed in you, sir.
Well, at least I don't believe in like third trimester abortions.
At least you're only 6 months. You go to 6 months, right? Only when they got like all the limbs and heartbeat and mind are complete persons, quote unquote, by anyone's lights. Well, not anyone's. Well, I'm saying you said third trimester, but let's just make it as let me straw man you a little bit and say that you're okay with it. 5 months, 29 days. Is that right, Christian?
I mean, I would say anywhere before 6 months, yeah.
It's a horrifical thing. Horrifical. Greg, are you concerned? Are you D-based as well?
D-based about what?
Be a DJ about abortion.
Oh, no, I already told you I'm pro-life.
All the way through. No exceptions, no excess, no rape exceptions.
I think so. I have to.
That's right. You remember.
Yeah. But
not sold on the no vote.
Like, so you're saying you're considering it?
Yeah, I mean, I get the, I've heard some arguments for it, and I see some concerns, but, I'm not saying.
So you're agnostic on it.
Yeah.
Andrew, you should have a conversation with Ethan. I think he believes in no vote.
Yeah, I probably say he might be a good argument for it too, doesn't he?
Yeah. He has a good arguments.
He usually does. I mean, and you should have heard him. You guys should have heard him on this one. No, you love it, Christian. Ethan's a go. Bob wasn't, I don't know, I can't remember what Bob thought about this, but it was interesting. But Timothy, you can kind of miss the days of Timothy. Although he might have caught him in San sometimes, but Timothy was very lively, very spirited, one of our co-mods, RIP. But he was debating with Ethan, and Ethan is very conservative, Catholic, very, rude, you might say, whatever. But this idea is if two people meet at a bar and they're looking to have a one-night stand of some sort, and one of the persons is a trans person, and they do not disclose to the other person, and they do some act, okay, and the other person, the non-trans person, didn't know, right, but finds out afterward,
You're trans.
no, I'm not. I'm saying, I'm not. Thank you for that, Christian. But if they find out afterward, would it be the case that they've been raped?
Yeah, it's fucking assaulted.
Yeah. So Ethan argued that that's actually rape, and Timothy was defending that it's not, and so Ethan called him a rape apologist.
Oh my God.
It was epic.
I've almost been there this year. I've very nearly been there myself. And I can say from experience, I felt fucking fucking this shit.
Yeah, I know, I get that. But the thing is so the way he said it is, he said it's not valid consent because had the person known, they wouldn't have gone through it. So it was not actually valid consent. So Ethan was fine with calling me rape, and which I thought was interesting. I'm largely sympathetic to it, and it was pretty interesting to hear him done that with Timothy. Anyway, I don't know. You guys might have a take on that, but what do you think of it?
Oh no, I think that's funny. I know like Ethan takes some hard positions. I think.
Yeah, no, catfishing is not rape.
Okay.
Literally, the society is filled with catfishes. It runs on catfishes.
Was this ever good job? Someone like
Oh, you would love it. If I could find the link. Oh man, we have some bangers. I'm really disappointed that we haven't cataloged some of the just absolute epic.
Well, Andrew, here's my proposition.
Yeah, lay it on me.
But
Pause.
yes.
Double pause.
Yeah. We'll run it back. But like I'll say, I think that when you host these rooms, like these general, I presume it's you, correct? Or
Generally, yeah. I mean, I'm not
generally,
like, yeah. I join others though, but yeah.
Like if you open up a room like this, then you should always have replays on because I'm sure there's ways that happen in here that are probably not safe because the replays are turned off or there's no beginning.
Yeah.
And I also think that you should start doing like semi-organized debates where you get like people who genuinely want to debate on stage, like people who you got scheduled for a room and then like do that.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I'm big on that, man. I do want to do that. My funding's limited.
Your funding.
My time is. I definitely. I want to bring people together. We do try to do the replays by and large. I made some exceptions for Abe because Abe and one other guy, they don't really like replays. And I used to do that a lot for Sasha, at least for Abe and this other guy, Bob, looks like I'm retarded. Excuse me. Because I am willing to take off replays to allow these two to come on stage and be absolute numbskulls most of the time. Yeah, exactly. But anyway, that's it. Yeah, sugar. I tried to get you to weigh in, but I appreciate you saying that for shine down. And there are some stuff. There's some stuff in the pipeline. Ethan's gonna be doing more stuff. He's gonna be doing some pretty big debates. It's gonna be cool to get him back in here.
What to do for a living?
Well, we can talk. He does like. Yeah, we don't.
Did you inherit a bunch of Mormon money? Is that what's going on?
No. I never.
No, maybe it was the television.
No, they put on the televangelists. Yeah. Well, I wish I was related to Olstein. But no. But sugar, can you give us your take, Bob? I'm sure you're liberal, progressive, leftist, Democrat, Satan, satanic, baby blood drinking.
Yes, yeah.
Freak. But what's your view of feminism and abortion? Sugar. Sugar is.
Kill them all.
Sugar is just not. He's not been very good. Bob, I want to tell you that Universe here, which is that John Kitover guy, the real weird guy that's for Israel and comes in and does a real high pitched voice and records like 50 different rooms and streams into YouTube. That guy, he's been in here for a while and he hasn't said anything. Like maybe once he chimed in, but he's been actually behaved. He hasn't been doing anything weird. I just wonder what you thought about that. Maybe he's recording us.
I found the better argument, the better aspect.
Okay, what do you think he's doing?
Honestly, I think this is going to be really awful for me to say, and I'm sorry, Blizzard, for anyone who doesn't want to use sensitive content, but I feel like that he might be self-pleasuring to speak. I think that's my.
Thank you for that, Christian. Universe, if you're doing it, knock it off. We don't really want that to happen. Sorry for any of the audience members who heard that. Carlos, you want to weigh in on abortion and feminism? And assalamu alaikum, Carlos. Carlos. Good, buddy.
Yeah, I'm not really the feminism thing. I'm more of a policy guy. I mean, in general, I would say we should have equal rights, proportional rights, but I'm more of a policy guy, so I just talk about individual policies rather than feminism as a general.
Okay, what about murdering your baby? I mean abortion.
Yeah, I'm pro-choice. It's it's not a good thing, but it's nonetheless a choice.
You know that? That's hey, it might put a little stress on the income, might make you be selfish, you're like, you gotta weigh these two evils,
Yeah, it's not a good thing. We have to end the life of the baby, but there's also the life of the mother, and the rights of the mother. You have to take those in consideration.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So,
I get you. That's fair.
yeah, and I do take it to be a life of conception as well. I don't get into drawing arbitrary distinctions or whatever. Just say it's a life of conception.
Yeah. I think that's actually agreed upon. Believe it or not, that's actually agreed upon for those that, even the pro-choice side that understand biology at all. That's actually it's a massive consensus among biologists that life starts at conception. Human life. So it is a distinct human life.
Have you depends on
I don't know. I find that kind of argumentation so cringe. The self-defense, the trespasser, squatter, the parasite. It's like, oh yeah, it's the intruder. Yeah, the intruder. You got to use lethal force to remove the intruder. The parasite is feeding
It's
off
more proportionate.
I feel like some hypotheticals are basically just this type of situation. Like, oh, the baby's gonna crawl and hit the lever that's gonna hurt a bunch of people. Can you kill it?
Yeah, I don't agree. I don't think you can.
I mean, I think like you set the situation up where it is very simple.
No, well, I'm not sure what you're saying right now, but the baby crawling on the button, that's the least. First of all, I've said things like that. Stuff like before, but slowly set up similar kind of, scenarios for me.
Oh, Andrew. I'm so sorry.
But no, I don't baby's getting ready to crawl onto a button. And when the baby gets onto the button, it's going to kill 100 people. Can you shoot the baby? That's the way you can stop it from crawling onto that button. And, yeah.
You'll shoot the baby right there.
No, God, crazy.
I heard an argument that's a lot more controversial.
I'll lay it out there, but
Pregnancy is slavery. This is an argument I've heard. Let me basically summarize it for you. They should.
this is so diabolical.
I know.
Go get bro.
By the way. I mean, basically, the argument is that their pregnancy is framed as a continuous physical labor, continuing compared to like forced labor or slavery or servitude. And basically, like, they're trying to make it so that, pregnancy is, slavery, it's immoral, so it shouldn't have to happen, and that's basically the argument.
Oh my gosh, that's brilliant. Oh my gosh, listen, check this out. No. You can do a massive equivocation. Just say, ready? Pregnancy, ready? Check this out. Pregnancy is like slavery because it involves forced labor. Come on. Yeah, that's diabolical.
No, but Anthony, it's great because this is a legit argument that has been used.
I mean, it's par for the course now, Bob. I've heard so many that it's just like, yeah, but whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter, it's like, just to abort the baby and make some meatballs and have some spaghetti. I mean, use the...
People generally don't care about forced labor.
What do you mean?
We do that
They
to
do
some
care.
extent.
You're talking about the prison? Yeah, they do care. A lot of people, most people, when you ask them, because the comparison's been made. So when we talk about slavery generally, MJ brought that up, conscription, military, prison. A lot of people, they usually don't put military ones, but one's actually somewhat analogous in the words, but people want to do this thing. I think more to remain consistent than necessarily being opposed to the prison situation. But they do actually fight that. They're like, no, that shouldn't be, we shouldn't have. I'm thinking that's kind of weird because, like, why not put them to work? If you're going to put them, if they've done something wrong, you're putting them in jail, and why not make them work?
They even want them. Oh, but you're saying against their will? Like, make them work?
Yeah, against their will, right? When they make them go do, like, different jobs. I understand that they can work to make some money, skills and stuff like that, but there's also, like, the forced labor, like work crew type stuff for local jails and stuff like that. And also kind of work that's done at factories and whatever.
But even the elected stuff, they might have to say that that's slavery because they're paid like fucking 20 cents an hour.
Yeah, not like a lot of prisoners and shit like that because it takes them out of their cell in a way, right? It's time outside of being locked in a room, right? I thought that this was, they would have, like, people would have wanted if they're in that situation, but it turns out, like, no, maybe they don't want to.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it's kind of like part of the punishment. I mean, a lot of times, there's a movie called Castle or something like that with Robert Redford, and I don't know how much this happens, but like, they had the inmates carry large boulders. It was pretty messed up, actually. There's a scene that's pretty messed up. But they had him carry like large boulders from one pile to the next. Like, he had to make a pile. He just carried like these boulders, right?
Okay.
And then and then when he was done, okay, now just carry him back. It was like, it was messed up. So there's like no reason for it. I don't think there was any purpose for it other than just to make them view. So I don't know. I mean, that kind of stuff, like whatever. But forced labor, I don't know. People probably have different views on that, but I think it's interesting to start to try to make the case as to how that's acceptable. But then certain types of slavery are not. It's kind of weird. Like, if somebody thinks that the prison system and these kind of forced labor situations are immoral, then it's interesting that, or if they don't think that they're immoral, it's interesting to see why they have such an outcry of certain types of slavery.
Maybe I'm going to go on a tangent, but are you pro-capitalism?
I lean more towards it than away from it. But yeah, but I'm not. Yeah, but I'm not quite there. What about you? No, see, that's a misunderstanding. people are like, you're pro-life, but then you say you're in favor of it, which I'm not in favor of, or more in favor than against it, in favor of the death penalty. No, pro-life is a particular position regarding abortion. It's not about any stage.
But it is a misnomer.
Well, I mean, if you want to, you can say
like it's a bad name, and it's kind of like if you describe yourself as pro-life, it just is a misnomer to also be like. But I think we should be killing. Like it's a misnomer. I understand what you're saying, and I completely agree on that. Label gay gets expanded to stuff that abortion, but it's a misnomer.
No, that's actually you just really so like pregnancy abortion. Well, no, I mean no, because I'm still going to use the term.
Well, that doesn't have a good ring to it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm still going to use the language that's largely the convention that we all accept, right? I'm going to say pro-life because
it just happens to also be like rhetorically virtue signaling. It's also
yeah, thank you for that actually.
I'm pro-life.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm pro-death, bro. That's the opposite. That's the opposite position. The pro-death position.
Actually, you're right. And I'm actually happy it's set up like that. That's actually good. I'm willing to tilt the hand in our favor. I think that's actually a good thing. But here's the thing: we could do it this way. We just say I'm anti-baby murder, but I don't know. That probably wouldn't.
I'm just gonna make it quick real quick before I go into the whole biblical aspect of this. So another argument I've heard is abortions are like morally neutral medical waste removal. Have you heard this one? This one's
disgusting.
Oh yeah. So
oh yeah, let's all jerk each other off from this like super fringe thing that nobody really thinks.
Well, no. This is not like an extremist pro-choice rhetoric. This is like
Why should you say no and then say a bunch of stuff?
No. You're right. Well, you know what he means by no.
Yeah, the annoying verbal tick that people do.
Yeah. But it's okay.
really annoying.
He's like, no, calm down. I'm explaining it. That's what it's more like. Go ahead.
Yeah. But basically, what it's saying is that like early abortion, right? So like in the first trimester, is not a moral issue, and the embryo inside her womb, right? It's treated as this is quote biological tissue. So and not
that's right. So.
Yeah.
But the first half of that is fairly uncontroversial.
Well, hold on, because it goes further though. And therefore, right? This is why I mentioned biological tissue. Is that abortion is compared to removing a cyst, removing a tumor, or disposing of biological material after a procedure. So it's basically like framing abortion as like a purely clinical act.
It's like removing a wart.
Shit. Oh no.
That's kind of what the argument comes.
Bob's not going to be moved. Bob's a baby blood drinker. So just to be.
That's horrible.
So Christian, make the. This is him being sarcastic. But go ahead and make the case, Christian. Let's hear it.
Yeah. So you're a Christian, right?
Yeah. I try to claim it every once in a while.
And you're if you claim my life, correct?
Yeah. True. Yeah.
So like when God, I'm gonna bring up the Malachites.
I'll bring them up. I love it. My favorite. Yeah. Go ahead.
Like when God's like we're gonna trouble the Malachite children and all that jazz. I think he goes say like the babies do or whatever. Yeah.
I think I hate you in these cases. My thoughts are, okay, because usually that's one of my initial, as Bob knows how to do, that's one of my initial things when I meet a Christian sometimes is I say, well, let me see how Christian you are. First of all, you agree that God told the Israelites to go in and kill all men, women, children, and sucklings. And if they say yes, I'm like, okay, that's one bar. Second bar, do you believe God told people to pick up rocks and throw them at other people until those people lay down and don't get back up? And if they say yes to that, then I say, cool, we're on the same page.
Yeah, you're a good Christian. Right?
Yeah, you're a good Christian. You follow the scripture. You believe the whole good work. First of all, I think the historical God did tell them to do that. I think it was just, it's rough. It's not abortion. God has the right to kill people. You don't have the right to kill people. Unless he gives you the right, of course. But yeah.
Let's say this issue. What if someone just claims to be God?
Well,
All this good stuff, yeah, this is good stuff.
are they God? Are they God? The person who claimed to be God.
Well, I mean, if they're claiming to be, they might be themselves.
You're saying, so now the question is, how do we figure out if they're God? And like if somebody, well, no, I don't
All good stuff.
obviously God can reveal it to you, but that's not really. I mean, look, I think if somebody claims God and then they kill their baby, I mean, I think you'd have to like, try to do some kind of test there. But I think there's some stuff that you have to look at as far as who God is and what it'll look like when he returns. I don't think you're just gonna, believe the person. I think there's ways to tell. You can ask him. You'd be like, if you're God, can you convince me you're God so I can trust it? It's okay for you to kill that baby right there.
One last question.
Yeah, go ahead, Rob. Go ahead.
For all the heretics, for all these people, all these Christians who are, if they're gay or they're pro-choice, they're feminists, all that, they're not traditionalists, all that good stuff. What do you have to say to those Christians who are just totally against, let's
Yeah. Well, they should figure out the methodology by which they are holding to their beliefs, because it's going to be usually when you have it really wild, and if they believe the Bible, then try to be on board with the Bible. If you tell them,
Andrew, I'm not asking for like Andrew saying, I'm asking for like Andrew.
oh wait, what's the difference?
Well, sorry, I was expecting a drastic difference. You answered that very general. I want to hear from the heart.
Well, I would have to have it. Look, I mean, I could get past it in a while, but Bob's kind of trying to curtail my steam a little bit. He's going to. Bob's been very negative. He's been negative Bob. I'm going to say you've heard of negative Nancy. He's been negative Bob. He's been negative Bob for the last couple of rooms. So I'm trying to, he chimes in, takes a couple little jabs here and there.
Well, about a few things.
Yeah, about a few things. He's not exactly appreciative of certain content and certain dialogue, and it's hard to tell because Bob's a little unpredictable. But I do try to keep that in,
Andrew,
keep
what
that
is your height?
in mind. 6 feet and 180, 190. Why?
So I have on you as well.
Oh, you okay? Well, Greg, you might be the peak, one of the most peak cringe people to come on stage, but it is bad, but that's okay. I'm glad you're mocking. Mog on, sir. Mog on.
He'll grow up at some point.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, exactly. Because
Just for reference, if I pass this alcohol, I promise.
Greg, Bob's like 7 feet tall, just so you know. Greg, so watch your mouth. But anyway,
Chris Jones, 24.
go ahead and grab that.
Okay, you're 24 years old. So this guy's 24 years old. You're talking about like some Gen Z.
You didn't get edgy early 20s energy immediately.
No.
24 is Gen Z, so we talking about.
Trying to be like, so like cool kids, like.
24 is Gen Z.
Like
This is like I hung out on Kiwi Farms and 4chan.
Bob, are you really so Bob?
Bob's tall. No,
Bob's
Bob's tall.
like
6'2".
Okay, there you go. 6'2 and a half. He's made it into that. He's like 6'2 and
Well, that's what it converts to. We use the metric system.
that's a good point. That's fair. Okay, all right, that's fair. What was I gonna say, Greg? So I'm hoping you can maybe talk to Bob so Bob can take the baton since he's made
I don't historically have good interactions with Bob, and I don't want to start.
Nobody fucking asked you, Peckerwood.
Yeah. Well, I did say Greg take the baton, Bob, but here's the thing. I did. Greg, you got.
What do you mean no one's asking me? Andrew literally just asked me.
I did just ask Bob.
Spiritual.
You got us. Bob, you got assaulted, Greg, by a trans person. Do you think anything?
No, he didn't.
No, he said he did.
Yeah, I like damn near did it. Like straight up, it was fucked up.
If you believe anything he says,
Well, he
also happens to be true, and I don't know
Sugar has been consistent. John Lee has been consistent.
I don't know why. I don't know why I would lie about it. You're still. Why would I lie? Why would I lie? Why?
To hurt yourself.
Yeah, I mean, this did happen, and I don't know why I would lie about it. I wouldn't lie. Yeah, that did fucking happen, unfortunately. Yeah.
Like because you're a low IQ, right? Why would you lie about it? I don't know. A million reasons.
Actually, I don't think he's a right winger, brother. I don't want to claim he is. Great, great.
For the record, I keep mocking everyone on stage.
I got every question right on the IQ test. Scored 100.
Especially you, Bob. I at least 30 points. That's your position.
Wait, Greg, you wouldn't consider yourself right wing, would you?
I would not call myself a right winger.
No, you're not conservative either, really, right? And something's perfect.
Just happens to have a lot of right wing opinions.
Well, let's see. I don't think I've heard, well, I don't know, there hasn't been anything. I'm trying to think of redeeming thing. I mean, he's well last. All right, Keith.
Maybe I'm wrong about him. Like, no, but Frank is like the most uninteresting person to ever come in. Let's go talk about it.
Somebody say my name? Yeah, who is this? Is this Marshall?
It's Austin.
Oh, Austin Powers. Austin, you don't come up very often, but you are a very strange person. Are you neurotic?
So, Andrew, did you just get browbeaten?
Just psychotic, not neurotic. There's a difference.
Did you just get browbeaten into abandoning that line of dialogue?
Oh, no, I managed to you and Bob and Bud want to talk to you, so I don't think that you
Yeah, but I'm not talking about it.
No, but the reason was I was trying to say you up with Bob.
Okay, Bob, Greg, you guys are gonna have a dialogue now.
No, I'm good.
Greg, if you were my child, I would recharge you.
This guy Bob is not capable of stimulating the empathy. Kind of interesting one. Yeah, including sexually, but I meant
Greg's cognitive loads are way too
I meant
thick
intellectually.
and ropey for me.
Greg, have you had the sex?
Just like super, super dense cognitive loads.
We need to ask Austin because he has a raise like a leprechaun. He comes in, goes, and he says some pretty wild stuff to chat. But Austin, are you there?
I am.
Austin, can you give the best reason for Uncle Bob up there to believe that God exists, first of all, and secondly, that the crucifixion, the atonement was a good thing? Go ahead.
Sure. It's called hedging your bets. There's no reason not to. So by doing that, you're just hedging in case it's true. There's no loss to you.
Oh, that's pretty
That's really pious.
I mean, it didn't really. It's not actually compelling, but I mean, it's definitely like a. I don't know. What do you think of Pascal's wager, the modified version of whatever one's apparently better? Any thoughts? All right, lost Bob. Should I? Austin. This might be a
I asked him, can you state the modified version? I don't know about the modified.
It was like some long thing that this lady, that she gave on Capturing Christianity. And you put Pascal's wager updated or something like Pascal's wager, Capturing Christianity. It'll come up. I wish I did know. I was hoping maybe Bob has heard a more sophisticated version. Maybe hear his take on it. But okay. Then secondly, oh by the way, yeah, welcome. Well, that's Austin, the different Austin. Sorry, that's a different leprechaun. Okay, never mind about the atonement. Austin, what's your take on feminism and abortion? Go ahead, sir.
I think that in order to have an abortion, you need to be feminine.
Okay, thank you. Clapton Cheeks, it's always good to see you, sir. Your name actually, I don't know, it kind of tricks people because they don't think you're going to be sincere. It's like a holy name. Then you're actually sincere.
It's a swirly name.
It is swirly. Clapton, what do you say about abortion and feminism, brother?
I got called on to it. Abortion, I guess at a certain point, it's bad. And before that, I guess we have
would actually agree if I'm giving a serious answer with what Clapton just said. I think it's more of a medical thing. I think it's, I don't want to murder people. I don't think people should murder people. Let's decide, is this a independent, separate life or not, medically speaking? I know that's a precarious and just kind of kicking the can down the road, but that's kind of how I feel about it. I don't think it's a good thing to murder babies. I also don't think it's a good thing to force people to have a baby they don't want, but you need to define that shit. That's not really defined.
Well, luckily, all of those things are basically all agreed upon.
Alright, can I
Those questions we figure.
everyone in your church?
My church.
Yeah,
All the churches say.
Andrew, it would have been nice to meet you.
And Alize, I hope you haven't been drinking Alize tonight. If you can boost your compassion level a couple points for brother Alize, he's
I'm in trouble, man.
These questions of like, oh, is it a life, and when does the human, like those questions all. So you can go ahead.
Did you fill me in?
Yeah, it's a human, and it's life at conception. No,
So, but how many cells do you divide? Just one? At what point?
As long as it's fertilized, it's life.
That's when it's human.
Yeah.
And according
It's
to
human before that too, but
according to who?
according to the medical sciences and biology.
So if I look at my medical science book, that's what it says.
Yeah, you're gonna see like if you take a zygote, a biologist is going to classify it as a separate human organism. That's right.
It's going to classify it as a human or an organism related to human.
No, not an organ. Like that's a human.
According to the medical science book. Is there a medical science book? Is that a thing?
There are medical science.
You have the Dewey Decimal of that book, because I would love to.
So you're saying at conception it's a human, but it doesn't have a heartbeat? You're still claiming because
I mean, obviously it does have a heartbeat. It's a single cell.
So you don't need a heart to be human.
That's right.
You don't need to have a brain to be human.
You need to have a brain.
I think you need. Do you need toenails?
Well, it's human life, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think what you're talking about is person.
I don't know.
When you say human, you mean person.
I don't know. You're saying you
No.
don't.
Yes, everyone agrees that it's human life. Everyone agrees that it's alive.
But I don't agree. I'm saying I don't know, so I'm not agreeing. I'm not disagreeing.
I'm saying everyone who isn't you.
Find out how we classify things by DNA, and then find out if it has the DNA, and then you'll have your answer. But if I can
I'm saying there are people who aren't you.
nail clipping, is that DNA? Does my nail clipping? Is that also a human?
No, it's not a human, but it is human.
Oh, okay. So it's like my nail clipping, where it's human. It's as human as like my nail clipping. Cell, yes. Yeah, okay, I agree with that. It's a human cell.
As in it's
But when is it? I think if I use the term independent life.
Yes, it is an independent life.
Well,
As in it doesn't have your DNA.
So because it has different DNA, that makes it independent life.
Right. That's typically how we distinguish different organisms.
What about if I fertilize it and 100% Dewey Decimal D. Dewey Decimal D, baby.
embryology, developmental anatomy.
Okay.
It's going to be called layman's medical embryology, and it is going to tell you basically that that development as a human organism begins at fertilization. So basically,
Is it Library of Congress or what?
So what?
Like what Dewey does? Yeah.
I just searched up the decimal classification. I don't know if it's.
I don't actually remember how Dewey Decimal works. I thought it was library to library. I was just taking a guess.
Well, I know that different libraries do like 611.3 because some have like broader and older systems, but I know that there's specific subdivisions now.
Dewey We should give a shout out to librarians. They're keeping knowledge alive since antiquities. But there you go.
Thank you guys. Alize, I want to get you in, brother. Bob, I know you're going to have a trigger finger trigger. But Alize, you got to come over and you guys.
Yeah, it always puzzles me as to why you want to keep, get some of these people who have no interest in things.
They're related to us.
They're getting us ready for help. But you're not comedians, right?
I wanted us to like now, like once it's stipulated.
I'll be quick.
Maybe we continue that.
I'll be quick. Don't worry about it.
All right, I'll say make your submission, and we'll get right back to us. Go ahead.
So, feminism should be outlawed. Abortion should be destroyed. As soon as you put the dick in, it's consent and it's forever. You sign the paper. Listen, you sign your soul, guys. Therefore, that means whatever happens with the kid, it's forever. I'm sorry.
Alize, thank you, brother.
I'm not.
Alize is my father.
Was I up?
Somebody kicked him. Just to be clear, I want him on the faculty. I don't know.
No, I'm not done yet. No. So, look. Feminism, should be out the window.
Gotcha.
It's the 15th Amendment, right?
Yeah,
All right. Okay. Abortion should be if you and the woman decide to have sexual intercourse and you don't want the baby, both of y'all should have one limb taken off of you. That is the bare minimum. That's the bare minimum. Leg, arm, and then, well, we're all human, so like I understand certain, things that happen in life.
This is where you say, and I land my mic.
No, I'm being honest. And therefore, if there's certain things that happen in life where the R word and all this, maybe, just maybe, you can go around it, but other than that, life is life, and it happens, man. It's only forward.
Thank you, brother. Good point. Lady around, because I don't want to get you excised from the room. I thought somebody kicked you, and I was like, man, that happened quick. Brother, it is good to see you. Let's let Uncle Austin go here with Bob, please. You guys go ahead.
I was just gonna say something to Elise, but I think you might find money to spend.
No, please.
No, it's just really quick.
Okay, well, just say it, but don't let him respond. Just say it.
Okay, Elise, it was funny. What you said reminded me of what my father was used to say growing up. He would say, he would say, Greg, that's not my name, but whatever. Greg, as a man, you have control over your reproduction up until the moment of ejaculation.
Thank you for that, right? Okay, Austin, go ahead. I have some line of questions for you, or at least maybe try to figure out where you're at.
Well, I believe that for that reasoning, Bob would have to go first.
So when am I going first? Austin.
Yeah,
the guy who just talking to.
Yes. We're back on track.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a super genius, Bob. Ask me really smart things.
Yes. I'm so sorry. So, like the thing you said earlier was that, well, once we figured this thing's out, calm, idiot. And I'm not saying, well, imagine we figured it out. Now what?
Well, what the point of what I was saying was that it's outside.
don't believe that we should force people to do things they don't want to, but I also don't believe we should murder humans. That was the overall point of what I was saying.
Sure, but it sounded like, once we figured these things out, then.
That's why I responded the way I just did, is to clarify that, because that was not the focus of the message. I'm not very articulate, but that was not what I was trying to explain.
Oh, I'm just saying, the reason I focused in on that was it sounded like if I had these answers, I could have elaborated on my thoughts. But maybe that's also.
So even now, if you want to go down that path, I'm happy to do that, because I don't think that's agreed upon in a way where that starts. I don't know if it ever could be.
No, but I'm saying it doesn't seem important to your position. Like if tomorrow you found out that actually all the scientists agree that it's a human from conception, that it's alive at conception, what would that change your view in any way?
Well, no, it would make me suspicious, because scientists, all of them agreeing on anything is clearly, sus. But if there was a way to define that,
I agree. You agree on a lot of things.
But what? I mean, isn't the point of being a scientist to disagree? Isn't the whole scientific method not about what we know, but about what we don't know?
It's scientists disagree.
Science is all about proving what we don't know. You don't actually prove what we know.
Yeah, but you can be in agreement about. Yeah, but you can be in agreement about the stuff that we do know. What do you mean?
No, we agree that this is our best guess. We don't agree that this is what we know.
No, but that doesn't mean they can't be in agreement. Imagine gold has atomic number 79. I don't know of any chemist or molecular physicist who disagrees with that. Now, that might not be true in some further sense, but that doesn't mean they don't agree about that.
Yeah, that's semantics, though. You're talking about just using different. You're saying gold is a measurable quantity based on these specific parameters, and any disagreement on that would be based on the semantics of the words, right? So,
someone could disagree about how many protons there are in gold.
Sure, but
I'm just saying they all agree, though, that there are 79 protons.
Let me give you something about gold that is not.
We agree it wasn't the semantics.
Let me give you something about gold that is not universally agreed upon. There was a guy who was smuggling gold at the airport, and the TSA agent said, "Hey, you get back here." Now, not everyone agrees that's funny, but some people agree it is.
How's that a scientific claim?
It wasn't. It was a gold. I was trying to I got to work on the jokes.
Oh, shit.
Any humor? Get back here. Chemistry humor.
It's not for everyone. Sorry, I was kind of distracted by my kid eating his tacos.
Okay, that's a perfect joke for a kid. It's such a dad joke.
Anyway, the idea is obviously that there's a metric fuck ton of stuff that scientists all agree on. But so
I hate the way you say that. I know you're
being suspicious that scientists agree on something seems like a very bad thing.
I'm not saying the agreement between scientists is what. I'm not saying the agreement between scientists is what makes me suspicious. I'm saying when it's presented like that, because that tends to be that tends to be a sales tactic. Yeah, when it's all scientists agree.
You're saying rhetorically, if someone says
rhetorically, exactly.
That makes sense. Okay,
articulate that one.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Right.
You're not saying
I'm trying to say we're kind of agreeing.
Disagree on something. You're just saying when people in debates to tell you scientists agree on something, you take that with a dose of skepticism.
Exactly. It tends to be somebody's trying to sell me.
It's a much different claim. I'll give it one.
But the point is that we're getting back to it with where life starts. I don't think that is really something when it's a human versus whatever stage of development. I don't know how you can definitively, scientifically, medically, absolutely define that. Do you?
Well, there's a lot of various primitive language there, but I'm just saying, if you were to find out tomorrow, would your opinion change? And it seems like the answer is no. Like, I think that's
well,
it doesn't seem to, your position doesn't seem to really hinge on what life studies.
Well, Bob, no, actually, if I really found out tomorrow in some convincing, non-sales way, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, don't murder the baby.
Oh, so, okay, you're saying that if you found out that it was a human life at conception, then you would say that would be murder and we shouldn't do it.
Right, but it's very subjective because it's totally dependent on my belief of that source, right? So it's not, I'm not really saying anything. So,
no, just whatever. No, I'm saying if you take the source to be trustworthy by whatever, empirical heuristic that you use, if you thought that, and you would take your story. Okay, but you think the issue is that there's a question of when is it human life, or do you mean like personhood? Like, do you mean person when you say human?
Well, that's a really good question. And I mean that. I hate when people say that they don't mean it, but that's interesting. Are you human versus person? I don't know. I'd have to. How would we define that?
Well, a person is something. It's not something that's specifically. Right. Well, that's not one thing, but typically, it's something that if we consider you a person, then we afford you the rights of the person, and now you're a moral patient in a much more significant way than if you were just some life.
But even being able to develop independently of your host gets complicated because the idea of having artificial womb is very much a thing that will happen and very soon, right? So that confuses it further.
Only insofar as you're making like abortion arguments based on body economies.
I don't know. I'm not trying to argue either way.
I'm fine saying it's an independent life, as in like you put it in an appropriate environment, it's going to like develop. It doesn't have your DNA. It's going to be a different person. Like there's a trajectory of development here that just invariably leads to this is a different person.
Well, what about a premature baby without modern medical treatment that allows it to survive? How do you reconcile that? Do you see that?
What do you think needs reconciling?
So do you think that the use of these advanced technologies changes whether or not it's independent?
It just depends on what you mean by independent. It's biologically dependent for its development, but it's independent as though at no stage is it like the same person as the mother.
Independent, like it can develop on its own. That's where I thought we were.
Oh, sure. That's just a matter of scientific progress. I think that question is largely uninteresting, except for the most part, practical issues.
Sure, but you have to establish it for first principles, right? Like, is that or is?
No, I think establishing that is uninteresting. Like, it doesn't seem to me to be really important.
Without
whether or not it can be. But I caveated that by saying it can be depending on what you're using as your justification for allowing abortions. But yeah.
I'm not talking about going down that.
Oh, sorry, good.
I'm not trying to go down that path. What I was saying is for first principles, so we're on the same page. Are we saying that is or isn't part of independence? And I'm fine either way. I just want to be on the same page.
No, it's definitely part of biological independence, which is what you said you meant. But I think that's like trivial. But if it can't live outside of the womb, then it is dependent on the mother.
But without medical assistance, we're saying, for the sake of this discussion.
In whatever capacity.
Okay, no, I understand. I just want to be clear.
I think it's independent regardless of medical assistance.
Because it's alive until it dies. It's alive until it dies. So it's actually it's irrelevant. You're not wrong. Because even if it's a short life, it's still alive.
So I guess it's really when you reach that threshold, right? It's a fuzzy threshold of
which threshold, like life or person?
Right, I think personhood, because it has life. Okay. It is alive. It is.
Okay, very good. We agree on that.
And so that's very interesting. I've never framed it like that, so that's why I'm trying to bounce it around.
No, that's fine.
What are your thoughts on that with the personhood? How do you see that?
I see that in terms of some sort of neurodevelopmental stage, where you can somewhat have an appreciation of the fact that it has primitive cognitive faculties.
As little as a fish, or as much, it doesn't matter. As soon as it's doing something.
It's doing something in terms of having qualitative subjective experiences.
Oh, so it has to have experience. That's
like consciousness. Like it has to be in some way conscious. It can't be like a biological automaton that is simply responding to stimuli. And lights are on, but there's no one home. I don't think that's the person.
I would agree with you, and I guess that's so we don't assign personhood or whatever the equivalent fishhood to fish or whatever, right? They're not self-aware.
I'm saying like when it's a zygote, to me it's clearly not a person, because the zygote just obviously lacks anything that I would care about when it comes to personhood. Now, religious people here are going to disagree. You might think that the zygote is already ensouled, and so for you, the necessary condition, one of the necessary or maybe even sufficient conditions to be a person is to have a soul. Okay, it already has a soul at that point. That might be your view. So you might take a different view from mine. But because I don't believe in souls, I have to ground personhood in something that's different. It makes sense to me to ground it in something that correlates with mine or qualitative experience.
So you should just go for the kill shot. He doesn't have a view at all. All of this is just arbitrary for Bob. He doesn't have that.
No, he actually has a pretty well defined view. So even if I were to take some religious, I still know everything. So just listen. Even if I had a very strong religious view, I would find this an interesting way to explore that. Right? That's what confuses me is when people do have strong religious views and they just shut down the exploration of the different ways to explore the way this is.
Sure. I think that makes sense to me. Like I wouldn't strongly object that if you are like a devout Christian or something, and you take that sort of view on ensoulment, it just makes sense.
Well, it's the same thing as personhood. It's just a different, it's the same thing. It's like when is that endowed? And it could be at the very first, at the moment of fertilization, whatever. Just define it.
Right.
That is pretty interesting.
Even if he could define personhood, he can't ground it in a metaphysical system because he doesn't already have the view.
Why do you have to ground it in a metaphysical system? Ground it in a physical system.
It's because Bob's view is a joke. He's looking at all the different subjects.
Well, sir, as a retard, I appreciate Bob. He's a troll. So this is interesting because I apply this. I hope you can follow me on this. A bit to climate change. I feel like people don't look at it the same. Like you see, there's so much doubt. Whether you believe it or you don't, that all to me is irrelevant. It really bothers me when people are like, "Oh, we know this, we know that," because it's all based on models, and models by their nature are rarely accurate. Pretty much never, but sometimes useful. And that's never part of the conversation, and it pisses me off. And the whole point, how I'm tying this back is, you have these different, very volatile, very controversial ideas. When life starts, when it's independent, and it's very rarely talked about in a reasonable and just analytical manner. And it upsets me that we can't have those conversations. And I'm probably part of the problem because I got every question right on my IQ test. Got 100.
Oh, very good. That's at least that's my view on this matter.
actually top 1 percentile of smartest people on Earth ever. Except in math. I didn't do well in math. So, what else you got, Bob? Come on. What's next? Peace on Earth?
Right. Are you a Christian?
I mean, I am reserving my decision until I see which way the guy in front of me goes. If he says yes and he goes up, I'm going to say yes.
What if he pulls out it's an explosive vest?
If he does and he hits the button and he goes up, I'm going to be like, God damn it, what materials do I have around me? I need something that will oxidize.
Are you undecided on the question?
I am, but I hate agnostic. I'm more like, I know I'm not that smart, and a lot of people much smarter than me believe in that or some variation of that. So I don't like taking a position. It sounds like a pussy way out. It's not. I just know that so many people so much smarter than me have really strong feelings on it. I'm a bit envious of people with faith, and those two things combined make it tough for me to be like, just because I can't explain it doesn't mean there's a there there. So it's more like, I don't want to be the asshole.
I think that's fine. What do you make of the fact that there's a much tighter correlation between IQ and level of education in atheism than there is with theism? The only reason I bring this up is because you mentioned the guy who's much smarter than you.
Sure. So I would like to know. I would like to see that based on. I'd love to see that over time. I think you would see that scale change. Do you know what I mean? I think that theism probably had, or practiced theist probably had far higher IQ for a long time. So there's probably a big change there at some point, and it would be interesting to see when. I don't know if that data exists, but do you follow me?
I'm like, yeah, I do. My kid pooped, so I'll be like,
congratulations, man. That's awesome.
Well, that's an argument of proportionality because there's more theists than atheists. So now it becomes an argument of proportionality.
Well, it's not. I mean, again, that might be part of it.
Well, honestly, he's saying that atheists have higher IQ. So just to be clear, it's interesting. He's you and Bob are both agnostic. So he's actually with you on that too. But he's saying that atheists tend there's like,
Did you understand what I was saying, though, Andrew?
Yeah. So you want to see how it plays out over time because you're saying you tend to think that the IQ is higher among theists because they've been around, it's been that way. But actually,
it used to be the educated people, the more that would be their path. So there's definitely I don't know if you could do that. How you would do that? There's probably a way. I'm not doing it, but that would be interesting.
Yeah, it depends on the field because from what I heard, Scott was saying some stuff the other day, and I wouldn't focus myself too much, but it seems like I think I looked up a couple things he said that seemed like it was right, but something like it depends on the field that they're in, like as far as people who are studying certain things, professionals, because we're talking about not just IQ, but I mean people who are like in different fields in academia and whatnot. They have different, like the distribution of theism or theist to atheist. It is interesting because it differs depending on the field. And I can't remember what the distinctions were, but that being said, yeah, go ahead.
I would think actually that a part of this is the intelligence. I don't know if I use the best or the best, but I think part of it might be that somebody who's like, I'm atheist, has put time in to think about this and explored these ideas rather than just kind of gone with it. So there might be something to say for that rather than just IQ, rather than just like, oh, smarter people are like that. It's more like, no, it's one of those things where it's like what do you call it, like a secondary effect or whatever of that type of mindset where someone who is more likely to go through that process and thought process is more likely to have a higher IQ. So it's just coincidental in a way.
Let's see if this maybe sheds some light on it. So SAT consistently rank fields that require high levels of mathematical abstraction and logical reasoning at the top. Field of study is going to be, number one is going to be physics and astronomy. Estimated average IQ is 133. Rank number two is going to be mathematical sciences. Estimated IQ of 130. Number three is philosophy. Estimated average IQ of 129. Four is materials, chemical engineering. Estimated IQ of 128 to 129. Five, economics is 128, average IQ. And then it said these figures are estimates based on SAT/GRE conversions, where the mean is 100.
What's that? The standard deviation. So that's also, that's some margin for error. That may be the.
Yeah.
So you're basically, they're all the same when you take into the margin for error.
Well, that's interesting. Well, let me read this here. I hear what you're saying. So, field with the highest rates of theism, research into the religiosity of academics, such as studies by Gross and Simmons, show that while professors are generally less religious than the public, the level of belief varies significantly by discipline. Social sciences and humanities often show the lowest levels of belief, particularly in sociology and psychology.
They also show the lowest IQ for some reason.
This is actually interesting. The hard science, this actually is surprising how we don't have you listening. The hard sciences, surprisingly, physical scientists, chemists, and physicists are often more likely to be theists than social sciences. So, social scientists. Professional fields, the highest. Yeah.
The specialization, that makes sense, actually.
That's completely unsurprising.
So, professional fields, the highest levels of religious belief among high education, the highest levels of religious belief among high education professionals are found in accounting, medicine, applied engineering, and elementary education.
So, if you look at what requires multi-domain information synthesis, that's probably where you would find the highest level of atheists, I would imagine. I'm guessing.
Yeah, so check this out. Where the IQ and theism meet. If you so it says if you're looking for the sweet spot, fields that maintain both high cognitive entry barriers and higher than average rates of theism, the data points towards mathematics and engineering. Number one, mathematics. Despite the high IQ requirements, mathematicians often report higher rates of belief in God than biologists or psychologists. This is sometimes attributed to the Platonic nature of math, where practitioners view universal truths as discovered rather than invented. Number two is engineering. The field consistently shows higher levels of religiosity than the pure sciences. Sociologists like Gambetta and Herzog have even identified an engineer's gamut, noting that the mindset of design and function often make theism more intellectually compatible for engineers than those in the discovery-based natural sciences. And the last one is philosophy of religion. While philosophy as a whole has a high IQ and a high atheist population, the specific subfield of philosophy of religion is one of the few places where high IQ analytical rigor is paired with a high density of theists, particularly.
Yeah, but the philosophers are so smart.
All of those are completely expected.
Well, it's not big debate because you have a high.
Well, Christians have a lot of imagination.
Like, I would expect philosophers of religion to be predominantly theists.
Yeah,
Like, you have a motivation connected to your faith.
The math makes sense too because
I didn't expect math, actually.
oh, I totally did.
And with math is on the back of, like you read, Platonic ideals.
Andrew, look at
Analysts are
It
Platonists.
makes sense when that's put together. I just didn't.
Andrew, look up like an intelligence analyst who uses multi-domain synthesis of information. I'd love to know what I believe they would be more likely to be atheists, right? Like the math and those specialties, they're so focused on their domain, they're super smart. They know they're not the smartest at everything. And I feel like that relating this well. My point is,
Are you able to do the search on what you're asking there? Because I actually don't know what.
you know, any career, what is the prevalence?
Yeah, so pull that out. So the summary, it's at the last line here, the line says highest IQ overall, physics and philosophy, high atheism. Highest theism overall, education and nursing, average IQ. Then it says high IQ plus atheism, probabilities, mathematics, chemical engineering, and accounting. Interesting.
Yeah, something to think about.
The platonic thing. Yeah, I just didn't put that together. It is funny because that's actually one of the things that said to CM, because he's like, no, I don't believe in any of this, you know, whatever. I'm like, don't you believe, you know, mathematics are a real deal or whatever, numbers are real? And he said, well, I don't want to go back and forth on that. He kind of made him a little unstable there on his view. He didn't want to accept it as abstract objects or whatever. Yes, that's interesting. That's fine. Yeah,
So, yeah, it just came back with 666, just over and over. Hold on, I'm trying to classify child by my description.
It's Mr. Cook, your Lucian. I need you to do a Bob. He gets feisty. You're welcome to come with too, Frank. Yeah, you got people saying, yeah, I'll say it up here, Lucian. I don't know, bro.
It's madness.
It is madness, brother. Does it mean anything? I mean, it's not. I mean, it's like this kind of a dismissive, not really considering. I mean, if somebody said that and genuinely, you know, was of the faith or something, I think that would be pretty odd.
Yeah, Andrew, what does it mean in Christianity when someone is like noticing the number 777 a lot?
Well,
Means they're nuts.
Really?
Jackpot. No, I don't know. I mean, that's not really. I mean, there's numbers. There's number stuff in Christianity, but I mean, it's like not really. I mean, 12, obviously, 12 disciples, 12, you know, tribes of Israel. There's 3, spirit, soul, body, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, stuff like that. But I don't know about 777.
I remember seeing a video of one years ago. This person talking about like energy drinks being the devil.
Oh yeah. I understand the monster. Yeah.
Hilarious. Andrew, can I read something really quick?
Sir. Yeah, you betcha.
Okay, so this is from Sage Journals, which is peer reviewed, from Personality and Social Psychology Review. And it says, this is a meta-analysis of multiple studies. 63 studies showed significant negative association between intelligence and religiosity. The association was stronger for college students and the general population than for participants younger than college age. It was also stronger for religious beliefs than religious behavior. For college students and the general population, means of weighted and unweighted correlations between intelligence and the strength of religious beliefs range from -0.2 to -0.25, with a mean of about -0.24. 3 possible interpretations were discussed. First, intelligent people are less likely to conform and thus are more likely to resist religious dogma. Second, intelligent people tend to adopt an analytic as opposed to intuitive thinking style, which has been shown to undermine religious beliefs. And third, several functions of religiosity, including compensatory control, self-regulation, self-enhancement, and secure attachment, are also conferred by intelligence. Intelligent people may therefore have less need for religious beliefs and practices. This isn't me speaking, this is a meta study of 63 different studies. Yeah.
So, I appreciate that, Frank. It's actually so funny to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And, you know, that's kind of the stuff that I was kind of aware of, at least that kind of correlation or whatever. And I think, I'm trying to remember what Scott said. I guess maybe he was talking about the particular fields, which is the thing that kind of was a little, I mean, I just didn't know that there were certain fields that had more, there's like a distribution of BSC certain field.
Absolutely. I mean, I think I've mentioned many times my brother is a relatively well-known physicist, and he's also a priest. So,
Well, is his name Neil?
no, I don't talk about his name on here, but he actually.
It's a joke.
Yeah. Okay. No. I actually met Neil once. That's pretty cool.
Really, because I hate him on stage, but
Sorry, he was very nice. He was at an IBM conference actually in Las Vegas. Everybody that meets him says good things, but whatever. Anyway, yeah, but we've had conversations about it, and for him, the belief comes from sort of an emotional place. He lost a child, and he lost a wife during childbirth. You know, lots of trauma, and his church was very supportive of him during that time.
Frank, I'll go down after I say this, but why doesn't he get an Apple AirTags? I deal with trauma through humor. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to. That's okay. That's okay. Very dark, but you know, but he also does have kind of what you were saying about math, Andrew.
Yeah.
He talks about his religious. I don't want to say his religious conversion, but sort of his religious aha moment. I don't know what you want to call that. Was looking out a window and seeing the sunset over Monterey Bay through an equation. I think it was Maxwell's equations that were written on the glass. Now, to me, that would just be, you know, interesting. But to him, that was a religious experience. He's a good guy. We don't fight about it. You know, we share the same political beliefs for the most part, and the same, you know, we have the same taste in music and things like that. So we have plenty of things to talk about. Other than, you know, we're both in our 60s now. We talk about our prostates more than anything. Yeah.
Tell us more about your prostate.
Oh, you don't want to know. I have surgery coming up in May, so
Chop it out, put it in a bucket.
yeah, that's all I'm to do. I would say, like, the first time I thought a robot would be sniffing around my junk, it would be a lot better than this. But
Are you doing the robotic one, dude?
yeah, I'm doing Da Vinci.
My dad did the same thing. 3%.
So
The bucket. But keep the bucket. Just because.
Yeah. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. But anyways, I think it's interesting. I think you're on the right track, Andrew. I think if you just look at it overall, the numbers are pretty clear.
Have you prayed for this, Andrew? Have you prayed for this day? Have you prayed for this day?
I gotta be down, but I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was in the middle of saying something. So, you know, I think if you look at the overall numbers, the meta-analysis is pretty clear. But I think you're right. If you no bad jokes, please. It would be interesting to see some of those breakdowns as well. Like if you looked at evolutionary biologists, for example, I imagine there's very little religiosity, or at least, I guess I would also break down religiosity too. Like I think a lot of people in these fields fall into sort of like a, you know, spiritual but not religious thing. You know, I don't think you're going to find a lot of like fundamentalist Christians in evolutionary biology.
I just took 30 seconds to read about this, right? And what I found is there's an interesting consideration we haven't talked about. There's law observance, secularism. And so, you know, it kind of skews or can, it's less clear. We're using a defined term like, do you believe God, yes or no?
And yeah. This is the problem with a lot of the studies, including the Templeton studies too, is that inflation. This does point it out a little bit that there's a difference between religious belief and religious behavior. And until you stratify that a little bit, I think we're looking at such generalizations that it's really hard to just say, well, the meta-analysis says this, you know. But I do not start from a point of view ever in my conversations with the religious person is stupid, you know, or has less IQ. Because that's categorically, I don't think that's not true. But if someone comes in and says, for example, I want to have a conversation with you about religiosity, but I don't want to use logic, well, then the conversation's pretty much over. Because I can't really have a conversation where logic isn't the metric, isn't the substrate by which the conversation is being had. Because then I would just say, well, there's the color red, God doesn't exist. Oh, that's illogical. Well, so what? You're not using logic. So, anyways, my two cents.
Maybe one female that's listening to you.
Name one. Yeah, he's trolling. Do you want to talk to any of my ex-wives?
Yeah.
Do you want to talk to any of my ex-girlfriends? I can send you a list.
Phone numbers.
Yeah, exactly. I have the deeds. I have a wife. I have a daughter.
Currently in divorce. Let me give her that number. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, exactly. I'm an expert on that subject.
Austin, did you read any academics? What about religion?
Are you talking about the erotic story? Yeah, I thought that was hot. What do you think?
No, I'm talking about like since you were doing reading percentages and stuff, I'm wondering about them more atheists academic on religion.
It doesn't diverge too much from general society, unless you get into like the elite, the top of the top. There's a difference, but that might and probably is just the way that they are identifying versus low observation ones who are just identifying as that because social norms or whatever. So it's very unclear. It's very murky about what these different numbers actually mean for this. And that's the one we're trying to make.
I made a point in the chat too about this too, and that is that you really can't go back in history and go like, well, there's always been more, because for centuries the only schools available were religious schools.
Bring out that point, exact point earlier, where there's a flip. And it'd be interesting to see that. From it being, where that was the path for people that were intelligent, and that's where they went, because it would be very hard to track that versus like over the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's what it's going to lay over with. You're basically going to be where the Enlightenment met, the Industrial Revolution. And I also think you'd have to do it geographically. Like, I think it would be very different in Western Europe, for example, versus say China. And in America, education in America was for a long time very non-secular. So public education that didn't include religious indoctrination was a relatively modern invention of education in America, I think. Someone would have to track that, but that would be my hypothesis, at least. I was corrected, but
The library often, but they're literally keeping knowledge alive.
Yeah, it's funny. I've been thinking about libraries a lot recently. One of the most beautiful libraries in the world. I don't know if anybody's been to Switzerland, but in St. Gallen, there's a really famous old library where they have a lot of really, really old illuminated manuscripts and stuff like that. If you just look up the library of St. Gallen, it'll blow your mind. I live about an hour away from there, and I go there often. It's really remarkable.
I may or may not have smoked pot in the Library of Congress bathroom once.
Sleep. Picture, that sounds cool. Right? Picture.
It's so beautiful. It'll blow your mind. And just going there too is just like, it's ridiculous. So I think most people know. I think a huge library, like over 1,000 books, and when I die, as I'm thinking about it, like, what do I want done with my books? It's an interesting thought about.
No, it is. Yeah.
I wouldn't just want them to go to Goodwill or the equivalent. It's like,
No, bring along Microsoft's crystalline, the storage thing they did. You know what I'm talking about? The crystalline, it's like a very specific etched. I'm sorry, fucking this up. I think it's a silicon. It lasts like over 1 million years.
Yeah, but it would have to be converted to that. That's the expensive part.
I do think, Dan, what do you care? Spend your money.
I use an app called Book Buddy where I actually have my entire library in sort of a shareable application for like loaning out books and stuff like that.
Take a picture of your library, your books, right? And then give it to Claude or ChatGPT, and then have it just create a database of where your books are.
Yeah.
All right, third row.
I scanned all the ISBN codes.
But it's like just from the picture of the what was it called? The spine. It'll be able to tell you third row 50. I did this with my cookies.
Oh, cool. That's cool.
I'm like, oh, I need a recipe for this. And I was like, all right, do this. I'm like, where do I find it?
Yeah, because I don't alphabetize. I don't have like my system is more by topic. Like all my James Joyce books are together. That's one whole bookshelf. All my Thomas Pynchon books are together. Yeah.
So the problem is you're going to flip the book and take out the back. Otherwise, you got to remake the fucking database.
Yeah, I know. When I get into my fiction books, like I think I have in my head, if you ask me where a particular book is, the other day someone was asking me about Shakespeare, and I knew exactly where it was, but there's no reason it's there. Like Shakespeare's right next to Anne Sexton. What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense.
I just thought of this. You could actually do this easily. You just every time you take out a book and then you put it back, you take a picture, and you have it with self, and you can streamline that with a little bit of code.
Yeah.
Dude, it'll make the schema for the SQL for you. It's so stupid easy.
I think what's more important to me, again, on sort of the topic, is sort of like the legacy of it. A lot of my books have a lot of value too, just because they're like signed or first editions and things like that. And like my wife, she's not really a literature person. I mean, she reads obviously, but she's not super into it like I am. And I'm just so worried that she'll throw out my first edition Joy Williams or something. I'm like, no. So I say, if something happens to me, Mr. who's also very literate, like to triage this stuff.
I mean, I have a signed copy of the Communist Manifesto, so final.
That's pretty cool.
Totally made that up.
I have some William Gibson signed books, which are pretty cool, actually. So.
But I actually do. I have a bunch of Robert Heinlein. That was signed, first edition signed.
Cool. William Gibson, I have signed actually, and I just saw William Gibson's like auctioning off one of his books for charity, signed actually. I already got one.
I want Brian Greene to sign my The Meaning of It All book.
It's funny when I actually I bought a book. There's this British author that I love. His name is Magnus Mills, and he's just hysterical and direct. And he's like really awesome. I bought one of the books online, and I through a secondhand source, and it came signed. I didn't know that. So cool.
Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah, I really like. I know your brother's a physicist, but people shit on Brian Greene. But I love how he makes everything simple. I have such respect for that, and I love Feynman, right? And he was so high level. But just as a guru, I really want to do that.
My dad was actually a student of Feynman's too, actually. So for Christmas a couple years ago, I bought him the lecture books.
My mom was one of the strippers he hung out with when he was meeting.
Oh, just stop. Feynman was pretty awesome.
Well, and so is Brian Greene. I hate how underappreciated he is. I mean, he's not Feynman, but like, I feel like he gets shit on all the time. It bothers me.
I think if you can make it understandable, because I don't understand physics and I was literature major, so if I can understand something someone is writing about physics, it's pretty impressive.
That's what I mean. He dumbs it down, and that is like, yeah, he's not doing new physics, but he's doing something so important, and he has such a capacity to do it well. I've been in many like dinner parties or social whatever, and I'll talk about Brian Greene, and we're like, Brian Greene,
he's a hack.
And I'm like, no, like the dude has talent. He's really good at making shit that none of you can understand. Understandable.
As much as possible, yeah. I certainly can't do that for the stuff that I read, so.
Feynman did that with life, but not so much with physics, to be honest.
Can I ask a question about religion?
Absolutely.
But we don't have to give you an answer.
Fair enough. Well, let's go, Frank. Yes.
No, Marlo.
Yes, I thought you said you didn't think much of evil. I was curious. No, maybe I misheard you, but if that's the case, why don't you think it's very evil?
No, I don't think it's not that I don't think much of it. It's not like, it doesn't give me certainty. I think it was a good argument. I think it's a great argument, actually. Yeah, it just doesn't give me certainty. I think I'll just say it. I'm not like one of these atheist circle jerking purists, where everything, where my claiming to be an agnostic is not even acknowledged by them. And so they keep asking me questions about whether or not I'm agnostic. They ask it in various different ways, and I keep saying, yes, I'm an agnostic, and they just don't accept it. And so I think they were asking about the polynomial, but the polynomial is a good argument. I'm not going to say that it's not. And we could talk about it all day long in here, as we often do. But it doesn't give me certainty that there is or is not. It just things on the scale and goes, yeah, but I'm still an atheist.
So wait, are you an agnostic or not?
I'm an agnostic atheist.
I'm joking, dude.
Oh man, I'm going to come over there and smack you, Austin.
But do you think it's actually showing a contradiction, or just...
Being an agnostic atheist?
No, probably not.
It doesn't show it depends on which theist you're talking to. I think a lot of the I can bash my fellow atheists, I think a lot of the atheists that come in, particularly to your rooms, Andrew, only care about Abrahamic atheists, people who are atheists about Abrahamic religions. And my perspective is a little bit broader than that. I include Scientologists. I include
No, but do you think it shows a contradiction to the Abrahamic gods?
I would say it creates a little dilemma for them. I don't know if it's a direct contradiction because they have an apology. They have an apology for it, right? There's an apology. Yeah. So it's not enough to show a complete contradiction, but I've heard some debates, particularly with Calvinists and stuff like that, where they got nothing. They got nothing to respond to except for repeating talking points. And to me, that's a really sort of leaning towards your belief system is probably mistaken.
I like wokeism over realistic atheism.
What do you like over it?
Wokeism. Weird. Yeah, wokeism is better than materialistic.
What is wokeism? What is that?
It's what happens in the morning when you get snooze. Yeah, it's the kind of atheism that Buddha is.
What?
What?
Buddha is an atheist. You're talking about bad Phoenix.
I'm a little confused.
I've never heard this word before.
I totally agree with your nonsense, sir.
When you say woke,
Yeah, Buddha was an atheist. Do you know that Buddha was an atheist?
Buddha was not necessarily atheist. I don't think it's like
He didn't believe in God.
You mean an ascetic?
yeah, an ascetic is not necessarily an atheist. Like he just never spoke of God. It doesn't mean that he did not, iterate God.
Let's get to the bottom of this.
Have anyone ever read Sheldon Cobb's book? It's called.
The atheism of Terence McKenna or something like that. It's different than atheism of Jordan Peterson.
Thank goodness. Let's not bring up Jordan. Sheldon Cobb wrote a book called "If You Meet Buddha on the Road, Kill Him," and everybody gets really offended when people say that, but it's actually a quote from Buddha.
Yes.
It's a great book. It's about not following gurus and stuff like that. And I remember reading those.
And this is probably why we don't have much.
I would not take advice like that, except unless it's from an expert who knows talking about. I like atheists that do yoga and meditation more than. Are you talking about chicks and yoga pants?
Yeah.
Mahan and I have great conversations. Yeah, we had a conversation yesterday that was awesome. Or was it the day before yesterday, Mahan, when we were talking? I forget.
2 days ago.
Awesome conversation. Has a really good knowledge of the text, and it was a great conversation. We don't agree, obviously, on lots of things, but it was a really good conversation.
I feel like we should say peanut butter urine or hot fruit just to provide my mom with some thing for that. Lucian, are you there, buddy? I don't know if you're able to speak.
Yeah, I'm just listening right now.
Okay, well, if you get a chance to weigh in, I'm curious what you think about the high IQ correlation to atheism. If you can't weigh in, it's all good. But what do you think about that, Muhammad and Haiti?
Well, I'm wondering if they control censorship in class.
Good question.
Yeah, that is a good question.
My impression is atheists come from a higher socioeconomic class. They're just more likely to go to college, be educated, and stuff.
That's a good point.
Wait, is that an identification thing or is that like an actual belief thing? That would be interesting also. You're saying atheists? So you're saying atheists are more likely to go to higher education?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, is that like, I would be interested to see how deep those beliefs are. When we were discussing this in among different professions in the U.S., we ran into a problem where people who have low, they don't really believe in it, but they just lightly identify with it. It's hard to know whether they actually are religious or not in different professions, right? So I'd be interested to know how that affects that opposite result. You have a higher level of atheism, but is that because there's atheists, or is that just because they are atheists? Sorry, that was a lot. I don't articulate. Yeah, did you follow that at all?
I'm having a hard time tracking the question, actually.
I think the data is going to be self-reported. Say, yeah, they're atheists, so they're religious. So it's cool. Which might not be exactly. I mean, I don't mean that they don't have to be like anti types. But if you just look at the pool of American atheists, they're going to be more likely to come from children of professionals or something like that.
I would say upper middle class is a good way to put it too, probably.
No, we've got enough.
Also more likely to be more educated, which I think we associate with intelligence.
So, what is it, Frenchie?
Yeah.
One of the highest prevalence of theists among people, well-educated people, were mathematicians.
Where was that study?
It was done at the Christian Science for Math Institute. And
That sounds like bullshit to me then. I'm sorry. Something by the Christian Science.
That was a joke. That was a joke, right? Hang on, let me explain. So it was consistent among different specializations, and what it seemed to indicate was there was when you had these specializations, people actually identified as theists. And where we ran into a problem, which I was trying to explain, is are they actual theists, or are they just low-observing atheists who are just going along with social norms?
Okay, so you're saying that out of all mathematicians, their proportion, an atheist versus, let's say, biologists, is that what you're saying?
That's not what I think.
Right, see, I don't know what you mean, it's a higher prevalence.
Yeah. Oh, among
Yes,
specialties.
a larger portion of those fields are theists.
But it's still not. Yeah, but it's not a majority either. It's still it's 30 to 40% for mathematicians.
No, I think it's 67.
I'm looking at a study, peer reviewed right in front of me. It says 30 to 40 for mathematicians.
Well, we'll go with that.
You've got 100 mathematicians and 100 biologists, right? And there are more Christian mathematicians than biologists. Is that what we're saying? Is that?
Yeah, I'm not saying that definitively, but that was the understanding we came to.
Yes.
Yes, the numbers that I'm looking at say mathematicians around 30 to 40% express belief in God. Biologists and physicists typically under 15%, often closer to 5 to 10%.
Those math people are Platonists, like, close to God.
That could be it. Maybe also biologists and physicists are writing whether the cure more than mathematicians. Also, like biologists finding out about evolution. And they're like, oh shit, no, I've been lied to my whole life. And physicists look at the universe going, we probably don't have a God here. So maybe that's why.
I think it's definitely a field of study related. I think you could be a mathematician and there's this openness to mystery, basically, in mathematics, we could call it, whereas biology is grounded in things that are directly contradictory to most religions. Directly. Mathematics isn't directly contradictory to most religions, whereas biology definitely is. So I think that's where you see it.
During this discussion earlier, one of them. Go ahead, Mom. Sorry.
I want to say, like, this is like my view on it. Like, I don't see the direct connection between higher IQ and belief, because usually what higher IQ, and this is what I understand, it's problem solving, or how fast you can solve a problem and things like that, how intelligent you are. But if you don't care about there is a God or there isn't a God, you probably wouldn't even think about it or have idea about it. You don't care about the subject at all. So I don't see like the direct relationship between the belief and the higher IQ. That's it.
Let me expand on that real quick. So one of the things we were discussing this earlier, when we were looking into this, is there is not a distinction that I could find between low observance, which is probably just social, and actual devout theists. So you can have people who just do it because that's what people around them do. It's custom rather than it's religion, and it's very hard to differentiate that data. So it became very murky what the real prevalence was.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
I think the terminology too just doesn't lend itself to getting to something where we're all going to like go down the same path here. Religiosity, IQ, you know, the semantics here are so filled with, you know, contextual bias that it's really hard to, I find it really hard to sort of land on anything in this other than the fact that I can say of mathematicians, blah, blah, blah. But the whole IQ thing, I'm right with you on that, Muhammad. It's like, I think that IQ tests are more about problem solving and they don't really tell me anything about much else.
As a low IQ person, Frank, I'll tell you this, there's not enough big words in there for you to impress me.
See? It's like you should just listen to Phoenix in the chat. I was just writing as a response to one of his things. I was just saying, what in the word salad are you talking about?
I love just using words without meaning.
Yeah, materialistic atheism offers a cold empirical clarity. Woke atheism functions as a cognitive bridge that attempts to reconcile a godless universe with an intense drive for justice. Dude,
no, that's false. It's not flux capacitor. That's false.
Yeah, there's no flux capacitor in there. He hasn't used the word phenomenology. It's not true.
Yeah, no. So sorry, sir, you failed.
You didn't use the word contingency. Fuck off. There was not a single entailment in there.
Are you guys? If you're not onomatopoeia, you're clearly a palindrome, but you can't be both.
Yeah. Oh, yes, yeah, no, you're right. We didn't use necessary.
Not the most important word, necessary.
Yes, exactly. Necessary contingency.
Necessarily necessary. It's necessary we point that out.
Oh, I know.
I have a funny existence anecdote as I was in college many years ago at UCLA.
Hold on, talk about my existence.
Okay, and we all dropped a bunch of acid, and we were like in the laundry room, and there was like a piece of tape stuck to the wall of the laundry room, and we were all convinced that piece of tape like was the universe. You know, that was our entire existence of the universe was in this piece of tape on the wall. We were all talking about it. It was like real tripping balls, you know. And this girl came into the laundry room, and she wasn't tripping, and she's like, "Existence, I took that last quarter," and we all laughed and forgot about it. So, whenever anybody mentions existence, I'm always like, "Existence, I took that last quarter." I just assume for utility that I do. Yeah, I can't. You know, I don't do a whole lot of. Yeah, it's just for utilitarian purposes. It is one of my presuppositions. Yes, I don't spend a lot of time debating it too, because it's kind of like then you end up talking about the matrix and simulations and things that don't really interest me.
Frank, what do you think of these conceptions of God, like Arius has, where it's like basically your shoe is God?
Yeah.
So she's kind of down like that, and I don't know, maybe she'd be willing.
Absolutely not. Frank, after 3 hours of discussing with Andrew about absolute divine simplicity, comes to the conclusion that people who take from ADS worship a shoe. This is debate with Andrew, bro. Like, this is debate with Andrew.
If you've ever debated me, you know that's something I say all the time. Though, it's like I could just say my God is a coffee cup.
I thought that was the pantheist or something. The duo. Absolutely.
If you ask her, Arius,
It's Andrew. French.
spit out some of that woo that you say. What is
Let me go to the sky daddy, Andrew. Don't let me use that word.
Wait, Phoenix has a new one for us. Phoenix has a new one for us in the chat. Materialistic red pill atheism operates as a hyper-rationalist framework that strips away metaphysical comfort in favor of occult biological determinism centered on power dynamics. The guy has a dictionary in front of him somewhere. And he's like flipping the words, going point, point, point.
Yeah, so look, if you ask her to define or describe her God, as she understands it, she'll take the hits on, she slides at the Abraham and ask her to define.
No, my model is from like Maimonides, Avicenna, like these kind of guys. I don't know, Andrew, this is really hard for you to understand because you believe in the traditionalist man-God, and there are quite a few of us who don't believe in your traditionalist man-God. I'm not debating with you. It's going to go back to the shoe. Andrew, after all that back and forth, it's going to go back to the shoe.
I know. Listen, Frank and French will listen. They're much more bright than I am. They're going to understand exactly the shoe, this Nike Sketcher God. You just describe it. Give the description.
All the shoes. You pick Nike for my God like that.
Because of the just do it thing.
I could just
Yes.
I said, where's my cat? Not God. They have to like, yeah, copy it.
Yeah. They think so.
I just got confused when
You're a little muffled, Frenchie, just so you know.
Isn't that what Christians believe? Muslims?
You're
Yeah, I mean, absolute divine simplicity doesn't have to like have a religion.
you're muffled, Frenchie, just so you know.
Sorry. It just sounds like you were talking to pantheists when you're like, well, my shoe could be God.
No, I mean, if you ask her to define, just Arius, same thing. Just define what God is, but Arius.
God is Andrew, period.
Yeah, so
There we go.
she's a little guts right now. But,
It's okay. It's
well,
not
it's basic. Well, here's the thing. I just say, look, I mean, just go for atheism, Arius. You don't have to, just go. You just,
Yeah.
If
It's good
a
advice.
theist looks like you, Andrew, I'm definitely an atheist.
That's her taking jabs, but Arius, go ahead and just describe it. Just say it's the eternal woo now.
Eternal woo.
Look at this giant. Look at this giant.
Is it astrology too?
Everything that is.
He thinks it's woo-woo. Like in the spirit philosophy, he thinks it's woo-woo.
Listen, it's the now, it's eternal, it's the source of all, and the woo, and all.
But there's an Eckhart Tolle room for that.
Yes, I know.
And there's the wokeism room for that too. I think Phoenix, do you have a wokeism room? I think.
Oh my God. Phoenix is just like pointing to his dictionary again. It's like, that word.
I think Only with pink hair you can answer.
Oh man, only with pink hair can answer. I guess I have no hair.
Frank, I'll give you Albedo's argument. I don't know Albedo. I don't know if he'll turtle up here, but he's got an argument for theism.
Okay.
And that is that he has a very social based epistemology kind of thing. So he's like, hey, look, there's a lot of people, like a good portion of the planet, believes in God, and so that is a good reason to believe, because of many people who believe. Not that it's true, because of that, but that it's evidence for it.
But that's so weak. I mean, that's like, that's clearly not someone who's done a lot of debates, because that argument, it assumes that there's like one God, first of all, and that's clearly to an atheist, that's clearly not true. That there's one God concept. And secondarily, it's just an ad populum fallacy. It's like popular doesn't equal true. So that's the way I would do it.
Do you agree? Albedo's like, I'm silent.
Ad populum?
Yeah.
It just means you're appealing to the popularity of something. So then how is that different from an ad populum fallacy? If your argument is literally just lots of other people believe it, therefore that's an argument that it's true, that's literally the definition of an ad populum fallacy.
If you look it up, it says that the truth of it is guaranteed. If something is popular, that means
No,
it's speaker.
No, that's no, you're not reading the fallacy correctly. I'm sorry.
Do you want to send a link?
Yeah, I can probably find one. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah, dude, that's the first truck. The other thing is, some things are just purely dictated by their popularity.
Sure, but not truth claims.
No, truth claims.
Like, give me an example of one.
It's true that if something is the most popular based on its popularity.
That's a tautology. That's a tautology.
But tautology is a true right?
Again, but they're trivially true. So yeah, they're self-referentially trivially true. So
That was what it is.
okay. Argumentum ad hoc is a type of informal fallacy, specifically a fallacy of relevance, and is similar to an argument from authority. It uses an appeal to the beliefs, tastes, or values of a group of people, stating that because a certain opinion or attitude is held by a majority or even everyone, it is therefore correct. It's an informal fallacy. It would be evidence to support more research, absolutely. It means like it should probably be investigated, but it doesn't add to the certainty of it. It just means it's popular. It doesn't. That's all.
Okay, then you want to explain what peer review is?
Peer review is a way of correcting errors by not being able to repeat it.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with peers?
Because the peers are the people who are qualified to do the repetition.
Right, but it's their opinion.
Yeah, but it's not an opinion. It's they have to demonstrate. I can't peer review a paper by going, oh, I think that's crap. That's not peer review. Peer review means
that's not what I mean by
okay, but
their evaluation.
Yeah, but your evaluation has to come with data too. You can't just. It's like you. Yes, that's what corrects bad science is good science. Okay.
But we're talking about people who make evaluations supposedly on reasons, evidence, whatever. I think people are getting all over the place.
Yes, I agree too. Yeah.
I think that they do that with theism too.
What do you mean?
I don't think that people just suddenly, like when they start thinking about God, they're like, oh, we don't need to do that anymore. I don't need to think about how I got to this or anything.
Well, yeah, but you're missing some of the nuances of what's being done in that secular context. It's not just thinking about it and publishing. It's actually saying, hey, I couldn't reproduce your results when I ran that experiment. No one's doing that with God. Right? No, and it's a totally different process. What do you mean? That's exactly what. would do that with science as well. Yeah. But you said they do it for the alternative, and that's like, I mean, the opposite. I don't think, maybe that's not what you're saying. Maybe I'm mistaken. That's fine.
Like, there's some like thing, experiment or whatever.
Yes.
People can go and like reproduce it. If there's a whole bunch of people that reproduce it, and maybe there's like a small subsection of dozens, do you think that it's more likely true, given that a lot of people were able to reproduce it?
If they're actually doing an experiment by my standards of what an experiment is, sure.
Why is that because?
Because, well, not my standards, but the standards of scientific evidence, I would say. Then that is a no. Because that's what I choose. Yeah, if you choose just, I read a book, therefore it's true. Someone else read a book, they think it's true. Oh gosh, the book is true. Hey, that's the religious standard.
I'm not saying we should just take an art, like, we should just have any standard. I'm just asking why that standard.
Yeah, because it's proven to be good. If it's demonstrated, if we fucking went to the moon last week because of a standard like that, you know, although there's people here that probably don't believe that. So, you know, it's
the problem that's going to have is like, I'm granted it is actually like a good standard to meet, but it seems like you have all kinds of beliefs that don't meet that standard.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm 100% we're human. I don't apply scientific. I don't apply the scientific method to my relationships.
Right, but yet you have good reasons to believe this.
Yes.
Right. So I'm just talking about having beliefs that we have good reasons to believe, even if they don't meet that scientific standard.
Yeah, we do it all the time. You know.
Okay. Well, then why don't you think that's maybe what's going on with theism?
Because it doesn't rise to that level for me. It's not the case that I would use that for theism. Like, to me, it's too important of a question.
Like the relationship, you didn't apply the scientific standard.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. And yet you still believe it, and you think that's fine.
Yeah, I do.
So why is that not acceptable to theism?
Because theism is a much more consequential thing.
I mean, I think people would view their relationships as very
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
I mean, do you not?
I have a lot of them, so I don't. It's not in the same category as me. Sorry, it's kind of a category problem for me.
Okay. I feel my relationships are very important.
Okay. Mine are too. Don't worry, I think mine are too. But it's like I don't do like fMRIs on my girlfriends to find out whether or not they love me.
I agree. I think that my relationships with my family or my girlfriend, spouse, whatever, is probably more important than that.
Okay.
It's like I don't really give a shit about electrons.
Okay.
Like they found out like there were like another particle that existed. I wouldn't give a shit.
Okay.
I mean, don't you agree? Like if you had a choice, if you give up one, your relationship, or like the knowing of a particle, probably would give up the knowing of a particle.
I think yeah, I don't really understand. The question is so absurd. I don't really understand how to answer. Sorry. I want whatever Phoenix is smoking. He's got some sort of generator going on, is my suspicion. There's something that's generating this word salad. I can't believe this comes out of a brain. It's functioning. ChatGPT, generate me some word salad about philosophy. We should start responding to him with ChatGPT. Take what he writes, plug it into Claude, and see what it says. Me?
Yeah.
I've heard it. It's interesting. Yeah, I think it's not a bad argument. I usually comes up with deists, actually.
He's better against Christians.
Yeah. Well, I remember when I was first kind of getting into atheist debating, I thought it was a really good argument. And some point. It hasn't come up recently. I'm not saying it's a bad argument or anything, but I haven't used it recently, I would say. There's a lot of arguments, obviously. That's just one.
I think that one and probably more compelling and well known. There's some like more what's the word? I want to say esoteric, but I think I'm probably using that word wrong.
No, that's actually probably not a bad word in some cases. Even though sometimes that's a bad word, but
But those two, I think, the good thing about this, they're just like really simple to understand. Like, I'm not saying that like I'm so much as in it's simple for me to understand, and I think they can definitely bamboozle most of these. Not all, of course, because there's some really clever ones.
yeah, I always go with like they've had 2,000 years to refine their apologies, and some of them are really good at it because of that. You know, they've learned, oh, it's not maximally logical. It's, you know, blah blah blah. You know, if you see how like William Lane Craig's arguments have evolved over the years and things like that, it's that. It's like when you talk to a really convinced flat earther sometimes, you know, like I can't say a single thing like, oh, the moon goes from waxing to waning in the northern hemisphere and waning to waxing in the southern hemisphere. What's your explanation for that? You know, other than it's a sphere. They have an answer. You know, they literally have an answer to that. It's bullshit. It doesn't conform to any known laws of the natural universe, but they have one. And I feel that way about apologists sometimes too. It's like they've had a long time to say, oh, if you interpret that Greek word as meaning this instead of this, and you combine it with this chapter over here, you get this. And it's like, I haven't done that. I haven't been around for 2,000 years making my atheist apologies. Yeah, Phoenix is definitely generating this stuff out of something. Spiritual wokeism functions as a modern alchemy. Yeah. Let me take his quote and I'm going to feed it into ChatGPT and see what it says. I'll use Claude actually because it's better. That sentence sounds profound, but when I try to pin down what it's actually claiming, it mostly dissolves. Spiritual wokeism also isn't a defined thing. I can engage with any of those, but the original sentence is more incantation. That is so funny.
Yeah, I think universe is a work lesson. We do a lot of tarot card readings and stuff.
Yeah. You know, I think this may come as a surprise to some people here, but I'm not really opposed to tarot cards. I think they actually have a really interesting function in psychology. Not as a truth tool, but as an exploration of archetypes. They're super cool.
I mean, I'm really interested in psychedelics and what it did during the 60s or something. The counterculture and wokeism, the whole thing is really good.
Can you just define wokeism, like in a sentence? Because I don't think you know what it means.
Yeah, I don't either.
Fight against injustice. To be aware of injustice. Yeah. It's first to
the awakening to injustice, like racism. It started from the African American communities to fight injustice.
So like 10 years, it's been around.
Yeah, and what is the relationship between psychedelics and wokeism? I think that's tenuous at best.
I think that it seems like conservatives don't like.
Yeah.
Conservative environments don't like psychedelics because they make.
Okay, you're just totally generalizing here, and I'm sorry.
Around way too much. For
Yeah.
example, a lot of New Age Christians, a lot of woke people are going to be Christian, right? There's nothing connecting wokeism with atheism.
Yeah.
It's just completely confused that these are two.
Yeah, wokeism and woke atheism are not performance.
Can you just stop using the word woke? It's really dumb. It's really, really dumb. It makes you sound like a pedantic conservative.
Liberal Christians, they're woke.
Yeah.
Do you think that I care what others think?
I don't think you care, but I'm just letting you know how it sounds. It makes you sound like someone who's listened to too much Joe Rogan.
Okay.
It's not even using the right word. Wokeism
Yeah.
to do with atheism per se.
Yeah. It's really.
I think it's fighting injustice against.
Yeah, but okay, then call it fighting injustice, which many of us would support you with. But to use the word woke is used as a pejorative term by the right about those things. So when you're using it, you sound like some sort of incel piece of shit. So stop doing it.
No, I will not stop.
Okay, have a nice day then. No one here is going to engage with you on the topic either.
I like Pink Floyd, so I like Pink Floyd.
Why are you saying that? Do you think they're woke? Of course they're not. He's just a weirdo. He's just saying random shit.
How do you think woke? Just explain that.
He's awakened.
From what?
Awakened from the preconditioning of the,
Oh my God, you sound like you've literally been brainwashed by someone. It's really.
Many woke people are Christian. That's your problem. Stop saying it's to anything to atheism.
Yeah, I think it is like Christian mysticism.
Look, if you saw like a Black Lives Matter protest, right, and you just polled everyone there, guarantee you the vast majority would say they're Christian. This is just like a really dumb conversation we're having.
I think being awakened is better than being intelligent.
And what does that even mean? I'm sorry. Like, yeah, it's really bad. And if you're trying to come off as, liberally enlightened, you're doing a very bad job of it.
The woke is about liberally enlightened.
Yeah, but you're doing a bad job.
Thank you for defining it for me.
If that's what you're trying to do, you wouldn't be using the word woke.
Why not open your eyes? Have you seen the movie Strange?
Oh, good grief. Stop quoting movies.
I think it's that eye, Frank.
Go watch Melancholia. It's a better movie.
Have you seen the Buddhist monk when she said to him, like, open your eye? He was tripping balls.
What's that? Oh, it's such a great movie. It's relationships. If you watch that movie and you get depressed, that movie and you go, life rocks. We could be friends. Yep. And the soundtrack, oh my God, that Tristan Hill soundtrack. It's just like, yeah.
As a baby Christian, have you come up with or have you always had a response to divine goodness?
I think it's interesting. That's just the reasoning that I employ for that argument as basically a counter, it's like a second argument that points to this.
Okay, so you said sort of evidence for atheism, but you've got counter evidence.
With the same, like so when we ask, like, okay, why do people believe premise to that there are gods?
Yeah.
So my answer is because I take their testimony to be like a true representation of the world.
Okay.
And
say, I saw God, I think that there is a true testimony about their.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So is atheism a true why and atheist kind of idea? I mean,
Couldn't you say the opposite though? Like, if theism is true, why are there atheists?
oh, that's the, yes, that's what others is doing.
Yeah.
So the argument starts off with if atheism is true, why are there non-resistant non-believers? And non-believers like, fair enough. But if atheism is true, why do all these people believe in God? And he doesn't want to say, well, he doesn't want, like I think the atheist would just immediately be like, oh, they're just all deluded, right? And he thinks that's like saying the non-resistant non-believers deluded, right?
Yeah. That's kind of why I avoid that word.
You know, it's 1,000 deluded people.
Yeah.
But then you would be committed to saying billions upon billions and far the majority are deluded.
Yeah.
I don't want to say that.
It sounds strong, doesn't it?
But if you take out the word deluded and you just go mistaken, you know?
Well, I think that's less likely.
Yeah.
How about dominated?
Which one's more likely? 100,000 people are mistaken or billions and billions of people?
It's dominated by it, inherited. So yeah, what's it gonna do?
Yeah, and I think it also depends on what topic you're talking about. If you're talking about like thunder and lightning being gods on top of mountains, throwing down lightning bolts, then what do you call all the millions and millions of people that believe that for thousands of years? Deluded, mistaken, you know? The numbers don't really matter. You can't just say there's 100,000 on this side, there's a million on this side. The content matters too. The topic matters. As human beings, I start with, you know, knowledge is cumulative. Like, I don't believe in like mystical ancient knowledge or anything bullshit like that. Knowledge is cumulative. And so, yes, we've been wrong about some things. And I think we're wrong about gods. But I can't stand and go, here's the one thing that proves we're wrong about gods, like we can do with, you know, a lot of other stuff. But I still think that the people who believe it are wrong. It doesn't matter if there's millions of them or thousands of them. I still think they're wrong. I don't think they're deluded. I don't think they're psychotic. I don't think they're, you know, in a cult. I just think they're wrong. Just like the people who believe that lightning bolts being thrown off of mountains were wrong. And there were millions of them.
Like in the you're asking the atheists to give an account for like why there are billions of theists. I mean, they could give an altruistic account, I think.
You can give an account. I think that's not really the problem. It's like justifying that premise without also implicitly justifying the like other premise that I use.
Yeah, I mean, right, because the deist account is going to be something like it's suppressing the truth. Basically, unless they just want to flat out say the lie, which probably that's not the way they want to go. Because how can they prove that? But the atheist account doesn't have to do that.
The whole idea is like if you're going to reject the premise, lies are going to find problematic to some extent.
Preposterous, maybe.
And that's why like I don't reject it. I think it's right to just think it is we're reasoning correctly.
Right.
But then part of that also just means we should reason towards the other side. That's my view.
Yeah, I understand. It's like the divine hiddenness of atheism.
Isn't it kind of like though just the difference between being like valid and sound? You know, like you can make a perfectly valid argument, but it's not sound because your premises aren't demonstrated.
Abdullah thinks it is sound.
Oh, okay. But I mean, and so when I again, my response to that would be is take your premise and whatever it is, and generally they can't because it's
if God is triomni and he's the one who's the leader, we shouldn't expect there to be non-resistant unbelievers. There are non-resistant unbelievers, therefore isn't triomni or doesn't exist. And then the argument for premise 2 is justifying on the basis of, well, there's a lot of people that say it, and it's very unlikely every one of them's lying. It's also very unlikely that they're all mistaken because they're like different people through different times, through different circumstances. Then it would be just unlikely that every one of them's mistaken. And so,
but that's not true, though. We can demonstrate that. Yeah, but you can demonstrate that premise isn't true.
Frank, you know what a non-resistant non-believer is?
What's that? What is it?
So, you fight with one hand. I think you would agree with this argument. A non-resistant non-believer is someone who has the capability of believing God, i.e., they've got cognitive functions. Is not actively hostile to the idea of God, but yet continues not to believe.
Yeah, I would probably fall into that camp.
Okay. No, you wouldn't.
Why?
Because you're.
why should we believe you that
You spend your time actively arguing against theists.
Yeah, but what do I start with?
Dude, I think you're resistant. Again,
Okay.
I would think you are, based on the fact that your hobby or pursuit or profession is have a.
It's not actually, so. I have another profession.
Saying ask an atheist.
Yes, that doesn't make me a professional atheist. I never claimed to be one. Again, it makes me not a non-believer. It doesn't make me resistant. I'm an agnostic atheist, and the fact that that's not, Frenchie, the fact that that's not pure enough for you, I don't really give a flying fuck what you think I am. So stuff it. I don't really care what you think I am.
By the way, I'm an ex-atheist. The worst nightmare of our atheists.
Oh, shut up. Oh, my God.
If you want to know what I am from belief, you just have to ask me, and you don't get to tell me. You already categorize me as a professional atheist, which is bullshit, number one. And number two, I'm an agnostic. I'm open to the possibility of a God. And you can't...
That doesn't mean you're not resistant. You have resistance. You talk about how you debate
being driven by my curiosity about whether or not it's true.
You've been doing this.
40.
And have you found any evidence that compels you yet?
No.
But you still think you will, right?
Could happen.
How likely is that?
I don't know, but could happen.
Not lying. I don't
please.
know. No,
Please.
it's not likely.
Frenchie, just stop. Frenchie, you're embarrassing. You're embarrassing to atheists, and I'm done talking to you. Goodbye. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Ciao.
Thank God.
Here, I'm going to flush a toilet for you. There you go.
He doesn't know how likely it is. What a liar.
This is what I was talking about in the back channel, Andrew. These fucking purist atheists who I don't meet their standard of purity, and they just want to be completely unhinged about it. And that's all she's doing. You're just an unhinged atheist, and you're giving us a bad name. Yeah, sure they would. Okay. Yeah, because a poll of 10 people on Clubhouse is going to get you an answer. Your whole world is your ego on Clubhouse. I'm sorry. I mean, you're just such an arrogant little piece of shit. I really don't even care. You do nothing but pedantics here. And every time I've been in a room talking to you, I've had 10 people come in and tell me she's just an arrogant person. And all she does is like to scream at people. So people have a very low opinion of you here because of this pedantics. And maybe that makes you happy. But it's true. I'm done.
Okay, great.
Bye.
Yeah. Are we leaving now?
asking the evidence was.
Well, I have the fucking definite sense. No one actually backed me up. From nothing. You do think I'm an artist. Thanks a lot for that.
Well, you asked the
I don't care about any of that, but he literally said he doesn't care about the opinion of others. I just got back after dropping my son.
I want to ask you about determinism and another one, free will. The conversation that you had with Charles. No, the conversation that you had with Charles.
Who are you asking?
I'm asking you. You had the conversation with Steelman, his position, and I would give you an argument against it. Can you do that?
I mean, I just feel like yes, I could, but I can't.
Rather not to.
I can't. Yeah, just like I would feel like dishonest by doing it because I think that what he's doing is making a mistake.
Okay. Can I say something? Like how we can define determinism and how we can define free will. If we say A is true no matter what, that means it is determinism. And if A is a possible, that means it is freedom of free will. Do you accept that definition?
I would want to work with, but I think for the purposes of the discussion that Charles would have, it's
Make it simple. Let's say that M is A, God, human, and if it is A, it's true always. That means determinism. If A is a possible, like it could be B or A, that means freedom of will. Do you accept those? Okay. So if you take like the point of view of God, A will always be determinism. But if you take the point of view of a human, A is always impossible. So yeah, if you take always like the true fact of God, you have right to say everything is determined. But if you take the point of a human, there will always be a possibility that will make it a free will. But I have to accept the harm to give another harm. Like you can't deny like a determinism for God, but you can prove, according to the definition, the free will for human. Shalom, guys. So, would that be like a response to that? Like you prove the freedom of will exists even in the framework of the predeterminism.
you could say it's not, whether or not he thinks that that's the right way to look at it.
Yeah. But that's like a good point of view. Do you guess yes, no?
I think that's like free will. I don't think it's something that we're looking at as like, well, it kind of just depends on who's looking at it. I don't think that's what it is.
It depends. So he denied that he's dependable. The free will is dependable.
You're saying, well, it depends on what perspective we're looking at. Or if you
Exactly.
I'm saying I don't think we should look at it.
But like every truth is relative. Every truth is relative to something. If the free will is relatively to the human is true, then it's true for humans.
It's usually not what relativism is. I think the philosophy uses it. So I'm just making it clear that I would disagree with the philosophy relativism, but if you're talking about like conditions to make things true, then yeah.
What did you mean by relativism as well? Like, maybe Hamid, just to get like to really understand Hamid, what did you mean by saying?
That truth being having the ability to but if you're gonna put God into the factors, yeah, things change. So according to all human, A is possible. That make it the truth.
Action that serves as like the truth maker. So concrete first that correspond to the.
You can find out the answer to this question without going and asking way more questions.
Okay.
But you can follow that up.
Oh, I thought it was Nabila. Oh, I was trying.
I'd actually rather someone speak up trying to do stuff like that.
Okay. So what were you guys
Well, just quick question. Like I asked him like to take the point of Charles, and I was the point to attack the point of Charles. That's it.
Other people probably know Charles's position. I mean, I can restate it. I'll just tell you where I think the mistake is. He thinks that because once the fact about what will occur is fixed, that it means it couldn't not. Like it's impossible for like the negation. No, I mean, I think that like it doesn't follow from something that will occur that it could not occur. That's just two different propositions. The true negation is what follows from something that will occur is that it's impossible for it to not will occur.
But I can understand your point of view because you building your idea on the premise that knowledge have to be externalized to be true. Like what you're saying and what you believe in really like it doesn't contradict, it goes hand in hand. So the action have to be done to make it true. This is according to your belief. But in my belief, like whether like even if the action didn't happen, the knowledge is true. That's like where we will have the difference between my
Anything that is like actually I'm not even sure. Like if you say like right now I'm in my house and things that's true, but if it weren't really true that I was in my house. Actually I'm not even arguing to like parse that, so maybe sure with the same word.
No, according to our previous conversation about the knowledge of God, and what do you believe that knowledge of God need external sources to be true or to be confirmed? Do you remember that conversation? Yeah. So according to that, for the knowledge to be true, it has to be external things to it. That's your belief. So for the action to be true, it has to be actualized according to your belief. And that's why you're making that argument. But in my view, you don't think every truth, every knowledge that God has.
I don't think every truth has to be actual.
Yeah, but I think the other
one seem like they're not actual.
Also, I think you're not like truth maker maximum stream. Don't think that every
although I want to uphold the maximalism maximally, so
yeah. Yeah. But you're right. I mean, actually, I think like most people say like even most source models theories truth are not like truth maker maximalists. say like, yeah, certain propositions would be equally small. Yeah. Go ahead, Mohammed. Yeah, sorry. Okay.
Understand the defense that you make for the argument because you depended on the action and the knowledge for them to be true. But in my position, like God knowledge is always true. Like even if the action happen, yeah, it will happen. So there is no other way.
Yeah. I mean, you, in a sense, you have to go to that if you believe that God has infallible knowledge, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
What happened with Frank?
He had a tantrum and left because I said he was a non-resistant non-believer.
Well, you said he was a resistant believer.
Sorry, I said he was a resistant non-believer. And he thinks he's not resistant.
It was weird. I was listening. I couldn't talk because I was managing my son. But no, he got hung up on as like professional atheist.
Well, I think he felt. I mean, when I say professional, I don't actually mean that's the result that you are
No, I know.
He didn't
You just mean high profile. You
Yeah,
create
so
rooms.
it's
You're
because
a community organizer.
but you're a professional, you know. It's because
Great analogy.
yes, thank you. Anyway, point is,
Well, philosophy, that's just the root.
well, yeah, but he comes here and wants to do all the talking, so, you know,
Oh yeah, it's definitely.
you've got to actually trust it.
But are you talking about Steve, the atheist guy?
No, not Frank.
Oh, Frank.
Well, we're talking about Frank right now. I was just comparing Steve Appel with you.
Steve Appel is, yeah.
Dash. Fucking hell.
I think he once told me that he thinks there's no evidence for God or and issues he had to deal with. He basically was emotionally moved to nationalism, but even though there's no proof for that.
That's
What's
why.
it got to do with the divorce?
Yeah. So it's very difficult to just have a conversation with.
I agree. Did
Vito talked to Frank about his
Yes, Dad.
argument. Don't get me wrong, I don't like this epistemic approach that Alvita takes, but it's not a fallacy. Oh, yeah.
Well, Andrew explained it, so it's possible Andrew didn't do it justice.
Austin Powers. It's like I have just realized that as long as someone isn't like difficult to talk to, you can talk to anyone about basically. Islam on the shoulder.
Because he's the only one who's not.
Why thank you for that, by the way.
By difficult to talk to, do you mean aggressive, or do you mean just like really down?
Well, no, more.
They do this, so I don't, it doesn't matter. And a couple of people immediately come.
Understands what you're saying. Yeah. Like, they don't even make room for that.
No, and I think that's a perfectly reasonable interruption.
Yeah, no, I hate those people.
Because, you know.
Unless Nathan is in there rigorously moderating, then that's something.
I think that moderation is a little.
No, it is way too gentle. That's what I mean. Like, unless Nathan is there to kind of, you know, pull the ears up on people. Because he's the only one who aggressively moderates.
Yeah.
You know, he used to be a PNR moderator.
Well,
No, I remember. I go way back.
I don't think he's aggressive enough. He will say stop.
Sometimes he's not. I agree.
He will do the basics, and yeah, some of the other ones don't seem to do this. I just think this is people. But there's some really wackadoos in there. And also just some really obnoxious, like, oh, fuck, who's that guy yesterday? I think he was beating you up.
Oops.
He's beating you up about something. And he just wouldn't let you speak at all. He was just like doing that game. In chillism.
Andrew has left his phone.
Was it Mr. or something?
I think he was arguing with the same guy. Just really,
You know, she's curious.
you can't make jokes of people, so I always forget.
What's up?
Like, can we argue that every truth we know is relative truth?
What do you mean?
We can. We can or we can't.
relative truth, do you think? Like, do you mean like,
Free will.
I'm in the middle? Oh, I thought you meant like I'm in the middle, and that's relative to some other reference point.
No. Okay, you can take it simplified as that, but I mean relative truth for all humanity. I mean, this is truth for all humanity. That is it according to.
But what does the word relative do?
Relative to human, like you can't say that truth is truth without using human into a factor.
Can't truth is truth without taking humans into it.
So every truth that we consider truth have relative to humans.
Sorry, big guy, I'm not
We just have to find context, like Congressman was to. Yeah, it is relative to human mind.
What? I don't agree with that.
Okay, if you don't
like logical truths, if you take that to be a logical truth or like a necessary truth, they're supposed to like not be that kind of thing.
Okay, I agree, but logical is dependent on mind to
really?
get it.
Oh, this is, I didn't know. He's saying logic, also logic are dependent on the human mind.
I suspect there's an equivocation going on.
Yeah,
when it comes to the use of logic. Like I agree with you, in order to do logic or reason, you have to have a mind. But when I say logical truth, I mean something different than using a cognitive faculty. I mean stuff that is true in virtue of I don't know, axioms of logic. They're not the kind of thing where you would say, well, they're true here or true there, or they're like true dependent on others.
No, I accepted that. Like, I have a problem in logical truth. But when you mention logical truth, it's still relative to human life. So that's my point.
But then, so like maybe we when I say logical truth, I mean something very specific. I mean something that's true, and it doesn't really depend on like what the propositions are supposed to be. You know, I don't know, A equals A. It doesn't matter what the proposition is. That's just going to be a logical truth. So if you take like it's not just true, it's also true under any sort of construal of its constituent propositions. Like any interpretation of its propositions is still going to be true. So that kind of thing to me.
I'm not denying that, but
I guess so we know what I mean when I say logical truth.
No, I'm not denying that, but you need the faculty to assess that logical truth. And that faculty is a human, or for example, say supercomputer or something that can think about it. So
that's an epistemic concern. Well, that's about like how do we know this?
Okay, so it is relative.
No, but the truth isn't. Like there's a difference between like if you think that the external world is real, you think there's a matter of fact about stars and planets and atoms and stuff like that. Now that whatever grounds the truth of some proposition, like the sun is a main sequence star, that example. The sun, is such and so and so extended spatio-temporally. It's such and such big. That kind of whatever grounds the truth of a proposition like that. There's our epistemic access to that fact, but then there's the fact itself.
Correct. Yeah.
I'm saying the fact itself doesn't seem to me to be dependent on minds.
Exactly.
What you could say is there's an interpretive framework by which you are apprehending something, and then it goes through your epistemic filters, and then you interpret that. Now that might be fallible, and that's going to be mind-dependent in some sense, but the truth itself, so to speak, doesn't seem to me to be mind-dependent.
Are you a realist about abstract objects?
No.
Okay.
if we say,
absolutely correct. Yeah, I think it's absolutely.
no, I'm not disagreeing with it at all. Actually, I agree with it. Like there is moon and sun whether you exist or not. But to reach
there's truth about the moon and sun whether you exist or not.
Yeah. So I know what you're saying, but the only way to confirm that true is true, or to know that true exists or not, is to have epistemic way, and that epistemic way needs the facts that represented to you.
Our epistemic attitudes about propositions and truths. No, I agree with that. Those obviously require minds, but I don't think that's a very substantial claim.
Yeah, but if we accept that, then every truth that we consider truth is relative to him. That's why we take it as
maybe you could say that. I just think that some things like analytic truths, something that's true in virtue of its meaning, it's difficult to say that that's in a sense true relative to humans, if I'm borrowing your phrasing. But in a sense, it's just like under any interpretation or in any possible world, if these are like necessary truths. So it's difficult to say, but maybe you would say that, hey, the fact that they are necessary truths, that's, that depends on human investigation, and you could be wrong about that. I agree, but I don't know. That just points to some general fallibilism.
Yeah, I'm not saying the truth is not true. No,
I know. I wasn't trying to.
I'm accepting the truth, but I'm just saying all the truth are relative. Like they need a human. Yeah.
Well, so in the sense that you outlined, sure.
But brother, but on that aspect, though, say for instance, if I'm eating something that's spicy to me, it's true to me, it's a fact. But if you was to eat it, you would not think that it was spicy. Just give you like an example. So it's all about relativity.
Well, that's an example of you could say a fact that's stance dependent. Like what makes it true or false is indexed to the stance of a mind. That's a different kind of truth. That's one kind, but there are also going to be stance independent facts or truths, and those don't depend.
You know what I'm saying is the fact that say for instance, if I say everything that's true is relative, right? Then there could be like it depends 100% on relativity and how the person thinks. It fully depends on the person.
Right. In some sense.
The reason why I bring that up to connect it with my initial first argument about determining and freedom of will. And if we say A, like the action A is always true for God, and that makes A predetermined.
What does it mean? You're saying if action A is always happen. What do you mean by always true? You mean it always happens?
Yeah, it's always true for God. So the action, like for example, you doing action A, it's always true for God. You're gonna do that action. There is no possibility.
Sorry. You're saying the choices, whatever choice you're going to make, God has knowledge of the truth of whatever choice you're going to make.
Exactly. So that makes it determined. But in the case of a human,
I don't agree with that.
Okay. But I'm saying in the case of a human, A is always choice. It's not determined. So according to the human, as a relative truth, A is always choice. That's what makes it freedom of free will.
Okay. When you say determined, you didn't mean that because God knows my choice is determined. You didn't mean that.
No, I'm putting relative to it. I'm saying A for God is determined, but A for a human is not determined. That's what I mean.
I get you. So someone's gonna have to pick it up. I'll be right back.
what you were saying, brother. About so you're basically saying like with God and with humans, it's different.
That's what create, like the knowledge of A is creating the way of it. This is my Islam. For God is always true for human. So it is relative for human. When it is possible, so it is relatively freedom of will. But for God, it's always true, then it needs determinism. It's how you see it.
Muhammad, do you think you can know anything? By reveal, I just mean God's communicating information to you. So you think when you ascertain to a fact, you did that independent from God. It was not God that, basically put that in your mind. You put that in your mind on your own. Is that what you're saying?
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Do you think when you're using your eyes and you're seeing the world, it's you that's producing an understanding of the world? Or do you think it's God that's producing that understanding?
It's a matter of perspective, like I said. God created.
No, it's like this. It's either like this. It's got to be one.
Yeah, I'm saying it could be both cases depending on of how we are.
Okay, so if it's both, that means each given thing that I know is from God.
Right? It's saying that everything is revealed by God or created by God. Okay, I accept that.
Do you think that it's possible for God to reveal something that's not true?
Never. No.
So, the same way you constantly understand with your eyes is a revelation from God. In Surah 844, the Qurayshis saw the Muslims saw the Qurayshis view. Was this also a revelation from God?
Revelation, you're talking about the Quran. Yeah, the Quran is revelation from God.
I'm talking about what they saw during the battle. It's what they, because remember when I asked you if you see revelation, you said, yeah, it's God revealing the world to you. So,
you kind of broke up. What did you say?
I'm saying when he agrees that it's God revealing the world to us, what we're seeing in Surah 844, was it God revealing the world to the Muslims? Because if so, what he revealed was false. Therefore, God's revelation can be false. And now, if all of your knowledge is from that, God's revelation, then
I really don't understand.
What?
Could you I really don't understand. I'm trying to understand.
You don't understand what?
No, what you were saying.
What do you understand?
No, I'm not understanding the concept of what you're trying to say.
So what are you understanding? So I know where to go.
No, really, I'm confused. That's what I'm saying.
No, bro. I'm saying, what do you? Okay, so you're confused about this. What? You want to restart the whole thing?
Let's go out, question. He wasn't clear. Are you running some attack arguments?
No, I'm just saying it's possible for God to reveal something that's false.
Okay, so
according
to you don't believe that God has infallible knowledge.
I'm saying it's wrong. I'm not saying we're not.
Okay.
But you mixing two things between revelation and what you see. There is different. Like what you see and the revelation are two different things.
Yeah, but when I clarify what I mean by revelation and what I mean two different things, because all revelation is communication of information from Allah, and I'm pretty sure in the Quran it says that
fit in that category. Like you could say, you see the world and God created the world. I understand that. But saying revelation now, you like entering so many factors that doesn't like it's not according to the definition that we have.
Okay, look, say reveal, and there's information communicated. Okay, do you think when you're seeing the world and there's information that goes from outside into your mind, that's God doing it?
Okay, so yeah, so there's signs. Yeah, we believe that. No, I'm talking about the world. You said the world, right? You're saying that the fact that if you're seeing the world, when you're seeing the world, you're seeing it through God's. Basically, that's what you're saying, right?
I'm saying anytime you see something and there's an understanding of the thing you're seeing in your mind, or the experience of that seeing in your mind, I'm saying that information being put in your mind is not put there by the object. Yeah, it's put by God. And you can say you are object or participating, but it's ultimately put there by God. That's the point.
Yeah, it's ultimately put by God, but it's in your mind, in your eyes.
Okay. So the knowledge in your mind is put there by God. So it's revealed by God. When the world is revealed to you, it's not you that reveals it, it's not the object that reveals it, it's God. So now I'm saying, when God is putting the information about the world in your mind, is it possible for him to put information about the world in your mind, which is false? And obviously, according to Sir 844, it is possibly false, because he put something in their minds which was not true.
So listen. When God does certain stuff, right? It doesn't mean that we can do that. So God didn't deceive anybody, and those people that you was talking about.
That's not the point I'm making. You're jumping ahead of me. I'm not saying God deceived. I'm not saying God. All I'm saying is, when there's information from God, it's possibly false. That's all I'm establishing.
Man, it can't be false.
Okay, so is it true? Okay, so if it cannot be false, then that means there's a contradiction in the law.
How you establish that it is false?
Because it says that the Christ you will view it.
Yeah. Okay. So so that's what they see. What they look like a smaller group.
Okay. Okay. I see. So there was an actual number, but what they saw was less than the actual. So I was right. My child was.
But God didn't reveal that anything to them.
So I'm agree what he said. First of all, it says, when Allah showed them, and he showed them to you as many. Perfect. Why you say no? The word God. And he showed them to you as many.
No, I said it's perfect.
I'm reading the verse, bro. The verse.
Okay, I said that's good. Well, I can't say it's perfect, what you were saying.
I think you paraphrase my fault. So you believers will have strength faltered and disputed in the matter, but Allah spared you from it. Surely He knows best what is hidden in the heart. Then, when your armies met, Allah made them appear as few in your eyes, and made you appear as few in theirs. So, wait, I thought you said it was Allah making them appear as few or revealing it.
Okay.
It says Allah's the one that showed us.
Okay, so let me explain that, right? So this is something God showed them. It's something they see. But how did God lie about anything?
I didn't even use that word, my brother.
No, I'm using that word.
Well, why use that word?
Because that's what it said. It said God showed them, right?
It said
No, you said that
So
though.
I didn't say lie. I didn't say the word lie.
Then what did you say?
I lied. I said it's possible that there's information from God which is false, and you're conceding that. You're saying that when the army. Okay, so do you agree that the information from God that they were few in number was false?
The fact that happened.
No, that they were few in number, a false fact. Or it would be a fact. Is that false that they were few in number?
Whatever God says is correct.
God does. Okay, God says there are many. Qurayshis are few. So which one is it? Big.
No, the Quraysh, the enemies when they say the Muslims.
Or I meant the Muslims are the Qurayshis. Well, they saw each other as few because there's a hadith that says
No. When the enemies. Okay.
The point is, the Muslims saw the Qurayshis as few because of Allah. So Allah made them look like they were few, but they were not. Okay?
Yeah.
So what Allah showed in the world was not true.
Yeah, who said it's not true? Where did you get it from?
The Quran, because it says, verse 43 says, okay? Which means what, Ben? That means few has to be distinct from what the actual number is for it to be motivational and encouraging to the believers to make a difference whether or not they're going to fight. And also, if you go to verse 66 in the same chapter, it says, the encouragement lighten their burden. How could it lighten their burden if the quantity didn't actually change, or at least apparent to them? So it has to be a different number. The number they saw has to be less than the actual number, which would make it a false number, but that's the number that Allah showed them. So Allah showed them something false.
Okay, so yeah, I get what you're saying. So
that is possible for the information that Allah puts in your mind to be false.
Listen. He didn't put nothing in somebody's mind.
Wait a second.
So I thought you said everything in our minds is put in the Bible. I thought you said that.
No, I didn't say that.
Who said that?
You said when we're
Just a
seeing
second.
the world, when we're seeing the world, the revelation of the world is revealed by God. That's what you said.
No, that's what you said. I corrected what I said.
Okay, so this is
Yeah, I corrected it. And I said God created the world, and we see the world that God created. That's it.
Well, that's true. There's no other propositions that are true about the world.
What do you mean?
There are other things that we can say are true of the world other than those facts, right? So I'm saying of the other things that are also true about it. I'm not just saying those things are also true. Like, okay, when you look at something, this object is being revealed to you, okay, and reflected in your mind. Is that revelation and reflection from God, from yourself? No. Where's it from?
Yeah, exactly. I said I don't accept the word revelation for the things that you see. Mix you two things that are, according to the definition of revelation, it's not what you see. Like you can see things and things can deceive you. There is no problem.
Okay, then you know what, Muhammad? I won't use the word revelation.
Okay,
When we say something is true, which is a piece of knowledge, when we say we know something, is that in virtue of receiving that knowledge from God?
Instead of receiving the knowledge of God, I don't see
From God.
Yes.
So, wait a second. Can you explain that?
Thanks, since you said yes, can you explain why?
Go ahead, explain to him so he can answer.
You know, or you would say you know things. When you say you know something, you're referring to the contents of your mind, which
But that knowledge,
okay.
my knowledge is not absolute.
Okay. When you're speaking of that,
truly knowledge? Is it something you got from God?
How do you mean that the knowledge you got from God?
Is it?
There is a.
Okay, so no,
I'm saying. I can repeat it.
What do you mean? I'm going to clarify. Do you know what knowledge is? Do you know what it is to receive something from God?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any knowledge you have without receiving it from God?
Is there any knowledge you have? You didn't
That's
receive.
that's three different things.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yes. Yes, I said yes.
What knowledge do you receive without God?
Yeah, for example, I didn't have direct revelation of math and I studied math.
Okay. What do you think it means to get something from God? When I say receive something from God?
Direct message from God.
Oh, okay. Do you receive love from God?
Do you receive love from God? I don't know how to say
You
that.
as a person receive love from God?
It could be the case.
Oh, does that contain any propositional content? No, right? So receiving things from God doesn't just have to do with words or like declarations or something like that. It's more.
But you need to qualify it.
I'll re-ask the question. It's obviously not limited to some kind of propositional revelation or something like that. Do you receive any knowledge, or sorry, do you have any knowledge without receiving it from God?
Yeah.
And what?
I just give you an example. I didn't have received message from God about math and I study math.
Bro, I just explained to you why that's not what that means.
Good morning. I wanted to have two questions for the stage. How long has the room been running, and how far away are we from the title of the topic? Hey, Simon.
I'm on the panel, so pretty far.
I don't know how long it's been, Monica, but we're very far away from Islam right now. Or they're talking about Islam.
Great. I don't want to change the topic.
No, change the topic. What do you want to talk about? Feminism and abortion.
Well, I believe that the original feminism, giving women the right to vote, was a good idea. Some of my sisters don't vote correctly, but I forgive them. I'm not a fan of the idea of repealing the 19th Amendment. And I think second wave feminism was where we started getting into trouble, and third and fourth wave feminism.
Isn't that the one that gave you guys rights?
Right. What did you hear me say?
Is that your point? Is that maybe you have to listen to the rest of it?
I said the first wave feminism was a good idea. I think giving the right for women to vote was a good idea. And then we started getting into trouble with the second wave feminism. And then
Why do you think women should vote?
Third and fourth wave feminism. That's the topic you want to discuss. Because women pay taxes. Because women pay taxes and we get representation. That's why. Anything else?
Monica, what if, do you think women just have a problem? What if women just have
I'd like to hear from Sam, Chef, actually.
Okay. What if women just, because of their higher empathy, they tend to, prioritize what feels good as opposed to, long-term strategic interests? Would that be an argument that they shouldn't be able to vote? Or is that just principle of if they pay taxes, they need representation, regardless of whether or not they make good or bad voting decisions? This is what you should go with.
Well, that's a valid concern, and we've seen it implemented tragically when women lead with their emotions. And, well, actually, all humans lead with their emotions and make decisions with their emotions. However, men seem to have the logic on lock where they're able to substantiate their decisions with more reason and logic. But, Sam, my argument is, if we know this about women, why can't men present the ideas that will enable women to get more information to make the decisions as sound and reasonable with logic that they emotionally do? If you so in other words, in summary, if the ideas that we support are bad ideas, how come the guys aren't presenting us with better ideas that we can't support?
What if the good ideas just intrinsically sound bad?
Yeah, that's a huge problem. I'm trying to control my crazy sisters, a la Jordan Peterson, and they're crazy. And I'm seeing an increase in not only verbal violence, which women are greatly skilled at, but physical violence too. Some of these women will snatch the hair off your head, and I'm not inclined to engage in that kind of battle.
Conversation because they know that violence is unstable, but we don't know how to control a woman who's out of control. Our culture hasn't yet designed the right mechanisms to control an out of control woman.
Yeah, no, that is a valid concern. Your Jordan Peterson impression has been better in the past.
My bad.
I think you're out of skill. Yeah, practice. But your who is it that you did such a spot on impression of?
Yeah, I used to do more comedy. I think I guess it's better comedy.
Anyway, it's good to see you, gentlemen. I am pinged for my coffee.
I think the issue, Monica, is not women voting. Obviously, women should vote. The question is whether stupid people should vote. That's
Man,
the
that's it. No. This is great. No, this is good. Y'all should talk about this because there are some men who are not making good decisions either, but the women get the brunt of it because we're like loudly our wrongness.
Right to exercise political power over me. If you're too stupid to like fucking know what 3 times 3 is, like you do not have the right to exert that kind of power. You just are not confident enough. In the same way you get a fucking driver's license skill test or a fucking test for getting gun. Because you
What if they're
vote or not?
What about a poll tax where you have to take the citizenship test before you vote?
Are you saying that there should be some kinds of restrictions for like blindness and dyslexia?
Some mixture of knowledge and intelligence to be able to vote. You have to be confident enough to wield power over people because that's inherently a form of yes, they do. They're basically children that need to be controlled. And so like yeah. Even early theorists of liberalism like John Stuart Mill said things like this, and I don't know why this idea is so unpopular that like, oh, voting is good because you want people to have representation in their government, but also it's a real big problem when complete fucking morons that don't know anything have lots of political.
Wait, hold on. You're not finished strawmanning you, Sam.
No, I'm just saying the original.
Keep strawmanning.
I'm just saying the original voting rights, it didn't go to everyone. It was to landowners because they envisioned it a bit more like a gated community where everyone is literally a combined cooperative of different land owning interests of like a similar contractual style. Which is why, homeowners associations do it, because it's identical to what they were starting. But then, again, that's what I'm saying. They got rid of that. They said, we don't want to limit it to homeowners. Also, not just like the men as representative of that tract of land, the women too. So like, you know, they're also getting a vote. They threw that in. Also, they had to, you know, parse out the approximation of population.
So if Sam's argument is that we shouldn't allow people to have authority over us who are incompetent in life, why is McZed fighting so hard? Why, McZed?
Hey, Monica's doing.
Good morning, Coptic. I was actually looking for you. I have fears that this room is lasting longer than 12 hours. I'd hate for the replay to be deleted, but no one knew when it started. If you could tell Andrew when he starts the room to put the timestamp in the chat, you know, that way we can have an estimate so no replays are lost.
Better IQ. Because I think all you really need to do is just learn how to shoot. Or, you know what I mean? This is the
Right. No, and Bank, really cool PTR. Really think that PTR is epic. So there's a cutoff.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, there's a cutoff. Like 81 IQ, great, well then. But I think it's 80 or lower, they can't take you. They can't even take you to scrub the pots and pans. Also with violence, limited verbal vocabulary, so they tend to solve problems. You know, let me think of another example that's a cultural one. We have standards for people renting cars, not IQ, but age and insurance. So when we don't have our standards, things go badly pretty quickly. Now they can get too authoritarian, they could get too stagnant, too dogmatic, too
Yeah, but
dedication to your country.
There are very stupid people that are very capable soldiers.
Exactly.
Because then, are you arguing with the military standards that enlisted have to have a higher IQ than Navy? You just want to argue? Oh, you want to argue? I can't argue with you.
Are you serious?
Okay, guys, before I leave, and thank you for the time and the safe time, the ASVAB, the ASVAB is what the military. It has a high corollary to IQ, so while you probably won't find anything that says the IQ cutoff is 80, the ASVAB correlates to it to 0.8, I believe. The link is in the chat. Thank you.
Yeah, I already knew about that, but that's the thing.
So, like, if we have these dumbos in society, why even keep them as citizens? We could just, like, below 80, no longer American, right? We're doing that with.
Yeah, McZed is feisty. I hope you get some breakfast.
I just want a smarter American.
What?
Then have babies, sir. Have a bunch of babies that are as smart as you, and that way America will be smarter.
Like fun education.
Like, now you're beginning to irritate me. All right.
Yeah, Monica.
Oh, that's good, Chris.
Monica, you was like, how you said, I respect you guys, how you have me come in, you guys gave me the money. You forcefully look at it.
Wait a minute. I didn't give you. You didn't give me consent. I forced. I believe I asked 2 questions when I joined the stage. How long was the room been running? Why don't we go back to it, and then some of you are complaining. Okay.
No, I was just saying, people were having a conversation, it was like,
Actually,
okay,
I
I'm going to go back to
waited.
the topic.
I
Like,
waited.
we're going to go back to what they said.
There was a lot.
When she put up, so it's fine.
Well, if y'all want to circle back before I leave the room, let's go ahead and talk about Mohammed, Islam, right, Sam? We're talking about religions and the dangers of them and the benefits of them.
Yeah,
Have at it.
We can circle back to Islam. There are thousands of religions in the world, so just before you even think about it, it's unlikely that it's true, just because it's unlikely that any religion is true, because there's so many other religions. That's not true rather than true, because of the thousands of other religions. But then you realize that Quran as the Son of God, that mountains are stabilizers to keep the earth from shaking, that
you shouldn't go to Muhammad's house early for dinner because he's shy. That's a term revelation. God,
I think that you're saying, just show me where is the error. That's what I'm for it. But instead of me getting the details about ants communicating. Address one of them. Just take one and address it. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Therefore, so give me one that you want to talk.
Oh, I feel like dealer's choice. Just like pick one of the anything I'm saying.
I like the sperm one. Sperm comes from the back.
Yeah, let's go with sperm from the back.
When you say it like really doesn't make sense given the historical context, then it's like okay, it's probably something.
So it's a translation.
That's what they say.
So they say spine means not sagging.
They say it means like lower back. So it's close to that. It's not the nutsack.
Well, lower back and ribs is still not so weak.
I'm trying to tell you where this even comes from. It's not like the actual ball sack is higher, so it's close to the lower back. So if it was like the broader meaning of the word and talking about the lower back, it would technically be correct because where the seam is coming from is kind of close to the lower back.
But it's between the ribs and the lower back, and that's still not going to be where you're.
Between that area and the lower back is low enough to it's
verse correctly, that's the response.
Yeah, I want to know that verse. I never.
So the verse, if you don't mind on the background,
You should not talk about it.
is what's it called? Surah Al-Tariq 86, verse 6. Alright? And then let's look at it. Let's look at some translation.
Yeah, this should be a standard. Like, if you don't know the verses, then you shouldn't talk about it.
Yeah, just kick back.
What do you mean? Like, you expect me? You expect me to?
Number 8 or something. So then 5 minutes later, you're saying, you need to tell me where it comes from. It's like, communication is really important. You know, when you have, I mean, John says it all the time, but you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. And I am somebody who spends a lot of time on Clubhouse happily listening because I enjoy listening to political, religious, philosophical debates. I can't say that it's not frustrating to listen to you guys sometimes when you say Islam, and somebody says sperm comes from the back, and then the other. He just said it.
Let me say one thing about that, right? Muslims, Islam, the religion is perfect, but we're not perfect.
I'm not trying to shame you. Surah 86,
And then verse 6 and 7.
verse 6 and 7. So I heard you. I hope everybody else did. I'm going to go back on mute. Thank you. I'm complete.
Background thing. Let's just like move on.
Y'all don't even know sperm come from the back. You don't even know about the back.
Yeah. So it says that salt water and fresh water have a boundary. Therefore, Islam is false. QED. You like me Christian? No, I'm an atheist.
That's another thing.
Okay, it says you reason.
I'm not. I'm actually in the middle of a field clipping vines with a pair of pruners for a basket class that I'm going to teach in 15 minutes.
When you're clipping lines.
Oh my god.
Vines with a V. Vines.
Yeah, my phone died on me.
That should be common. You sound way too angry to be doing something that.
it's a really and that the fish who live in brackish water do not exist, and that there is a barrier.
So listen. So there's literally a line that
those work. Okay. Why is it that your assumption is that Allah is speaking literally rather than speaking in respect to the perception of the people he's speaking for?
Right, it doesn't say the appearance of it. It doesn't say.
I'm not saying it does, but it could still be. Okay, wait. Even though you didn't.
From our perspective, doesn't even work for this fucking case. Because
So you saying if I was to go, there, the water will become salt water and it won't be drinkable? Either way, it's not drinkable. You know what I'm saying? One of them is ocean water. Can't drink either. What do you mean? Yes, you can. Something that's or it divides. That's what a barrier is. Simple. This is the problem with that. Any given speaker is going to have that distinction in their words. Where some and we're reading the Quran, assuming it's the word of God, then if there's something which is out of character from his literal speech, which would be false things, then it's probably metaphor, and that not all of it's true, and specific contents of it are shared with what he's actually talking about. Which makes sense, because if God is saying something that doesn't sound true, it's probably not literal. Given God's not going to be confused or say something that's actually not true. Exactly. So we don't, as when we're reading the Quran, we don't with something a metaphor or something is this or that. Thank you. Fix your smoke detector beeper.
Yeah, at least take it off.
So look, there's a feminine plant, and then there's a male plant.
They don't even know what that word means. You subhuman piece of garbage. What he's saying, what he is saying, what he is saying, what he is saying, what he is saying is that on the same tree there are male flowers and female flowers, and that's what the bees do. The bees take the juice from the male flowers and give it to the female flowers because the bees are eating the juice, and then they drop it around and it makes sex, and then they get it out. Yes, a queen bee is a type of bee.
Yeah, but you don't have a queen fruit like the fruit.
That's true. You don't have a queen fruit. You have male flowers and female flowers on the same tree, and then you got the bees floating around, spreading the juice, and then you get the apple. I can't dumb it down anymore for you.
So my whole point is that what is it? It's separate. All the fruit bears is that there's female plants and there's male plants. Of fruiting plants, 90 to 94% of them are hermaphrodites, which means they're not male or female. They're both. So
No, they don't come in pairs. I just explained this.
No.
At the same time, ain't nothing ever.
Okay, so this is how Rod. Allah created fruits of every kind in pairs. Okay, that's in every kind. As in all of them are made in pairs, but most of them are not made in pairs because they are hermaphrodites. They don't have a male and a female version. So it's not true that every.
So listen. So all that means is a pair means some there has to be one thing, certain things that come together and then continue their legacy. There's male. So what?
What is a female apple? Yeah, I guess if you're very technical, none of the fruits have sexes. Are the plants that have sexes? I don't think you guys understand. This guy is saying that fruits have sexes. Let him explain that real quick, bro. Y'all not letting him explain it. How do you tell the difference between a fruit with a penis and a fruit with a vagina? Where do you look?
Okay, look. So you gotta ask somebody who's learned about that. But all I
right now, I'll tell you that.
I get what
listen. All.
It's a simple question. How do you know that a fruit is female or not? How do you
some girl, the other one they do. So
Just pick that planet completely.
This is how bad up.
I just gave it to you, bro. You don't want to believe it. That's not true.
A female one, and they need to be planted near each other in order to pollinate each other. But the majority.
Exactly. Now go ahead, but you just prove me right though.
It doesn't matter though.
No, we didn't.
No,
All right, I know more about plants than anybody in here, but guess what? I'm going to go teach a basket class. So have a good day. Rabbona Shalom.
You're gonna get back. Okay, obviously. Get his shit over.
Yeah, man. So I don't know why they always run away when there's proof right in front of their eyes.
bro, that was the only person that was
What do you mean? So you don't believe there's a female and a male?
No, what the fuck is that? I never heard of it.
Groups that have asexuality.
There actually are some groups that do need to be next to each other that only have like one type. What? No. Okay, most are hermaphroditic, as most men, both male and female parts are in one flower, like apples, tomatoes, strawberries. Then you have monoecious plants, which are separate male and female flowers on the same plant, like corn, squash, cucumbers, and then you have dioecious, which is more or less common, but entirely separate male and female plants, like kiwi, papayas, and date palms. Learn something new every day. I didn't know.
I mentioned that.
It up, and I was like, I messed up.
That actually makes sense because they
You're funny, man.
dates are fire, actually.
Yeah.
No,
It was just saying.
One part of the Quran says that everything was made in pairs. Another part of the Quran says every fruit was created in pairs. Well, both of those are an error, by the way. They're both not true.
No. Where?
What pair though? What is pair?
Okay. Look.
Male and female parts of something, or you just choose whatever. You can't just
The Quran says Allah created fruits of every kind.
Wow. You gotta become a teacher over here.
It's not like you male parts reproduce and make something. Like you can't just like have only one or have like a third one. Need those two parts, like whether it's within one organism or within it's two organisms. That's what we're getting at. That's everything.
Yes, you.
No, I don't know if I use it in the car. I was just using
No, I'm saying him. He's acting like you're saying no, but the Quran did not say all the
Bro, first of all, I don't believe like she's saving me like that. That's what I'm saying. To you, this is just like a problem.
Nah, he didn't know he said.
But anyways, look, she's the first person that agreed with me, and she doesn't like you. You would not agree with that person, but if you was to see an angel right now, you would probably still not believe.
What about what I said was? I know, I mean, that's the ones that who are disagreeing or saying like, oh, disagree with me or whatever. Like, why do they think what I said is
think the Quran is saying. I'd say that the Quran makes many different false claims. One of which is that every fruit comes in pairs. But there's many other pairs in the Quran as well.
Okay, I want to see the part where you're talking about the fruits.
What about where the Quran says
Okay, first of all, we believe God. There's nothing compared to, nothing like Him in this world. Nothing.
nothing like Messiah or anything about it?
Okay. Huh?
Is the content of the revelation like it?
Like stuff like the thing about Him, like the thing about Him.
No. Think of is the information like God in any way?
No.
Okay, if it's not, then none of the information is really understanding of God because it does not reflect God. So you don't know God.
Okay, so what do you mean? Like it's not like you what you trying to say? Like they have the same. They have like a.
What do we would want?
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying like the way you're saying is like they have like the same DNA or something.
What?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Do you think that when you talk about a person, the content of your the person you're trying to describe? It is, right? Because when you say he has brown hair, accurate and similar to what his actual description is. So when you say you know something about God, you're saying that because there's an actual description which is reflected instead of given words. But you're saying no, there is no such description that could possibly be contained in any such words. Therefore, you can't understand any kind of description because it can't be communicated to you.
I'm confused. How did you get to that? You was him equal to God. So all I'm saying is that it's just words of Allah. Okay.
So what was the consistent message throughout the Old and New Testament according to Islam? So then why is it then you guys have to say worship one God and the messenger? When I thought the message was just one God.
No. We don't look. This is the thing. We never said it was one message. We believe it was 4 books all together that were brought down. And the only one that is not altered till today is that book.
Why is the Quran altered?
Because God is going to protect it. God is
God protect us.
Why would you believe in a religion with corrupted scriptures?
sent to the Jews. Okay? So
Was he Jewish or was he Muslim?
the word of God, yes. That's what I'm
But he was sent to the Jews. How could he be a Muslim?
What do you mean? At that time, there wasn't no Muhammad, peace be upon him. So at that time, I would be believing in Jesus.
Why is Allah preserving the Quran, but Allah didn't want to preserve the Torah?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. That because that the Jews, not Jews, but Jesus, he was sent to only the Jews, okay?
How was he a Muslim? How was he a Muslim if he only sent to the Jews?
I I know your question is why do you guys believe that that was
just like the rest of the books.
people were memorizing it. Okay, so listen. So we believe at the time of Prophet Muhammad, at the time he was alive,
I know.
everything that he was speaking about, everything that he revealed was written and compiled into book
So it can't be corrupted.
at that time. So and then it was multiple people at that time that accepted it that were making books and
So you're saying
Yo, chef, let him finish, bro. Let him finish.
so you're saying the reason it's not corrupted is because multiple people wrote it down.
Multiple people remember, yes.
Okay. So wait, why is that not true of the Bible also?
Because automatically speaking, it's automatically being transmitted from one way to another.
Wait. How do you know the Bible wasn't originally written by multiple people?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
No,
that
you're
it was
saying for something to be corrupted, there's this necessary condition that it was both not memorized and not written down at the same time. I'm saying, why is that not true of the Christians? Why is it true that the Christians were memorizing it?
that's first of all, that's not what I was trying to say.
You're saying that is what they were doing.
Off the first
We're trying to draw a distinction between
Is that what you're saying?
the term that the law is not corrupted unless the Bible is corrupted.
Let me just
Can I finish, bro? Can I say it, bro?
Just take note of that.
Thank you, brother Matt. Yeah, so with that being said, the Bible it came down in one language, Aramaic and Greek, right? So automatically from that being translated, there are already errors and changes in concept. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, so
Why is it not? Hold on, chill out, chef. Give me 1 second, chef. If the Injil you're saying is an Aramaic, it's supposed to be an Aramaic word or good news. Why use evangelion? Like the Torah is Hebrew. The Quran is Arabic. You're saying the original language of Jesus is Aramaic. So why use a Greek word, evangelion, Injil, to say the good news? Why not use an Aramaic word? Really simple. No, I didn't say 50. I said 50, 50 years to 100 years.
So this the
That's
point.
the second.
This the point. I'm saying, how do you know that? So let's say the earliest manuscripts we have, you're right, 60 to 100 years, or even 200 years. How do you know there wasn't originally a manuscript which was written down and was memorized?
Look. I'm saying it's just not available. That's all I'm saying.
So I got you. So this is the confusion I'm making. You're not understanding, right? There's something clarifying. The Quran, you're saying we know is not corrupted because it's one written down by much people and two memorized by much people. Okay? I'm saying, how do you know those two things are not also true of the Bible, the Torah, and the Zabur? And you saying it's corrupted doesn't give me a reason to believe that's not true of all those other books. It only makes me believe that the Quran, like those other books, should also be corrupted.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to say. The difference, I'm trying to tell you the difference. I already told you, so I don't know how much time I
Are you saying that because the Quran has no error, that's the difference?
No. Okay, so like I said, right, it's because there isn't nobody who compiled any books or stuff that Jesus said that was there. They compiled it. And that's what I'm saying.
What version of the Quran are you talking about?
No, okay, because you know how I know? Because if that was the case, there would literally be people now that would tell you, yeah, I came from Jesus. I came from Jesus.
That's a very valid reaction.
No, okay, so look, so this is what I'm trying to say, right? So for with Muhammad, right, peace be people now.
We don't believe Jesus is our Quran.
Huh?
That sounds like an adapted version of
No, I didn't say.
like Islam. Like a
Yeah, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about that. I didn't say anything about that.
No, I didn't. What you're describing sounds like an adapted version. Okay, Israelite Islam.
Going around in circles here, right? So the reason we know that the Bible's corrupted or not preserved exactly is because there's 5,600 old manuscripts and they're all different. That's all we're at. I'm finished. It doesn't make sense.
Were like Bibles that were ripped up, certain chapters were ripped up, certain chapters were finished, and stuff like that. It wasn't destroyed because there were errors and stuff like that in it.
What version are you telling us is the correct one?
What? The Quran?
Yes.
All of them.
But there is
What do you mean all of them?
like in the book of Maccabees, it says that the Romans were destroying the Torah. So the Bible's been destroyed too. Obviously not. Actually, some Christians were destroyed.
original older manuscripts got destroyed doesn't mean the contents were preserved. That's mass transmission. It's the same principle. The Quran is preserved because a large community of people preserves the contents, whether in their minds or like materials or whatever. And so same thing with the Bible. If the original materials that the contents were stored on are destroyed, it doesn't matter because we have the copies.
Okay, so there you can find literally Christian scholars that tell you that there's certain things about the Bible that they don't even believe, and they do believe that there are errors and misconceptions certain things. How? But you gotta understand. Okay. The facts. Okay, so you're saying a person.
Bro, you think a different God offer the same facts? Why can't I use my brain to come to a different conclusion and be right and then be mistaken?
Okay, because one person was literally studying it for what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna be a professor to read books.
Bro, that's all I'm saying to you. It's if a person, it's like if a person, the chemist, right? And you come and he asks you, oh, you have all these tools, do whatever you can. That doesn't mean you're gonna do it the same way or the correct way, like this person who's a physician, a chemist is gonna do it. You get that? Is a chemist, right?
Yeah, but what's the example? You forgot what I was saying, so.
Ray was at the end of the day, man. But yeah, but then me, bro, I'm gonna keep it real. If I don't know something about the Quran, right, or something, I don't have the right to think. I'm gonna say I don't know because there's parts that I probably can't remember. You know what I mean? I'm not like those people that have an answer for everything. If there's something that I don't understand, I don't know. Then I'll look it up. Yeah. Those other books, the people of the book, and then go read about it. Go to all.
Actually, everything there would imply she's older.
What?
Everything there would imply she's of an older age. Her Hebrew's not broken up. She's speaking proper fluent Hebrew. Okay, she's going and talking to David like as a woman. She's offering him things. She's getting heavy buckets of water, bringing it to him. Acting as a servant. Like she's acting like a grown woman. So what?
Just because he was bringing water.
Well, it was pretty heavy, and she was speaking fluent Hebrew. How many 3-year-olds you know that can speak fluent Hebrew and carry 60 kilos of water, bro? Was it David? No.
Well, who she was married to?
It was Isaac. You're right. Right. I've never heard no 3-year-olds.
Okay, but this is, you know, it was what they said about what I'm saying about. You know, some classic.
You know who said that? The fucking Jews, bro.
Okay, doesn't matter though.
It kind of, okay. If I quoted you what she is saying about your religion, you didn't care. No, you're not.
No, but this is your Bible.
Okay, this is your Bible. What's not my Bible? My Bible is okay. If it's my Bible, show me where my Bible says that.
Bro, you literally believe that the Jews are the chosen people of the world, right?
No, they're not.
How? It says that in the Bible.
Okay. They're chosen. How are they chosen?
In the Bible. We asking?
Yo, let's eat.
What?
It's those who believe in Jesus. It's those who believe. So, and even in Exodus 12, it says, before Jesus even came, if someone came and practiced the ceremony with the Jews, they too should be treated as natives. So they too would be treated as chosen.
Okay, it says right here.
Jesus came, it was people who weren't descended from Jacob being treated like Jews.
Okay, so, okay. People who are on the face of the earth. And here it says, but you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I have chosen you and not cast you off. Okay. You.
And so what makes you think over there it's talking about like their flesh or their physical lineage instead of the spiritual covenant they have with God? Because keep in mind, if the relevant context is their behavior and faith, what makes you think is anything other than their relationship with God that you chose? The covenant with Abraham was established. Keep in mind, he didn't even have a specific race, bro. He was from Chaldea. He was mixed with a bunch of different people. He was chosen not because of his race, not because of anything other than his faith. Chosen because of his works. He was chosen because of his faith. That's why all people are chosen. So if the Jews are his people, no, they're not chosen.
Okay, where it says right in Romans, it says Paul lists privileges of Israel. They are Israelites, and to them belong the adoption, the glory, the covenants, the giving of law, the worship, and promises. Okay? So Paul is saying this. They are Israelites, and to them belong the adoption, the glory, the covenant. He's talking about the Israelites, Jews.
Always talking about physical Jews.
Yes.
Well, actually, before I say, let's see.
Okay, look at Romans 9:4.
So this is not talking about their flesh. You know what I'm telling you what? More close. It is not as though the word of God has failed, for not all those descended from Israel are Israelites, and not all
Isaac, that descendants shall be named you. So literally right after it tells you the people actually Israelites aren't just people who descended from Israel. It's people who are actually part of the covenant. That's what an actual Israelite.
Exactly, because they became it because of that covenant.
Okay, so are the Gentiles a part of that covenant?
Do you think that distinction is ethnic or a belief?
What?
Like someone being like a Jew or a Gentile, is that?
It's both. It's
Like,
both.
is Jew or a spiritual state, or is this an ethnic given?
Yeah, it was ethnic given.
Okay, so here it says, in the days to come, the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established as the highest of the mountains, and shall be raised above the hills. Many people shall come and say, let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob, that he may teach us his ways, and that we may walk in his paths. For I will go forth the instruction of the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. So saying the word is going to go out from this place, and all the nations through this word coming right back. So into the house of Jacob. That was fun, though.
I say it again, my bad.
Yeah, I was saying Isaiah 2, verses 2 to 3 says that all the Gentiles, on the day of judgment down the land, are going to go to the house of Jacob, into the house. And so this means the Gentiles are going to be in the house of Jacob. You're going to be in that covenant. So that means if the covenant, what we're going to, this means that in Romans 9 is that true Israelites are people of the covenant, and Paul is speaking to the Israelites. I was trying to keep more. Nobody's trying to leave. That is, as far as y'all go. I didn't say she's 15. I said she's over 15. No, he says no less than 15. How did you say that? Just word virgin. Are you talking about Oma? You saying word virgin? Yeah, I'm saying it doesn't. I'm saying the word virgin doesn't always mean. So what does it mean? Have not had sex. But I do believe Mary was a virgin. So if that's what that is. So why do you think? Because I think actually I don't think I'm using it. I think in the relevant sense she was a woman, but I think that she was young. Yeah, but hold on. When are you sufficiently ready for preparing a child?
there's speaking about it was are usually things like improve childhood health care, decrease childhood infections, increase childhood nutrition intake. And so, given that those are the conditions that are more prevalent today, then since the conditions that speed up are more prevalent, those conditions, since they're more prevalent, are speeded up. Okay. I don't know if that's the Yeah, one thing about him, I give it up to him, he make it sound good. Like social stress. That's what I'm gonna say. But come on, gonna say the same thing again. Yeah, at the end of the day, bro, yeah, it makes sense, bro. I understand at a time. dude I was talking to, he just leave.
No, not other traditions. Just like people simply taking on young babies who are under the age of 15.
How does that contradict my position?
Because you're using that something that was said in the 1100s to claim reality of something that happened in 40s. Actually, that's the crazy part. But your evidence is so fuzzy. What do you mean? You haven't even understood the argument. I've plenty of understood the argument. I listen here for 30 minutes. So
That's right. You don't have to bring it back. You don't have to bring it back.
So what am I saying about justice?
You don't have to repeat it.
Hold on, babe. What am I saying about justice? Well, you're trying to use that to get validation. So you're churching up.
Okay, so this is what you
in regards to your church, and you're using it as evidence to give credence to the validation of your church saying that another person. That's obvious. That's obvious.
The thing he just said.
Hold on, chill, bro. Chill. I want to talk to you. Okay, so we can debate, bro. What is the move I'm making with John 16? When I'm pointing to the context.
Fucking so nobody argues.
What is other than church, the ministry is what is it, right?
Listen,
That's what
all I'm trying to say, that does not make sense.
I've already answered. Yes, I've already answered that. I said no.
wants to say it now, but they can't.
But you said that people won't understand.
Okay. If it's
So you don't think people will understand. So you don't think people will understand.
only speaking about the future, what is the relevance of him saying it now?
My whole point is he's not speaking about the past.
Hey, let me say one thing. You said one thing real quick.
How do you know when he continues his speech, he will not speak about the past?
How do you know that he will?
Bro, you gotta change the subject, bro. All I want to know was, last time, are you the one that I was talking to?
Continue speaking. And this continuing speech is the speech of the church. Or sorry, the speech of the Holy Spirit of the church. That's the continuous.
Bro, last time, was I talking to you the whole time?
No, you weren't.
Oh, so that it wasn't you the one that said that, like how the whole concept started about would you marry a 9-year-old?
I listened to you and Chef talk. Yeah, I listened to you and Chef talk, but I agree. I actually agree with Chef. I just think the evidence that he had
Chef was the one that said that, you said?
Yeah.
Bro, I hate the word.
No, it wasn't Chef that said that, bro.
It was Chef. I was looking for that fucking shit, bro.
Hey, Chef, was that you?
Sure.
What, man? I think I'm playing with you, man.
No, I'm serious, bro. I was literally in the booth. I've been listening to you. That's
Whatever.
When I came on, Chef was like, yo, there's nobody that wants to debate. So I brought up the narrative.
The point is, there's a continued speech of Jesus, according to John 16. I don't know where you're getting that. It's not about the past. So if we know there's a continued speech, now the question is,
Whoever said it that Mary, Jesus said that only a person that's above the age of 15, a woman can only get married if she's above the age of 15.
yes.
That was the norms of that time, and some of the scholars even say that she was really 17 years old.
church used a long time ago, for a long time. So what are you, a Jew? My boy, if I'm saying church, what makes you think I'm a fucking Jew? Tell me. Between this is what your church believes. How people should behave. Follow the law code of the Bible, but you follow this. Bro, you're not listening. Listen, there's writings about our beliefs. There's writings about our quote Aquinas. They're quoting people writing about our beliefs. When I'm quoting this is people talking about how we should behave. Okay, bro. So it says in our behavior we shouldn't have sex with 15-year-olds. Okay, but that's not the Bible, bro. Take that back to wherever you got. Okay, but the Bible confirms this. No. Yeah, take that back to wherever you got from. I'm showing you how the Bible confirms it. Take it back to the scraps you got it from. We're talking about the Quran. You want to give it back to me? You're trying to find something. Okay. I don't think he wants it back. Next time when I start saying something from my history class. Okay, so now can you tell me if you have sex with a regular group? Look, you already said that's not the norms of the time. No, but it's not about right or wrong. It doesn't matter. If a woman reaches maturity, listen. If a woman, you just said time doesn't matter, so it doesn't matter what it was. I'm saying no, time. You just said it doesn't matter. No, I mean when it comes to that, there are stuff that are norms to the public and people. So does good. So if at that time, I probably would if it was normal and everybody. I'm saying, don't give me that. I don't get any of that as facts. Listen, but they're cool people, trust me. They're good. No, they're not. Dude, you're good. This is my peoples, man. Bro, they have doxed me. They have tried to track me down. If they found out where I live, they'd kill me. Who's trying to
Act like brother you're in fucking Babylon or some shit. If I saw you get it up like that. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So look, so I'm gonna send some people out there to make it seem like they literally crush you by I'm talking about literally 10 to 1. Oh, but you know, not their ass. Their ass is kicked. You know what happens? Yeah, okay, the Muslims. Are you serious? Romans were killing, going around, doing all these things. But they got to a point where they would even say, oh, I'm a Muslim, I believe in one God, please don't kill me. Nah, but really, the Quran tells us that because there was a story where one of the companions of the Prophet, when he was at war, that it was this man, he got on his knees. I know you want to accept the song, but just get to the point. Okay? Name is Yusuf Estes. Spelled as Yusuf Yusuf. E-S. He hated Muslims. So there was a time where his dad had a business property, had a business property. It's like terrorists and stuff like that. So
Somebody could go there and debate to teach him Christianity. But when he seen his man, she was older enough. Now he did have what are you talking? You said he fucked. You gotta understand this is the
Okay, let me ask you. Would you ever let your car
now, yes. I'm not. I'm trying to say, bro, that is not that we don't allow that now. Yes.
Okay. Do you think good and bad is eternal? Or sorry, do you think good is eternal? You say that. Do you think goodness is eternal?
Bro, listen, we're not
No,
gonna
no,
get
no,
you
no.
good.
Is goodness eternal? Is good stops being good because goodness is always right.
Okay.
Okay. So if at that time it's constantly good, that's when it's not good, and goodness is eternal, then that means it doesn't matter if the I said, listen, at this time, people will literally go into war.
Okay, you said good is eternal.
Okay, listen, though, to you, okay, it's relative, though. It can be bad. You can think something
Good is eternal. You said it, and I agree with you.
Okay, listen. I see as goodness